Chapter 565. The heaven-facing residence was the largest in Starfall City. It was also the largest restaurant and had the most luxurious loft. This place used to be a majestic ancient mountain. Later on, this ancient mountain was used as the foundation to build the most luxurious inn. The space of this area was distorted by a space array. Although it was only the size of a mountain, it was as if a mountain range had been developed into a small world. The loft that was based on the ancient mountain was divided into many levels. The number of lofts and courtyards decreased with each level. The higher the level, the more magnificent and dazzling the buildings were. Correspondingly, the prices were also ridiculously expensive. At the top level, there was only a very spacious courtyard. It was also one of the highest places in Starfall City. Standing on it and walking around, one would be able to see the entire Starfall City. One could truly understand what it meant to have a bird's-eye view of all mountains. At the top level, only the most prominent people were qualified to stay there. Other than the loft that was built near the mountain, there were also many courtyards and lofts. In that space array, the person who could afford such a large sum of money was also very powerful. Not far from the heaven-facing residence, there was a very spacious villa built in Starfall City. It occupied a very large area and also had a space array. The area that one could see was only a small part of it. A dense bamboo forest surrounded the villa, making it look like a hidden place. If Yin Nuoxing and Jin Wang were here, they would definitely recognize this place. Zhu Yuan Villa. This was also the place where the Taiyuan Grand Assembly was held this time. This mysterious force was spread across every corner of the God Realm. Even the transcendental forces did not dare to provoke them. However, this time, they had joined forces with the Phaseless sect to hold this Taiyuan Grand Assembly. The heaven-facing residence was not far from Zhu Yuan Villa. It was 2 streets away. This was also an absolutely prosperous area in Starfall City. People who were active here had all kinds of identities. At this moment, Yin Nuoxing and her group descended from the sky and arrived at the heaven-facing residence. Although there were many people at the entrance, this place was relatively close to the center of the city. It was slightly to the north of the city and was very far from the 4 main entrances. Therefore, the flow of people was not to the point where they could walk shoulder to shoulder. However, it was still very dense. This group of people all had extraordinary temperaments. Each of them had a strong aura, deep and unfathomable. Of course, it was the Golden Princess and the others. The moment they stepped into the heaven-approaching inn, Yin Nuoxing stood at the front, with Ziyin and Feng Er on both sides. There was also a group of Emperor God experts. They were awe-inspiring and attracted a lot of attention. However, most people knew that this group of people was not to be trifled with, so they hurriedly shifted their gazes away. Therefore, it was very funny that no one recognized them. There were 2 passageways in the celestial residence. One led to the mountain range with the space magic array, and the other led to the real celestial residence. Yin Nuoxing and the rest walked towards the latter passageway. Those who could live in the celestial residence were symbols of status. Those without status might not be able to enter even if they were willing to pay the price. As for ordinary high-level gods, they could only stay for 1 or 2 days occasionally. Sleeping for 1 night was equivalent to sacrificing a few pounds of flesh. After passing through a corridor, they came to the main hall. The decoration was extremely luxurious. Even Yin Nuoxing, who was picky, could not help but praise it. There were many people in the main hall. Half of them were the people who lived in the celestial residence, and the other half were the attendants of the celestial residence. When Yin Nuoxing and the rest walked in aggressively, they shocked many people. For a moment, even the attendants did not dare to approach them. After a while, a very beautiful attendant walked forward hesitantly. Her gaze fell on Yin Nuoxing, who was in the center and in the front. She said respectfully, "May I know how to address you, young master? My surname is Yin." Yin Nuoxing smiled slightly, without the slightest bit of arrogance. Many attendants in the main hall secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that this group of people was here to cause trouble. "Young Master Yin, please take a seat." The attendant smiled and led Yin Nuashing and the rest to a place to sit. She then took out a crystal and handed it to Yin Nuashing, saying, "This is the location of the remaining courtyards and lofts and the price list. Please take a look, young Master Yin." Yin Nuashing glanced at it, then passed it to the Golden Princess. He had never been here before, so he was a little confused. However, he more or less understood everything with just one glance. The celestial residence had a total of 81 floors. The top floor was the celestial residence, which occupied an area of 10,000 feet. Moreover, there was only one palace, and it was not open to the public. It also indicated that no one lived there. On the second floor, there were only 2 courtyards and lofts. On the third floor, there were 3, and so on. There was a total of 81 floors. The higher the floor, the better it was. Moreover, they were all independent courtyards that could accommodate dozens of people. However, the price made him shudder. Even if he was rich, if he lived on the second floor for a month, he would lose weight. "Little star, do you want to live on the top floor?" The Golden Princess glanced at the crystal, then looked at Yin Nuashing and asked with a smile, I'm fine with anything." Yin Nuashing laughed dryly. It did not matter where he lived, as long as it was peaceful and quiet. There were too many people in the city. When he walked out, he felt that his spirit was constantly evaporating. He still needed a quiet place to recuperate. "All right, then we'll live on the top floor." The Golden Princess smiled and nodded. Her jade-like hand was placed under the jade, hanging on her earlobe. Mei Mao closed her eyes slightly, sensing something. Hearing the conversation between the two, the maidservant was shocked. Mei Mao looked at the group of people with uncertainty. She could not see through almost half of them. Moreover, their temperaments were extraordinary. It was obvious that they were people from powerful forces. She had received many people from powerful forces in the past few days, but no one had said with such confidence that they wanted to live on the top floor. After a while, the Golden Princess took out a golden token from her earlobe. She even drew a circle on the token with her jade-like finger and handed it to the maidservant along with the crystal. She smiled and said, "Little girl, I know that you can't make the decision alone. Take this token with you, and let someone who can make the decision take a look. Once they see it, they will understand." The maidservant took the token and took a look at it. Her delicate body trembled. Mei Mao's eyes widened. Then, she looked at the few people in shock and quickly bowed. "Senior, please wait for a moment." After that, she rushed into the hall. Yin Nuashing was confused. He looked at the Golden Princess. The latter just smiled elegantly and rubbed his head out of habit. "This price is so expensive. Staying on the second floor for a day costs 1,000 caddies of celestial-grade Xian crystals." Xian was shocked when he saw the price list. "Yes, I will go bankrupt if I stay here for 10,000 years." Yin Nuashing nodded seriously. Yao Hua and the others were speechless. Flaunting wealth. Blatant flaunting wealth. The people around them heard that this group of people was just sitting quietly on the sofa and looking around as if it was their first time here. Some people frowned slightly. However, when they saw the bored expressions of the Golden Princess and the others, they were puzzled. They did not know the identity of this group of people. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Yin Nuashing frowned slightly. He shrunk his body and hid behind the Golden Princess and the others. When they saw the annoyed look on his face, they could not help but laugh in their hearts. This little guy hated interacting with people so much. It seemed that they had to find time to help him overcome this psychological problem. A few minutes later, the maidservant rushed back and stood in front of Yin Nuashing and the others. She bowed respectfully and said, "Young Master Yin, everyone, please follow me." Yin Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief, stood up from the sofa, and followed the maid. The others also followed unhurriedly, and the group of people passed through a door under the gazes of countless people and walked up the white jade stairs that led to the sky. "Let's go and have a look." The people in the lobby were very curious. They had also heard the conversation just now and knew that this group of people was going to live on the top floor of the celestial residence. They were very curious to see if they had actually stayed there. The white jade staircase led from the bottom to the top. Behind the staircase was the building in the lobby. Even if one lived on the 81st floor, They could still see the vastness of Starfall City when they turned around and looked into the distance. However, it was definitely not as magnificent as the view from the top floor. At the top of the white jade stairs, a magnificent palace appeared in everyone's sight. It was also one of the highest places in Starfall City. At this time, many people from other floors came out. They seemed to have heard the sound and ran out curiously. They watched Yin Nuashing and the others walk up the white jade stairs. Not long after, they arrived at the top floor of the celestial residence. The maidservant bowed respectfully and then handed the token back. Yin Nuashing wanted to return it to the Golden Princess, but the latter forced it into his hands. He smiled bitterly. He did not know what this token was for. The residence lord said that we can stay as long as we want. All the food and drinks are free. The maidservant said respectfully, causing many people below to suck in a breath of cold air. They actually stayed there? I thought the brat would throw us out. The great elder of the fire god, Shrine, laughed loudly. The maidservant's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She did not dare to ask anything and quickly left. The palace was extremely magnificent. There were courtyards, pavilions, and a small forest decorated the place. The elegant and quiet environment was very pleasant. Faint clouds lingered as if they were above the clouds. On the top floor of the main hall, Yin Nuashing stood on the highest floor and looked down at the city below. The lights were brilliant, and there was a huge amount of people. Even if he could not hear the sound, he could feel the liveliness there. Here, a light voice sounded behind him, causing Yin Nuashing to turn his head. Seeing Empress Jean walking up the stairs behind him, he could not help but be stunned. On her graceful and noble yet easygoing and calm pretty face, there was a moving smile. "Sister, is the residence lord an acquaintance?" Yin Nuashing turned his head back and hugged his knees. He looked down at the bustling city below. The sky was slightly dark, and the city was lit up with candlelight. It was as if it was daytime. "Not really an acquaintance. I know him. At our level, as long as we're not in a hostile state and there is no clear conflict, we can sit down and drink tea with a greeting." The Golden Princess smiled and sat down beside him. Her two slender legs hung in the air and swayed leisurely. "Those two girls asked me to come up and take a look." The Golden Princess looked at his calm face and smiled faintly. "I'm probably different from most people. When I'm in a crowd, other than the people I know, other places will consume my energy. Most of the time, I like to be alone and calm down, recuperating by myself." Yin Nuashing said faintly. Then, he let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he felt a warm little hand caressing his head. "Introverted. There are many people like this in the world. Don't think too much. Just do what you want. If you don't want to do it, we won't force you." The Golden Princess looked at him with a faint smile. Her Mei seemed to be able to see through him. After staring at her for a while, Yin Nuashing's heart trembled. He was defeated and lowered his head. This made the Golden Princess smile even more happily. Shaking his head, Yin Nuashing looked at her seriously and said, "I will go. It's a promise." The Golden Princess was stunned. Mei Mao stared at him closely. Yin Nuashing also gritted his teeth and looked straight at her. The Golden Princess smiled bitterly for a while and nodded. She could not persuade this little fool. After sitting for a while, the Golden Princess stood up and left. Before she left, she even pinched Yin Nuashing's cheeks, which made him a little depressed. However, after a while, two light footsteps sounded behind him. Yin Nuashing was stunned. However, he did not turn around. He could roughly guess who it was. Then, two soft bodies sat down close to him. The three of them did not speak. They just quietly watched the setting sun. Perhaps it was because he felt that there was no place to put his hands, or perhaps it was because the burning sky was very beautiful. Yin Nuashing was moved by the scene. He wrapped his hands around the two women's slender waists, which made the two women tremble. The pinnacle of life. Yin Nuashing nodded. The sudden laughter caused the two of them to blush slightly. Sister Jean and the others have all gone out. They said that they're going to visit an old friend. There's a lake beside the Lintian residence. I heard that the night view there is good. Do you want to go for a walk? Xian looked up and smiled at the handsome face that was brimming with smiles. Sure. With two beauties accompanying me, why not? Yin Nuashing chuckled. Then he felt both of his earlobes being gently bitten. A numbing sensation spread throughout his body like an electric current, almost causing him to fall. Chapter 566. When Yun Nuoxing returned to the main hall, Yao Hua and the rest were nowhere to be seen. Only in Lixin and Jingyu were left. The others seemed to have gone out to play. Starfall City was extremely bustling at night. It was brightly lit, and the streets were lit up. It was as if a fire was being passed on. The night was equally noisy and lively. Not far from the heaven-facing residence, in the true center of Starfall City, there was a lake. Nominally, it belonged to the heaven-facing residence, but because of this lake, there were many shops of various sizes. It was also one of the busiest places at night. There were many pavilions on the lake, as well as long corridors of different styles. There were also many pleasure boats and small boats floating on the lake. These pavilions, corridors, and pleasure boats were all filled with people, and endless chatter could be heard. The banquet here was provided by the Heaven Ascension residents, and just by looking at the ingredients used in the immortal banquet, it was unknown how much the banquet would cost on the island at the center of the lake. Mist rose in spirals, and the sound of a zither filled the air from the brilliant smoke, like waves of celestial music. There was also a group of blurry figures dancing gracefully in the air, their graceful dance causing people to exclaim in admiration, and many people even felt their blood boil, wishing that they could blow away the smoke and see the appearance of the group of fairies. Yuan Shi and the rest came here too. Yin Nuoxing looked at the lively place from the shore and asked the person beside him. Yes, they said they came here first to take a seat. The first thing they did was to look around here. After that, they will go to other places. Xian smiled faintly. Luxurious, too luxurious. TSK, TSK. Even a miser like me feels heartache. Looking at the tables full of heavenly banquets, as well as the extravagant pleasure boats and jade boats, all of which were arranged by the heaven-facing residents, he felt an inexplicable heartache. At this time, there were many people on the shore. They were all preparing to board the pavilions or pleasure boats. Many people in luxurious clothes could not help but laugh when they heard this. Little brother, you're really interesting. Who would care about that little bit of money when they come to this place? It seems like your identities aren't simple. Why are you standing on the shore? Could it be that you haven't found a suitable spot? When Yin Nuoxing heard the laughter, she couldn't help but chuckle. Then, she lowered her head and looked at their attire. She couldn't help but feel lucky that she had changed into a set of luxurious robes before leaving. Otherwise, she wouldn't be called poor, since you guys have arrived at the Heart Lake. If you still haven't found a spot, why don't you follow us? A group of people couldn't help but laugh out loud. There were more than 10 young men and women in the group. They all had extraordinary auras, especially the man in the lead. At first glance, one could tell that he was a disciple of some great aristocratic family. Their eyes were blazing as they looked towards Yin Nuoxing's side. Femme fatale, femme fatale. The four of you together will bring disaster to the country and the people. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Xian and the others. He was also convinced. Every time he entered the city, such a scene would happen. He was almost numb to it now. Hearing this, Xian and Feng Er rolled their eyes at him, and Yuexin and Feng Er, on the other hand, chuckled. The two of them didn't want to bicker with a group of young people. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and smiled at that person. Then, she led Xian and the others to stroll along the lakeside. How should I address you? When a young man saw that Yin Nuoxing and the others ignored his words, he frowned slightly and quickly followed with his people. When he arrived in front of Yin Nuoxing, he said softly, Yin. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him. Since someone was blocking her path, she couldn't just brush him away. However, when she saw the look in his eyes, she couldn't help but feel very unhappy. Say it. Say what's in your heart. There's no need to beat around the bush. Yin Nuoxing sighed softly. This one would like to invite Brother Yun and the fairies for a chat on the boat. The young man looked at him in surprise and smiled faintly. On the boat? Are you sure it's not on the bed? Yin Nuoxing raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at him meaningfully. However, there was a black line hanging down between her eyebrows. Xian and Feng Er's beautiful faces turned red. Their jade-like hands pinched Yin Nuashing fiercely behind her back, causing her to fiercely suck in a breath of cold air. When the young man heard this, he was clearly stunned. Even the people behind him were stunned. Soon after, they all laughed out loud. Snow Python, this guy is really straightforward. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh and simply ignored this group of people. He lifted his feet and continued to walk forward. He boasted that his mentality was still considered stable. If he continued to chat, he might explode. Once he did, the lakeside would probably explode as well. Therefore, in order to avoid such a thing from happening, he decided to slip away. The young man called Snow Python had just recovered from his awkward expression when he saw that Yin Nuashing and the others had already walked far away. His gaze couldn't help but become gloomy. He gritted his teeth fiercely and actually chased after the latter and the others again. This caused the group of people beside him to be stunned. It seemed that this guy was really tempted. It was no wonder. The four women were all as beautiful as fairies and had different temperaments. When they walked together, it was already a splendid scene. However, the young man with the colorful hair clearly didn't want to be disturbed. Watch carefully. Pull Snow Python back before he causes trouble. Those who can enter and leave the Heart Lake are not simple people. It's better not to cause trouble. The man who laughed out loud and said too straightforwardly also said softly. His sharp gaze looked at the group of people, and he frowned slightly. Okay. The people beside him responded and then quickly followed. Feeling that someone was catching up behind him, the veins on Yin Nuashing's forehead bulged. He quickly took out a jade slip and found Yuan Shi's soul power. He quickly transmitted his voice. Yuan Shi, where are you? If you're on the Heart Lake, set off a firework in the sky. If you're not, then don't. Little star, you're here too? I thought you didn't like these occasions, so we left first. Sigh, you should have told us to wait for you. On the pleasure boat, Yuan Shi put down his wine cup in surprise. He then walked to the edge of the boat and transmitted his voice again. We're on the largest pleasure boat. I'm on the edge. Yin Nuashing put away the jade slip and looked towards the center of the lake. Just as he was about to fly up, the Snow Python blocked him again, causing his handsome face to darken. Brother Yin, please wait. I'm Snow Python, a direct disciple of the Snow Immortal sect. May I know who you are? The Snow Python politely cupped his hands, causing Yin Nuashing, whose face couldn't get any darker, to be stunned. Even Xian and the other three, as well as Mei Mao, were surprised. Snow Immortal sect? Was it that Snow Immortal sect? Snow Immortal sect? The Snow Immortal sect in the extreme north of the Taiyuan region, close to the North Ice Realm? Yin Nuashing looked at him in surprise. Big Sister Jean had told him all those things. It seemed to be a force created by his grandmother or great-grandmother. The Snow Python was taken aback by the sudden change in the expressions of the people from Yin Nual planet. However, it was immediately overjoyed as it thought that its identity had taken effect. It hurriedly nodded and said with a warm smile, "That's right. The Snow Goddess sect is the only sect in the divine realm." Yin Nuashing looked at him and asked, "The people from the Snow Immortal sect are also here. Does that mean that you're also participating in the Taiyuan Grand Gathering?" Of course. The Taiyuan Grand Gathering is not just a simple gathering in the Taiyuan region. It is said that people from the demon world and the monster world will be coming. So many elders of the Snow Immortal sect are here. The sect master is also here. He is on the 3rd floor of the Heaven's Arrival Residence. The Snow Python smiled and nodded. Aye, Yin Nuashing nodded, then looked at him indifferently. Seeing that he seemed to want to say something, he said, "If there is anything, let's talk about it in the grand gathering the day after tomorrow." After he finished speaking, he gently nodded his head. He waved his hand and flew towards the largest pleasure boat in Lin Exion Lake. Behind him, Ziyin and the others also followed. When they left, the Snow Python's companions also followed. Seeing that his face couldn't be any darker, the young man frowned and said indifferently, "Snow Python, you didn't cause any trouble, right?" "No, but young Master Qing, he didn't give you face." The Snow Python said coldly, staring ahead with a gloomy gaze. He took a deep breath, then suddenly exhaled, as if he wanted to spit out the anger in his heart. The young man, called young Master Qing, only glanced at him indifferently. His gaze was fixed in the direction of Yun Nuoxing and the others. When he saw that they had landed on the largest pleasure boat in the lake and were talking with the people inside, his eyes flickered slightly. He seemed to have thought of something and said indifferently, "Snow Python, I suggest that you keep your thoughts to yourself. They are the people who have stepped onto the top floor of the Heaven's arrival residence today." When the Snow Python heard this, his body trembled slightly, and he looked at him in disbelief. When he saw that the young man was staring at one place, he followed his gaze and saw that on the largest pleasure boat, there were a few people standing there. He immediately knew that what the young man said was true. After Yin Nuoxing and the others boarded the largest pleasure boat, they saw many people they didn't know. However, they were chatting with Yao Hua and the others. Their voices were calm, as if they were dealing with him, which made him feel a little confused. This pleasure boat allows the people on the top floor and the second floor of the Heaven's arrival residence to board. When we came up, the people from the 2 courtyards on the second floor were already there. Yao Hua and the others had changed their clothes before they came out, so they couldn't recognize them. That's why they looked like that. They were all trying to get information. Yuanqi explained softly when he saw his confusion. However, the other side forced themselves to come up. For the time being, it's still peaceful. Qinyan also said softly, "Well, it's fine as long as nothing happened. They can handle it themselves." Yin Nuoxing shrugged and found a place to sit down in the corner. On the small island in the middle of the lake, Yin Nuoxing had just sat down when the fairies hidden in the fog finished their dance. Many people started clapping and praising the performance. However, the fog didn't disperse from the beginning to the end. Instead, it became much denser and covered the figures inside. However, the sound of the zither didn't stop. It was quite peaceful and lively. Yin Nuoxing took a sip of tea and looked at the fog below. He sighed softly. Suddenly, he felt 2 pairs of eyes looking at him. He couldn't help but turn around. He saw that Xian and Foam were looking at him with the same action. They were holding their cheeks with their jade-like hands and had stunning smiles on their faces. One on the left and one on the right. Yin Nuoxing's heart felt a little warm. "Little star, don't you drink?" Xian held a wine glass with both hands and handed it to him. A faint aroma of wine lingered in the air. The wine in the celestial restaurant was quite high-end. Just a sniff was enough to make one drunk. The smell entered Yin Nuoxing's nose, causing his handsome face to wrinkle. That sour feeling was enough to torture him to death. Rumble, suddenly, a faint roar sounded in the sky. At first, it didn't sound like much, and they thought it was the sound of the zither. However, as the sound grew louder and louder, it seemed that even the pleasure boat began to shake. The roar echoed in the sky like thunder, as if something was flying over from afar. "Look, the sky!" There were noisy exclamations outside, followed by panicked voices. The commotion outside was naturally noticed by Yin Nuoxing and the others. They hurriedly rushed out of the pleasure boat and raised their heads. Then they saw a row of meteorites. A row of black meteorites falling from the sky. The black meteorites were arranged in a row. There were more than 20 of them, and all of them carried with them a destructive force. They fell from the sky, leaving a long trail of black flames in the sky. The space around the trail exploded. Dozens of black meteorites streaked across the sky and passed over Starfall City. That terrifying force caused everyone in the city to raise their heads. When they saw the row of black meteorites, their expressions changed drastically. The meteorites flew to the end of the horizon, and the flames from the explosion lit up the night sky. After a while, the terrifying explosion swept through the entire Starfall City like a storm. At that moment, many people rushed into the sky and flew out of Starfall City. In an instant, chaos filled the entire Starfall City. Those who wanted to watch naturally included the people on Linshin Lake. Even the people from the major forces couldn't hold back their curiosity and rushed to the place where the meteorites fell. Come back. In the pleasure boat, the 2 groups of people on the second floor had already left. When Yao Hua and the others saw this, they wanted to rush out as well. However, they heard a shout. When they saw Yin Nuoxing staring at them, they knew that the person was calling for them. "What's wrong?" everyone quickly asked. Yin Nuoxing shook his head, then took a deep breath and said, "Those are not meteorites. Don't go and watch." Chapter 567. Since the guests are here, there will naturally be someone to welcome them. It's not our turn to deliver our heads. Puffed. Yin Nuoxing smiled and took a sip from the cup on the table. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he spat out the liquid with a puff. "How is this F***king wine?" Cough, cough. Yin Nuoxing coughed until his handsome face turned red, and he saw stars. He was out of breath, and his lungs were about to be coughed out. "Little star, you're taking my cup." Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She patted his back with her jade hand. This guy was probably used to taking the cups in front of him. If it wasn't his, it was hers, or Feng, hers, or little Yishi's. He didn't care at all. Guests? What guests? Yuanshi held back his laughter, patted his shoulder, and hurriedly asked, "Cough, cough. They're people from the demon world." Phew, when a meteorite flew over my head, I clearly felt that part of my body become active. It made me feel a little uncomfortable, so I know. Yin Nuoxing took a long breath and rolled his eyes at Xian. Then he said, "Moreover, I've felt that unique life force once. I can't be wrong." Everyone was speechless. Last time, he sensed it in the secret realm. At that time, he caught a demon powerhouse. Then what about us? Everyone asked again. Us? Go back to sleep. I think the Divine King and Sister Jean have already gone. After all, we don't want to cause trouble for the 9 divine temples. Or do you want me to use the falling sky strike from here and the netherworld sword from 1,000,000 miles away to take care of all of them? Yin Nuoxing smiled and took a sip of tea. This time, he was finally able to take a sip. His last sentence was a bit of a joke, but everyone rolled their eyes. They all knew that when this guy said this, it meant that he was confident that he could split the person in half with a single sword strike. People from the demon world? I wonder if the people from the demon realm have also arrived. Lei Lang raised his head and let out a long sigh. A burst of thunder and lightning sounded. "Which side will you stand on when the time comes?" Yin Nuoxing looked at them and asked with a faint smile. "We'll follow Phoenix." Unlashine rolled her eyes at him, which made Yin Nuoxing smile. It wasn't that she didn't trust them, she was just asking casually. Yin Nuoxing smiled and raised his cup. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Although they knew that he was drinking tea, they still took their own cups and clinked them. They laughed in unison and said, "Cheers. Drink to your heart's content. It's been a long time since I got drunk." Yuanshi laughed and poured all the wine in the pot into his mouth. A lot of wine fell on his face and clothes. Everyone laughed boldly. Even the girls were drinking freely. Seeing Xian, Feng, and Yishi competing with each other, Yin Nuoxing shuddered. "Hey, brother, you're drinking tea. It doesn't count, it does it. Come on, fill it up. Fill it up." Nightmare took a big gulp and suddenly pointed at Yin Nuoxing and shouted, "Whoosh!" As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes turned to him. Those pairs of eyes that were glowing made Yin Nuoxing feel so scared that his chopsticks fell on the table. That bottle is bigger. It hasn't been opened yet. Just pour it in." Yuanshi shouted and took a pot of wine. He opened it and took a sniff. Then he grinned. His white teeth seemed to be cold. Cough. "You all know that I don't drink. If you want me to drink that, why don't you just slap me until I pass out?" Yin Nuoxing quickly waved his hand, but he saw that Xian and Feng's faces were red. Mei Mao was staring at him with some evil intentions. Slap him until he passes out. Slap him until he passes out. Then make him drunk. Make him drunk. Slap him until he passes out. Xiao Bai, who was sitting on the chair, laughed loudly. His legs were shaking the chair, and his face was red. It was obvious that he was drunk. Don't come over." Seeing that everyone was closing in on him, Yin Nuoxing's handsome face turned pale. He kept retreating. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something. With the last bit of hope, he quickly raised his hands and shouted, "I can't sleep. I can't sleep either." "It's okay. Xian, Xian, and Jingyu are all here. Don't worry, Xing Xing." Feng burped. Her face was so red that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. Her bright and beautiful eyes were in a daze. Why are you all letting go? Resist the urge to get drunk. After a while, Yin Oshing finally escaped from the claws of those demons. He ran to the edge of the boat, sighed, and looked at the shore. At this time, there was no one in the lake. It seemed that everyone had gone to watch the show. Even the beautiful music had stopped. Are they all gone? The people of the demon world have arrived. It seems that the day after tomorrow will not be too peaceful. Looking back, Yin Nuoshing saw that everyone was drunk. He sighed helplessly. He stamped his feet, and a magic array appeared under his feet. He disappeared from the boat with everyone. In the palace, Yin Nuoshing sent them back to their rooms one by one with great difficulty. Only then did he clap his hands and walk back to his room. Just as he sat on his bed, his eyes flickered slightly. He walked to the balcony and opened his evil spirit eye, looking at the place outside the city. As his attainments in array formations increased, the distance he could see with his evil spirit eye also increased. Found it. A few minutes later, he saw the place where the meteorite had landed. Black flames shot up into the sky, turning the entire mountain range into a sea of fire. The rising black smoke filled his entire line of sight. In front of him, there was a group of human masters covering the entire sky. He also saw the Golden Queen and the others on the Yin Nuo star. There were many human masters present, including many high-level gods, but he could not see through their cultivation. He looked around. The wood elements even rushed into his eyes and into the magic array. Yin Nuoshing didn't see anyone in the black smoke, nor did he see any breath of life. He was at a loss. No one. Empty air? Yin Nuoshing was confused, but he still patiently observed. He did feel a wave of vitality, seeing the black flames that soared into the sky burning a mountain range. The sky was filled with black smoke. He really wanted to curse. Can't you put out the fire first? After waiting for 2 hours, there was still no movement. Even Yin Nuoshing was dozing off. It was not until another 2 hours passed that the black fire was about to extinguish that the human clan experts there slowly retreated. This made him very speechless. There were 2 light bulbs around. Was it easy for me? Crack. Suddenly, the sound of a door closing came from behind, startling Yin Nuoshing. He hurriedly closed his evil spirit eye and turned around to see Zi Yin leisurely walking in from the door. The luminous pearls on the wall illuminated her crimson face. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Yin Nuoshing's heart tightened. What's wrong? Yin Nuoshing asked with concern. He hurried over to support the girl so that she wouldn't fall to the ground. Little Xing, Zi Yin shook her head. Her dazed eyes stared blankly at the handsome young man in front of her. A fiery passion surged in her heart, and her breath that was like the fragrance of orchids blew on his face. Don't drink so much, girl. Yin Nuoshing couldn't help but smiled bitterly when he smelled the alcohol. He reached out and carried her to the door. Ziyan's dazed and beautiful eyes saw the door again. She seemed to understand that Yin Nuoshing wanted to send her back to her room. Her jade-like hand quickly patted the door, and then she looked at him again. A trace of clarity flashed through her blurry eyes, but she just opened her small mouth and breathed. Yin Nuoshing stared blankly at the jade-like hand on the door. Then, he laughed bitterly and nodded. He turned around and walked back to the bed. He placed her on the bed and gently covered her with the blanket. Little star. Before Yin Nuoshing could stand up, Ziyan's soft arms wrapped around his neck like a snake, causing him to be startled. An alluring, fragrant wind that carried the smell of wine blew past. After that, a crimson-red face suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes, and a pair of tender and alluring red lips suddenly imprinted themselves on his mouth. Yin Nuoshing's eyes widened in astonishment. His eyeballs trembled slightly. He also felt a small tongue pushing against his teeth. Next time, I'll have to control the amount of alcohol you drink. Yin Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said this in his heart. His handsome face also flushed red. His hands stiffly hugged that hot, tender body as he responded somewhat clumsily. No, he was being taken by Zi Yin. The night was pleasant. Outside the quiet palace, the sound of insects chirping could be heard. The environment was elegant. The clear moonlight fell on the two bodies that were glued to each other like glue. After a long time, Yin seemed to have fallen asleep. Her delicate body softened, and her snake-like, jade-like arms also loosened. Yin Nuoxing also understood. He gently put her down and covered her with a quilt. His colorful eyes looked at Yan's delicate sleeping face. He couldn't help but let out a faint laugh. He touched his feverish face and walked to the balcony to sit down. The clear moonlight shone on his colorful figure. The cool night breeze couldn't calm his restless body. His heart was beating like thunder. Perhaps it was because of the heart of Earth, but his heartbeat was especially loud. "Little star, could it be that you?" Zia's voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Yin Nuoxing was startled. After a moment, he let out a long breath and said, "What? It can't be that you can't do that, right?" Zi seemed to be very surprised as he said something that shocked Yin Nuoxing even more. Countless black lines appeared on his handsome face. "Damn you!" Yin Nuoxing cursed angrily and almost flipped the table over. "I'm really curious. Such an outstanding beauty sent herself to you when she was drunk, waiting for you to pluck her. You actually, could it be because we're in your soul? Do you want us to block it?" Zi exclaimed. Two veins popped out on Yin Nuoxing's forehead. Then he laughed bitterly and said, "If I really didn't have any reaction, then there's really a problem. But no matter what, I'm still a proper young man. Do you know how painful it is for me to hold it in? Then what are you holding it in for? Did that little girl make you hold it in?" Zi was also very angry. Yin Nuoxing fell silent. The redness on his handsome face had yet to fade. He raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky. There seemed to be a wisp of black smoke rising from the distant horizon. Looking at the bright moon, Yin Nuoxing sighed heavily. "Do you know who I am?" Zi was stunned. Wasn't that what the golden figure had said? "How would I know who you are? You're not that stupid little star. Could it be that you have another identity?" Yin Nuoxing shook his head and sighed. "I don't know. It's precisely because I don't know. That's why I'm like this. I won't do anything to Zian, because if I really do that, regardless of whether I accept her in my heart or not, I will force myself to accept her and keep her by my side forever. Now, I'm also trying to change myself. Before I change my own heart, I can't do that. I can't give her an uncertain future," Yin Nuoxing said gently. "Future? I think your future is already very good. Look, you're the successor of the gods. You have the spiritual, godly body, and you have the 9 divine temples behind you. Which girl are you not good enough for? Tell me, who are you not good enough for?" Ziyu was also a little puzzled. She roughly knew where the knot in Yin Nuoxing's heart was. It would probably be very difficult for her to untie it. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He still wanted to say something, but Ziyi interrupted him. "Don't talk about being homeless. She's a girl who has already gone on a trip with you and made the world her home. What are you still dissatisfied with?" Yin Nuoxing was dumbfounded. He really wanted to say this. Chapter 568. The luminous pearls in the room emitted a bright light, making the night seem less dark. Yin Nuoxing sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the girl sleeping on the soft bed. He let out a long sigh filled with complex emotions. After a long time, he looked away, holding a book in his hand that he hadn't read. "Feelings can't be forced. This girl said that she would wait for you for a lifetime. I know about your situation, and because I know, I'm so angry. I want to split your heart and dig it out to see if there's someone hiding inside." Zai said helplessly. "I'm not sure about the chains of the heart, but I've seen some records in a pile of books from the mythological era. I only know that it can seal feelings, but it doesn't say how to break the seal. However, I don't see any seals on your body. Anyway, I'll find a way to solve the problem on your body. As for you, you have to promise me that if you really fall in love one day, you'll hug that girl tightly at once. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Zian didn't stop talking, fighting for Zian. In her opinion, no one was more suitable to be Yin Nuoxing's other half than Zian. He was such a strong lunatic, and it wasn't easy for him to meet someone who could take care of him. How could she let her go just like that? "Yes, I understand." Yin Nuoxing nodded. He would do that even if she didn't say it. Looking at Zian sleeping soundly with a blush on her pretty face, Yin Nuoxing's heart tightened a little. The two of them were very close to each other, so close that he could reach her if he stretched out his hand a little longer. However, this little distance was like a river of stars. They were clearly in front of each other, but they couldn't touch each other. Sometimes, Yin Nuoxing even felt that this girl should be living in his heart. She knew him better than he knew himself, and could always help him at critical moments. However, when he asked himself, he could only smile bitterly. Sometimes, he envied Yuan Shi. He and Yu Xiao liked each other. In the future, he could foresee the two of them getting married. However, he wanted nothing more than to stab a knife into his heart and dig it out. Forget it. As the old saying goes, let time decide everything. Damn it. Morning arrived quietly. It was a comfortable night for Yin Nuoxing. He could only stare blankly in boredom. He couldn't sleep or cultivate. He felt like he could die like a dog. As soon as the first rays of dawn arrived, Yin Nuoxing felt that Princess Jean and the others had returned from the palace hall. He immediately ran down and heard a group of people whispering something. He couldn't help but stretch out his ears, but what he heard was that they were talking about those friends they hadn't seen for a long time, and he was even found out. What happened to the place where the meteorite fell? Yin Nuoxing asked. He didn't see anyone from the Devil Clan appear last night. However, he was very sure that it was definitely someone from the Devil Clan who came. He dared to guarantee it. Princess Jean and the others only shook their heads and sighed. They didn't see anything special. They only thought that it was a row of meteorites that couldn't be more coincidental. However, it was obvious that no one could accept such an explanation. However, they could not accept it. There really wasn't any reaction there. They couldn't say that someone had descended, but had slipped away under the noses of hundreds of high-level gods and hundreds of lord gods, right? Anyway, I'll buy this stock. This is definitely the way the people from the Devil Clan appear. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. All right, I'll believe you. Princess Jean smiled bitterly. She was a little tired after running around for an entire night. Her jade-like hands were massaging her shoulders. Upon seeing this, Yin Nuoxing ran over and gently massaged her shoulders. Wow, the little god is massaging you personally. I'm afraid you're the only one in the 9 god temples who has such treatment. The great elder of the fire god temple looked at this scene and was a little speechless. Little brother, I want one too. The empress moved closer to Princess Jean and smiled as she winked at Yin Nuoxing. Yin Nuoxing's face was filled with black lines. Were all of you god emperor experts made of water? After messing around in the palace for more than 2 hours, the sky was completely bright. Starfall City began to blossom with its own prosperity again. Even in the heaven-facing residence, there were gradually people coming out to move around. Princess Jean and the others gave a long yawn and said that they needed to rest for a while. They walked towards their rooms one after another, leaving Yin Nuoxing alone in the main hall. Thinking of the group of drunk people dancing wildly last night, Yin Nuoxing sighed helplessly and looked at them one by one. In addition to seeing a bunch of weird sleeping postures, he also had to cover them with the quilts that had been kicked off long ago. Xian, Feng Er, and Yishi were also unconscious. All right, since none of them are awake, I'll go out by myself. Yin Nuoxing was helpless. He stood at the entrance of the palace and took out a white mask that only covered the right side of his face. It had golden patterns and trimmed edges. After putting on the mask, he used the divine mirror of light to look at himself. Then he nodded. This mask was obtained from an eternal weapon and was found in the palace of the gods. It could conceal one's aura and prevent prying. Just by looking at this mask, one could tell that it had an extraordinary aura. It was noble and imposing. When he returned to his room, he saw that Xian was still sleeping. He used a flame to carve a line of words beside the bed, telling them that he had gone out. If there was anything, they could contact him through the Jade Scroll. His figure flashed and disappeared from the palace. He went straight to the busiest street. When he descended from the sky, he gave the people around him a shock. With colorful hair, a golden mask, and a noble aura, one could tell that he was a strange person at first glance. This could be seen from the surrounding people who looked at him as if he was a bad person. However, after putting on the mask, Yin Nuoxing didn't care about other people's gazes. It was as if he was wearing a hat and could ignore other people's gazes. It's probably a psychological effect. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and wandered aimlessly on the street. However, he realized that even though Zian and the others weren't around, there were still many people looking at him. Apart from the fact that his attire was a little strange, there seemed to be other gazes among them as well. Sure enough, I'm very handsome too. Seeing those love-struck gazes, Yin Nuashing laughed contentedly in his heart. He casually ate breakfast in a breakfast shop. When the owner saw Yin Nuashing's attire, he praised him a little. He was also bored, so he started chatting casually. "Young man, are you also here to participate in the Taiyuan Grand Gathering?" The owner was about 30 years old. His cultivation level was at the quasi-mortal level. He was an honest man with a muscular body. He wore a red headscarf on his head, blue clothes, and a white apron. He was sweating all over. If Yin Nuashing didn't see him steaming buns here, he would have thought that he was a blacksmith. Onlookers, onlookers. The Taiyuan Grand Gathering is such a big event. Basically, everyone in the cultivation world is very interested in it. I'm no exception. Yin Nuashing smiled and stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth. He said vaguely, "But there's still one day left. I'm a little bored, so I came out for a walk." "Bored? Young man, why don't you take a look at the side? There are a lot of buildings near the lake, such as an arena, a coliseum, and a place to watch people fight and bet. Sometimes I also go there to pass time. 1 silver coin can buy me a day. If you're bored, you can also take a look. It's just 2 streets behind here." The owner laughed. "Sure, I'll take a look later. Give me 2 more steamers of steamed buns and 2 omelets. Don't coriander, add more onions." Yin Nuashing stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth and shouted again. Okay. After leaving the breakfast shop, Yin Nuashing bought a bag of snacks along the way. He also had a rice ball in his hand. As a devil-level cultivator, it was very difficult for him to be full from eating ordinary food. The food would be broken down into tiny amounts of energy as soon as it entered his stomach. 2 streets away, Yin Nuashing ate the rice ball and turned 2 corners before he remembered where the lake was. If he turned around now, he could still see the very tall heaven-facing residence. Bang! As soon as he walked out of the alley, Yin Nuashing identified the direction and suddenly felt something hit his chest. He staggered back a few steps, causing the rice ball in his hand to fly out. However, he still tightly grasped the bag of snacks. When he saw the rice ball drawing a perfect arc in the sky, his eyes narrowed, and he directly opened a formation array to send the rice ball back to his hand. If Yishi saw this scene, she would most likely scold him to death. He used a noble formation array to protect a rice ball. Ouch, ouch, ouch! A voice came from in front of him. Only then did Yin Nuashing lower his head to take a look. He did not know when a girl had appeared in front of him. She was wearing a long white dress, floating and moving. She had a small and exquisite figure, long and slender legs. Her fine black hair stretched over her small waist and fell to her calves, almost reaching her heels. Her round and delicate face was somewhat beautiful. She was only 17 or 18 years old and already had a face that could cause the downfall of a country. When she grew up, she would definitely be a femme fatale, the kind that could cause the downfall of a country and cause suffering to the people. What kind of ancient scam is this? When he saw the girl, Yin Nuashing's face darkened. He calmly took a bite of the rice ball in his mouth. The girl's eyes suddenly widened. Her bright eyes were soul-stirring, but one could see that she was a little mischievous. When she saw Yin Nuashing looking at her indifferently, her jade-like nose twitched. Then, a bright light surged in her eyes, and she suddenly pounced on the ladder. "Smells so good. There's food." When he saw the girl staring straight at him, the bag in his hand, Yin Nuashing was stunned. He stretched the bag forward, then felt that his hand was empty. When he looked back, he saw the girl grabbing all kinds of snacks in the bag and stuffing them into her hand. She wolfed them down as if she had been hungry for tens of thousands of years. "Young miss, young miss." In the distance, there was a group of people dressed in black running towards the direction of Yin Nual planet. They kept calling out for Miss, which made him a little surprised. Could this girl, who was eating in such a sorry state, be the child of some big family? But she shouldn't look like she had been hungry for tens of thousands of years, right? When the girl, who was crying bitterly, while eating, heard the call. Her whole body quivered, and she quickly jumped up. When she saw that the black-robed people were panting and chasing after her, she quickly screamed and hid behind Yin Nuashing. She casually wiped her rosy little mouth with her jade-like hand, pointed at those people, and screamed in horror, "Big brother, save me. There are bad people there. Aren't they your family members?" Yin Nuashing glanced at her indifferently. What kind of drama was this? "They are bad people, very bad people. They always catch me and lock me up in a small dark room. They don't give me good food and drink. Every day, those hateful bad people stuff me with disgusting things that are as disgusting as mud." The girl grabbed onto Yin Nuashing's sleeve. Her big watery eyes immediately became watery, and she couldn't stop crying as she complained. "I see that you are very energetic now. You don't look like you've been locked up for tens of thousands of years." Yin Nuashing shook his head helplessly. He didn't really want to care about this anyway. His food was even being robbed. "Young miss." The group of black-robed people finally ran in front of Yin Nuashing. They pressed their hands on their knees and panted. Large droplets of sweat dripped onto the ground. He couldn't help but sympathize with them. It must be very painful to take care of this little ancestor. "Big brother, run. They're here to catch you." The girl suddenly grinned like a little fox. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. Her jade-like hand grabbed onto Yin Nuashing's wrist and ran away. "Bastard, let go of young miss. Young miss, young miss. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying." Chapter 569. From the moment the men in black appeared in front of him, panting, to the moment the girl pulled him and started running, it only took a second. Yin Nuashing was pulled so hard that he quickly started running, but he didn't try to break free. Since he was out to relax, he could relax however he wanted, as long as he didn't get involved in any trouble in the end. The girl in white grabbed him and ran all over the place, quickly shaking off the men in black. At this moment, she was curled up in the small alley, panting heavily. She couldn't help but use her snow-white sleeves to wipe the fragrant sweat on her forehead. Yin Nuashing was still thinking about the snacks that she had eaten. He thought for a moment, then walked outside. Big brother, where are you going?" When the girl saw him turn around and leave, she quickly jumped up and appeared in front of him in a flash. She looked at him with a grin and said, "Big brother, help me to the end. Don't leave me here. It seems like you're always the one pulling me and running." Yin Nuashing looked at her helplessly. "Hee, big brother, you're so handsome. You're so handsome even when you're wearing a mask. You're so mysterious. You're tens of thousands of times more handsome than those ugly people in my family," the girl said with a grin as she tugged on his sleeve. Mei Mao stared at his face nonstop. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and looked outside. He reached out and grabbed her little hand, then pulled her outside. "Wah, wah, wah. Big brother, don't sell me out. Sob, sob, sob. I don't want to go into the little dark room." When she saw Yin Nuashing dragging her outside, the girl in white's pretty face immediately collapsed. Her bright eyes became misty, and she looked like she was about to cry. Yin Nuashing was speechless. He turned around, clenched his fist, and put a hat on her head. Then he sighed and said, "Is this okay?" Grabbing the hat with her jade-like hand, the girl revealed a row of white teeth and said with a smile, "Thank you, big brother." The repeated calls made Yin Nuashing a little absent-minded. He seemed to have an adopted sister. When he was still in the Qin family, she followed him like a little shadow. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. If little Qin Yu had grown up, she should be about the same age as the girl in front of him. Although she looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, he estimated that she was around 20 years old. "Your name?" Yin Nuashing tapped the mask lightly and changed its appearance. There was even an additional piece of wing-like pattern. Yin Nuashing let her out and asked casually, "Hee, my name is Ji Wenyu, but I don't like this name. Everyone calls me Yuer. Big brother, you can call me Yuer too. What's big brother's name?" The girl smiled, and her eyes curved into crescents. Yin Nuashing thought for a while and said, "My surname is Yun, and my name is Nuashing. Yin Nuashing, brother Yun. This name is very impressive." Yuer wrinkled her little nose, then giggled and said, "By Yun, Nguyen, Xing Chun. Brother Yun's names are not bad. They are much better than mine. Yuer is wrong. Bai Yun and Nguyen are correct. However, it's not Xing Chun, it's Xing Chun. Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly. This was probably the true meaning of his name. Why? I think Xing Chun is very good. It illuminates the sky and the starry sky. Being dazzling is the condition that life depends on for survival. It prevents the sky from turning dark. Xing Chun only shines for a moment. Yuer blinked her Mei Mao and looked at Yin Nuoxing curiously. That's right. Yin Nuoxing smiled casually. He didn't pursue the matter and changed the topic. I'll bring Yuer to eat. What? Okay, I want to eat delicious food. Yuer immediately threw the Xing Chun and Xing Chun to the side. Her eyes instantly lit up. She grabbed Yin Nuoxing's arm and ran out of the alley. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Yuer wandered the streets with Yuer. They ate from one end of the street to the other end of the street. During this time, they even saw the black-clothed man who was searching everywhere. He didn't even recognize them when he ran past them. This made Yuer laugh secretly. During this time, Yin Nuoxing saw Yuer take a fancy to an exquisite accessory. Just as he was about to pay for it, Yuer slapped a gold card on the table. He thought that he had enough money, but he didn't even have enough to pay for it. In the end, Yin Nuoxing paid for it. Other than buying this small accessory, he also bought many other accessories. The accessories in this shop weren't ordinary items. They were all above the magic level. Yin Nuoxing was a little shocked by the price. However, it was still within his acceptable range. Even if he bought 10,000 of them, he would only lose a strand of hair. He was just a little shocked when he saw the high price. Of course, he wasn't interested in the magic level items. However, he felt that these small trinkets were quite beautiful. He thought that Zian, Fenger, and the others would like them, so he bought them. Seeing Yuer hugging the bracelets so happily, as if she had obtained the whole world, Yin Nuoxing also had some doubts in his heart. He did not know which family this pure and innocent girl was from. The value of the gold car that had just been auctioned was actually not small, but the things here were extravagant decorations in the eyes of ordinary people. As they strolled around, they arrived at the arena that the shop owner had just mentioned. The two of them were still holding a bunch of snacks. Seeing the moving heads in front of them, Yin Nuoxing had no choice but to put the food into the pendant. He held Yuer's small hand so that she wouldn't get lost in this sea of people. The arena was very large. The largest arena was thousands of feet long and wide, while the smallest arena was 1 to 200 feet long. The onlookers were watching from the high platforms on both sides. In the center of the two high platforms, there were a few people in charge of betting. After understanding the rules of the arena and the relative matters, they watched the match. The two people fought on the arena until one of them died or surrendered. When they saw that one of them was killed, Yin Nuoxing wanted to leave with Yuer. It was better to avoid such a bloody and violent scene. However, Yuer was very interested in the match. She started to shout and shout with a group of people. This made Yin Nuoxing forget to take her away. Instead, he felt sorry for her throat. After watching for a while, he still felt that it wasn't enough and wanted to place a bet. In the end, he still used the gold card to bet on a person that Yin Nuoxing didn't think highly of. In the end, he lost. Occasionally, the people in the arena would take out some good items. If anyone was interested in gambling, they would have to pay 1/10 of the price of the items and sign up. The person who won in the end would get the item. During this period, the arena took out a demigod-level weapon. There were no less than 100 people who placed bets. Based on the results, the arena was definitely profitable. The match lasted for 4 hours from the beginning to the end. Seeing a man excitedly put away the demigod-level weapon, Yin Nuoxing also left with Yuer. Brother Yin, why didn't you go down and fight? Brother Yin is so handsome. If he wins, he will definitely charm everyone. Yuer hugged Yin Nuoxing's arm and giggled all the way. Brother Yin, I heard that there are many scary places in the outside world. What about forbidden zones? Do they really exist? Brother Yin, what color is the sky at night? Sometimes, Yuer would ask about things that almost everyone knew. She seemed to know nothing about this world, which made Yin Nuoxing very suspicious of her identity. However, We thought about how she said that she was locked up in a small black room and didn't know these things. It seemed to make sense. In any case, he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. After going around in circles, they unknowingly went around Lynn Exine Lake. They went into every shop to take a look. They ate, drank, and played around. They even deliberately walked a distance to go boating on Lynn Exine Lake. Ha! Little star, where did you kidnap another little Lolita? Suddenly, a meaningful voice sounded out from behind him, causing Yun Nuashing to be startled. He turned around and saw that Yuan she had appear behind him without him knowing when. You can recognize me like this? Yun Nuashing touched his mask and was a little surprised. I can see your shiny hair from 10 miles away. Yuan she rolled his eyes and turned to look at Yuer. After he appeared, the latter hid behind Yun Nuashing and looked at him with vigilance, as if he was a bad guy. Yuer, this is Yuan Shi, my friend. Yun Nuashing introduced him. Yuer looked at Yuan Shi with her big bright eyes, and even took 2 steps back. Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. When she first saw him, she wasn't so vigilant. It could be said that she wasn't vigilant at all. Yuan Shi isn't a bad guy. He won't take you back to the little dark room, Yun Nuashing said with a smile. Oh, Yuer nodded gently when she heard this. She grabbed Yun Nuashing's windbreaker and hid half of her body behind him. After a long while, she carefully stuck out half of her head and looked at Yuan Shi, saying, Big brother Yuan. Yuan Shi looked at Yun Nuashing in surprise and smiled meaningfully. Could this guy be a little Lolita killer? As expected of the number 1 Lulicon in his heart. Ahem, you're thinking too much. I didn't kidnap her. She brought her here. I'm also very curious about who this little girl is. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and sent a voice transmission. Yuan Shi's smile became even more ambiguous when he heard this. He nodded at Yuer, then looked at Yun Nuashing and said, All right, big Lulicon. I won't be a third wheel. However, you have to be careful not to go overboard. You should know that 3 years my ass. Yun Nuashing roared and sent a slap over. However, Yuan Shi dodged it with a laugh. Nightmare and the others are still asleep. I just came out for a walk. Don't worry, there's no need to kneel on the bedboard. Yuan Shi laughed loudly and sent a voice transmission. Then, he drifted away, causing Yun Nuashing to grit her teeth. Yun Nuashing turned around when she saw Yuan Shi disappear. When she saw Yuer lowering her head and muttering to herself, she could not help but ask, Yuer, the smell on Big Brother Yuan's body doesn't smell good. It doesn't smell as good as Brother Yun's. Yuer lowered her head and held her hat as she muttered. Smell? Yun Nuashing was stunned. She raised her arm and sniffed under her armpit, then sniffed her body. However, she did not smell anything special. She looked a little confused. Smell? Yuder grinned and grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand. She placed it under her nose and took a deep breath. Then, a hint of joy and comfort appeared on her pretty face. She giggled and said, Brother Yun's smell is very fragrant. Yun Nuashing was even more confused. She raised her hand and sniffed her palm again. All right, it smelled like rice balls because he saw an acquaintance on Lynn Exine Lake. Yun Nuashing planned to sneak away. It felt as if he was doing something shameful in secret. They wandered around Star Fall City for a long time until night fell. When the crimson moonlight descended from the sky, Yuer was so happy that she jumped up and down. Mei Mao looked at the beautiful night sky with a deep infatuation in her eyes. Yun Nuashing wanted to take her to the clouds to see the even more gorgeous moonlight. However, Yuer suddenly stopped in her tracks. The space between her eyebrows was flashing. Brother Yun, father asked me to go back. Yuer pointed at the light between her eyebrows and grinned. Do you want me to send you back? Yun Nuashing nodded. Yuer smiled gently. Then, she shook her head and said, I can go back by myself. Yuer is not a child. That's right. You're not a child. You're a big child. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. Brother Yun, will we meet again in the future? Where can I find you if I want to come out and play with you in the future? Yuer stood on her tiptoes. Her beautiful face was almost touching Yun Nuashing's face. Mei Mao's eyes shone brightly as she carefully observed Yun Nuashing. We'll have a chance to meet again. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. However, he secretly despised himself. This is probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He doesn't even live in Starfall City. Ewer smiled sweetly when she heard this. Her delicate face was set off by the crimson moonlight. It was very moving. She nodded and smiled sweetly. I also think that I can meet Brother Yun again. Yin Nuashing was stunned. When he came back to his senses, Ewer had already run off into the distance. Then, she stopped and waved vigorously at him under the moonlight. Mei Mao then threw a flirtatious glance at Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and waved back. What a strange girl. Yin Nuashing chuckled as he watched the delicate figure under the moonlight walk further and further away. Then, he turned around and walked towards the celestial residence. Chapter 570. The crimson crescent moon hung high in the sky, and the faint moonlight shone on the palace on the top floor of the celestial residence. The Platinum Palace was like a gem, reflecting the crimson light. The surroundings were quiet, and only the sounds of insects echoed in the mountains. The palace was dark, and there was no sign of life at all. Yin Nuashing checked the rooms one by one. In the end, she saw that everyone was sleeping, and she was still wandering outside. He lit up the crystal in the palace alone, walked around the palace, and lay upside down on the sofa. He almost hung himself on the crystal lamp on the ceiling. After 2 hours, she also finished wandering around and came back. He was shocked to see Yin Nuashing hanging upside down on the ceiling. Seeing that he came back, Yin Nuashing also came down from the ceiling and made a pot of tea. He smiled and said, "Nothing, I was bored to death." "You can't sleep or cultivate. It must have been hard on you." She took a sip of tea and looked at him sympathetically. "I can still cultivate my soul and spirit, but I'm stuck at the threshold of the demigod level. I can't cultivate in the future because I haven't reached the level yet." Yin Nuashing stacked the cups into the shape of a pyramid. Then, she slowly poured the pot of tea from the top. "But I can't cultivate either." She smiled bitterly. "All right, where's the little girl? Didn't you bring her back?" "She went back." Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. "Finished?" She laughed. "Dirty." The next morning, 2 rays of morning light crossed the horizon, passed through countless tall buildings, and finally shone into the palace. It shone on the 2 people who had been sitting and drinking tea the whole night. It's about to start, the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. I can feel a lot of auras. The morning sun woke everyone up. Yin Nuashing looked at the sun outside the palace. They could see many souls roaming between heaven and earth. They could see many people appearing from the streets and alleys. Then, they all flew toward the villa beside the celestial residence. They should be waking up soon, right? She scratched his head. Yin Nuashing nodded and looked up at the ceiling. Then, he took a deep breath and said, "I'll roar, and you'll take the blame." She was stunned. "Huh." Just as he was stunned, Yin Nuashing roared. The roar, which carried a spiritual impact, resounded throughout the palace. It shook the air, and Shi quickly covered his ears. This roar shocked everyone in the palace to the point that they jumped up from their beds. Curses came from the ceiling, and a monstrous resentment caused the 2 of them to shrink their necks. "I'll go check Yin." Yuns and another. Yin, and yin of yin. After another 2 hours, the sky was completely bright. Only then did everyone gather in the main hall. Let's cut to the chase. The Taiyuan Grand Gathering will be held in the Jiyuan Villa next door. You should be familiar with this name. The Golden Princess yawned and led her people outside. Jiyuan Villa. Yin Nuashing was stunned. Of course, he was familiar with it. He had seen it once in Yuyan City. He also went to the Jiyuan Pavilion and saw the strange girl who took out a chess piece. It was the black chess piece with the word King engraved on it. It was also there that he met Xueqing and the others. Us old guys will definitely gather together. As for you guys, Little Star will lead the team anyway. Just be careful. Princess Jean waved her hand and quickly passed the responsibility to Yin Nuashing. The latter nodded helplessly. He was the one who was in charge, just like a butler. Be careful. This time, the chief family will definitely be there. The 12-star palaces, Sacred Weapon Palace, and so on will definitely be there. Blood cannot be spilled in the Gun villa. You were just lucky last time. Jin Jinwang looked at Yun Nuoxing's indifferent expression and couldn't help but remind him. It's okay. They definitely can't even recognize me now. Yun Nuoxing smiled and put the mask back on his face. Then, he waved his dazzling long hair, causing everyone to smile bitterly. His hair was dyed in 7 different colors. Even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Xian and the others had never seen the Jiyuan villa before. Yun Nuoxing patiently explained to them what had happened at that time. He didn't mention anything about going to the Jiyuan pavilion again. Feng and Little White stubbornly refused to enter his soul and insisted on walking out in their human forms. There were also 2 people who were not afraid of trouble. Yun Nuoxing couldn't do anything about it. Inside the Jiyuan villa, a faint energy mist lingered. There was a large bamboo forest inside and outside the villa. Unlike the Jiyuan villa in Yuyan City, the villa here was built in a space array. The actual size was much larger than what it looked like from the outside. The scenery was beautiful, like a paradise. Now, experts from all over the world had rushed over and were all present. Yun Nuoxing's group was considered to be a group of people who had arrived late. It was a grand event in name and in reality. Yun Nuoxing saw 3 old acquaintances. He only knew them: Qi Haoyu, the divine son of the Qi family, He Jiao, and Qing Xian, the divine son of the Qinghai Palace. He did not know any of the divine sons, divine daughters, or divine sons, 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 divine sons. Divine sons, 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 and of course, even if he didn't know him, it didn't mean that others didn't know him. Along the way, Yao Hua, Yuan Shi, and the others were whispering to Yun Nuoxing, telling him who he was, which family he was from, which family he was from, which family he was from, and which family he was from. The 9 Deities Hall is here. The appearance of Yun Nuoxing's group immediately caused a sensation. He also saw many powerful figures rushing over. When he saw the lineup of this group, he couldn't help but gasp. There were dozens of emperor gods. Were they here to participate in the grand event or to fight? Son of Light, young master of the Yuan family. Why is the goddess of the Qin family with them? Where's the spiritual divine physique? Why didn't the spiritual divine physique come? The young master of the Yuan family traveled with the spiritual divine physique in the divine realm. Why didn't the young master of the Yuan family come? The spiritual divine physique offended many people in the divine prefecture. I'm afraid he went into hiding. That masked man, which expert from the 9 Deities Hall, is he? Why haven't I heard of him? The trouble caused by Yun Nuo planet was also dug up when this group of people appeared. Although he had disappeared from the eyes of the world for a long time, it only took a small trigger to pull everyone's memories back, to pull back to the ghost Qi forest a few years ago, to pull back to the things that happened in Lihuan City. Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked at the experts all over the place. The number of experts was enough to make many people tremble. He couldn't help but sigh. This Taiyuan grand event could attract so many experts with just a few pieces of paper. No one recognized you. Yuanshi looked at Yun Nuoxing in surprise and transmitted his voice with a smile. Everyone nodded. It was indeed difficult to recognize him. The last time the world saw Yun Nuoxing was in the ghost forest. It had been a few years since then. Yun Nuoxing's appearance had changed greatly. Although his face didn't change much, the half-mask on his face made his temperament different. He was very mysterious. Everyone thought he was a mysterious expert from the 9 Deities Hall. Dong. Suddenly, the earth seemed to tremble. A demonic aura soared into the sky, startling everyone. They quickly turned their gazes and saw a group of young men and women in front of Yun Nuoxing and the others, blocking the path of Yun Nuoxing and the others. This group of people still had some characteristics of monstrous beasts that had yet to fade from their bodies. In addition to the monstrous aura that soared into the sky, Even if they did not say anything, one would know that they were members of the monstrous clan. Moreover, all of them had powerful auras, and all of them had strength above the divine underworld realm. Demon clan, people from the demon realm, everyone exclaimed. The demon realm was independent of the divine realm. It was in a perfect spatial world. There were rumors that the gate of the demon realm had opened in the southern plains of the divine land. Everyone was a little afraid of this powerful existence that had formed a world of its own. The demon realm was the same as the demon world. They weren't in the divine realm. Instead, they opened up a new world in the void. It was very similar to a small world, but different from a subworld. The demon realm had been in conflict with the divine realm for generations. They had fought many wars, big and small. However, in general, the demon realm hadn't completely separated from the divine realm. The gate of the demon realm had always been in the southern plains. It was just that it had reopened some time ago. What's wrong? Yin Nuashing asked calmly. Whether it was temperament or appearance, this group of young men and women were top-notch. They were very outstanding existences. Perhaps their clans weren't simple either. The people from the demon realm didn't answer him. Their eyes were fixed on Feng and Little White, who were beside him. Suddenly, a man and a woman stepped out. With a light wave of their palms, the surging demonic aura turned into huge demonic beasts. They rushed towards Yin Nuashing and the others. Or rather, they rushed towards Feng, and Little White. Feng, and Little White also acted decisively. They could feel that the aura had locked onto them. The other party was coming for them. Bang! Whitey sneered and took a step forward. It looked at the two of them with disdain. It stretched out its small palm and snapped its fingers. A strange fluctuation spread out and reverberated between heaven and earth. Then the demonic beasts formed by the demonic chi suddenly exploded one by one and disappeared. Even their auras couldn't reach within 10 meters of them. Power suppression. This little white tiger is really something. Z couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. Yin Nuashing's eyes also flickered, but he didn't know what she meant by power suppression. It's godly power. The reason why the 4 mythological beasts have such a high status and are called the 4 mythological beasts among all the mythological beasts is because they were born with godly positions. Although that little white tiger is only at the divine realm, it can already control the weak godly power flowing in its body very well, Z explained. Feng Er's delicate body flashed. With the help of the light element, she appeared in front of the woman who walked out in an instant. Her white jade hand suddenly slapped out. Waves of crimson pink flames wrapped around her white jade hand. Wherever the palm wind passed, the space was cut open by the blazing palm. The demonic woman, Mei Mao, was a little surprised. That seemingly fragile jade hand was so powerful that it could split open the void. She naturally wouldn't underestimate her opponent. She gently flicked her delicate hand in her sleeve, and the space fluctuated slightly. Condensed. The space around her was suddenly confined, causing Feng Er's pretty face to tremble slightly. However, her expression didn't change. That palm was still rapidly slapping down, as if the confined space didn't affect her at all. When the woman saw that her movements were not restricted at all, the speed of her palm became much faster. A faint golden light flowed, causing her expression to become sluggish. She hurriedly raised her jade-like hand and slapped it against Feng Er's jade-like hand. Boom! The surrounding space suddenly exploded, and crimson pink flames exploded like a wave of fire. The monstrous flames soared into the sky, burning the space to the point that it collapsed. Moreover, there seemed to be a series of muffled groans that could be heard. A beautiful figure hurriedly rushed out from the sea of flames, causing everyone to quickly turn their gazes. When they focused their eyes, they saw that the person who flew out was the woman from the demonic world. Her robes were somewhat charred, and there were even large holes in many places due to the flames. There was even a hole in her chest. Her sparkling skin was exposed to the air, and there was a hint of spring. You also know the power of space? The woman steadied herself. Mei Mao looked at the sea of flames in surprise. There, a beautiful figure stepped out of the sea of flames. The crimson pink Mei Mao seemed to be burning with a substantial fire, just like the god of fire. Fulmer didn't speak. The divine beast talent gave her a very powerful ability. She also knew many methods that were supposed to be used by the human clan. In particular, she had a soul contract with Yin Nuashing. She could use the latter's methods and energy, but she could only use her own strength. The power of space was naturally within this category. However, not everyone from the demonic world could use the power of space. Bang! On the other side, Little White and the man from the demonic world were also engaged in a fierce battle. In the space, the two figures were almost invisible. Everyone could only hear the muffled sounds of collision one after another, and the sky was filled with explosive energy ripples. Compared to Feng who caught the woman underestimating her opponent, Little White was basically fighting a tough battle. The man from the demonic world was a demon emperor, which was 2 realms higher than Little White, who was a heavenly demon. Why do I feel that Little White is playing? However, Yin Nuashing used her evil spirit eye to see the battle between the two, especially when she saw that Little White was obviously at ease. Her handsome face couldn't help but twitch. Buzz! Sure enough, just as Yin Nuashing's voice fell, a ray of moonlight suddenly fell from the sky and fell on the 2 people who were fighting rapidly. Then, the man from the demonic world suddenly trembled and stopped. This made his expression change dramatically. In a great battle, this moment of stagnation was absolutely fatal. Little White also seized this moment. In the center of its small palm, a palm-sized, moon-shaped handprint appeared. Then, it was fiercely imprinted on the man's chest. The muffled sound of the collision caused everyone to shrink their heads back. The moon-shaped handprint had directly slammed into the defenseless man's body, wildly releasing a destructive force that caused his face to turn red. A mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out as his body was sent flying backwards. Complete suppression. After all, the Tiger King and the Phoenix King suppression on us is absolute. Those little bastards are still too inexperienced. The Tiger King's instantaneous suppression of the bloodline and soul spirit caused the little bastard to be unable to muster up any defense. He was slapped directly, Thunderwolf said softly. The other people from the demonic world frowned when they saw that their 2 companions had been defeated so miserably. 2 of them looked at each other for a moment, then walked out again and pounced towards Feng, and Little White. Enough. People from the demonic world can't be so presumptuous. Our king's noble status is not something that you can casually challenge. Lei Lang roared. That rough tone of his caused everyone to be shocked. Then, a terrifying energy swept across the heavens and the earth. The 2 people who had just rushed out were stunned. Demon Emperor. Chapter 571. Thunder Wolf Demon Emperor's aura howled, stirring up a terrifying thunderstorm. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they looked at the people from the 9 divine temples in disbelief. Why is the demon race so close to the people from the 9 divine temples? A mid-tier demon emperor, after the battle was interrupted by Thunderwolf's roar, Feng and Whitey returned in a flash and appeared beside Yin Nuashing. The people from the demon realm also stood up straight and looked at Yin Nuashing and the others with sharp eyes. Even though there was no demon emperor in their group, they were not afraid in the face of dozens of emperor gods. Let's go. Among the people from the demon realm, there was a man who was particularly outstanding. He did not have any characteristics of a demon beast. His eyes were calm, as if the defeat of 2 of his companions did not affect him at all. He did not move from the beginning to the end, and only now did he speak softly. Hearing this person speak, the others could only look at Feng, and Whitey unwillingly, and then followed closely behind. He probably felt that Feng, and Whitey were not ordinary and wanted to rope them in. Fortunately, the 2 of you did not unleash your aura. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy today. Yin Nuashing looked at the people from the demon realm who left and sighed softly. After he finished speaking, Yin Nuashing suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him, causing him to be taken aback. He turned around and saw Feng Er staring at him with her beautiful eyes. She didn't say anything, but her eyes seemed to have said it all. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. There were so many people watching, but he still stretched out his hand and rubbed Feng Er's head. He smiled and said, "Well done." The onlookers slowly dispersed when they saw that there was no more conflict between the two sides. Some people who admired the people from the 9 divine temples stayed behind. Qi Haoyu, Qi Yu, Qi Wei. Old acquaintances. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. However, those people's eyes were filled with doubt. Clearly, they didn't recognize him and were only suspicious. Other than the old acquaintances, there are also new guests. Look at the one in the middle with a half-dead face, as if everyone owes him a few hundred million. The Golden Princess smiled and transmitted her voice. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing turned her gaze slightly and saw the person in front of Qi Wei and the others. He seemed to have a sour expression on his face. She sent a telepathic message. Could this person be the Prince Qi that Sister Jean mentioned? Smart. The Golden Princess laughed. Qi Wei and the others stared at the people from the 9 divine temples below. They were more or less afraid. Since they did not see the spiritual, godly physique, they could not find fault with them. As for the 12-star palaces, the 3 people who had hunted Yin Nuoxing in the ghost forest did not dare to come out. Even if their eternal weapons were broken, they did not dare to show up. At this time, they were secretly observing the situation in a corner of the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. I'm afraid the spiritual godly physique won't dare to come. The Taiyuan Grand Gathering was really grand. Countless people had come to the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. All the experts from the God world had gathered here. Later on, Yin Nuoxing and the others also saw many people from the Demon Clan. However, other than the first few people who were called people from the Demon Clan, those who came later did not seem to be called that. Now, the most discussed thing was whether the spiritual godly physique would come or not. Then, they talked about the young experts today. The people around Yin Nuoxing were all mentioned. I'm afraid they're all blind. They can't even recognize this shiny roof. Yuanshi could not help but laugh and transmit his voice. Yin Nuoxing was angry when he received the unanimous approval of the crowd. Later on, the Golden Empress and the others left, saying that they were going to see an old friend. Although they left, there was still Lei Lang and Lachine and the others here. There was no need to worry about any accidents. If there were any accidents, there was still a human bomb. Yuan Shi and the others were very relieved. However, when these young experts who were known as the strongest young experts gathered together, there would most likely be some sparks. Seeing Yao Hua rubbing his fists and palms together, Yin Nuoxing also rubbed his palms and said, "Which category should I be classified into? Lunatic. Monster among lunatics." Yuan Shi and the others saw that he seemed to have the intention to participate and were scared pale. "Big Gua, you should rest well," the group sighed as they walked, but when they saw the silver-blue light gathering in Yin Nuoxing's palms, they quickly shut up and broke out in cold sweat. "Xiao Xiao." After walking for a while, Yuan Shi's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had seen a supreme treasure. A touch of longing and gentleness surged on his handsome face, causing the others to be stunned. Following his gaze, they saw that in front of them, there was a misty mist surrounded by birds and fragrant flowers. There was a celestial lake emitting a faint light, and ancient bamboos and trees were growing on the shore. And at the quiet lakeside, a group of fairies in white stood quietly. The woman at the front was wearing a white dress that fluttered in the wind, untainted by a speck of dust. She was like a fairy from heaven, untainted by the common populace. "I've seen my lover." Yin Nuoxing turned her head and saw Yuan Shi's excited look. She could not help but laugh, and also lifted her feet and walked over. Under the ancient tree by the celestial lake, a few people were quietly watching. The branches of the ancient tree were very clean, as if it had just grown out. There was a faint light flickering on it, and it was at least 1,000 meters tall, stretching towards the sky. It was rooted by the celestial lake, lush and verdant, and its branches and leaves spread out like a giant umbrella, holding up the sky. Rustle, rustle. The soft sound of footsteps caused the few people under the tree to move slightly. They gently turned around, only to see a man in white slowly walking over. His handsome face was filled with a warm and peaceful smile, while his eyes were filled with tenderness. The woman in white slowly turned around, her bright eyes gently focused on the young man in front of her. When she saw the dull smile on the latter's face, she suddenly could not help but smile sweetly. The smile that suddenly bloomed was like a flower of the night, releasing a shocking beauty in an instant, causing the sunlight and the celestial lake to lose their splendor. With light steps, the picturesque girl arrived in front of Yuan Shi. She extended her pure, white, jade-like hand and gently caressed Yuan Shi's dull face. The usually quiet Mei Mao finally had a moving ripple at this moment. Big brother Yuan Shi. The girl gently parted her red lips. A soft and crisp voice softly sounded, gently caressing Yuan Shi's heart, causing him to involuntarily part his mouth and laugh foolishly. Due to the excitement in his heart, his body actually trembled slightly. However, his face continued to smile foolishly. After so many years, he had once again met the girl that he had yearned for day and night. She seemed to have become even more beautiful, yet she still repeatedly called him Big Brother Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi inhaled a deep breath of air. A long while later, he was finally unable to suppress the emotions in his heart. He took a step forward and extended his arms, after which, under the stunned gazes of the few fairies beside him, he violently hugged the beautiful girl in front of him into his embrace. Yuan Shi's action also caused Yu Xiao to be slightly startled. Her small mouth let out a soft moan. Soon after, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She gently struggled for a moment, but soon after, she softly sighed and gave up. She could also feel the suppressed emotions in Yuan Shi's heart. This emotion caused a gentle expression to flash across Mei Mao's face. Her jade-like hand hesitated for a moment, before she also gently hugged the big boy's back. When a few fairies from the Yu family saw Yuan Shi embrace Yu Xiao, anger erupted in Mei Mao's heart. Soon after, they seemed to have recognized the identity of the person who had come. For a moment, they did not know whether to move or stop him. They could only hurriedly turn their gazes away. After all, this was Yu Xiao's fiancé. Sure, this guy is also very noisy. Hey, don't peek. Turn back. A long separation makes the heart grow fonder. This little bit of time is left for them. In the bamboo forest, when Yun Nuoxing saw this scene, he tactfully turned his face away. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, he hurriedly called out in a low voice. Everyone also laughed sinisterly and turned around, not looking at him anymore. After a long while, the few fairies from the Yu family also walked away, leaving the space for Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao. They chatted endlessly by the lakeside and gently strolled around the celestial lake. Under the moon and flowers in the Ju Yuan pavilion. This kind of scene should only exist in the heavens. Why don't we go somewhere else first? After waiting for an hour, Yin Nuoxing still did not see Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao finish flirting. She looked at the empty lakeside, then looked at the people beside her and asked, "Whatever. I think the two of them are being intimate. It should take some time." Lei Ming grinned. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was suppressed by Jining and the other girls. That seems to make sense. Let's go first. Yin Nuoxing also smiled and looked at Yao Hua and the others. Then they all burst into laughter, causing the group of girls to scold them for being hooligans. Hey, you can talk, but can you put away the communication jade slip? Suddenly, Yuan Shi's loud scolding came from nowhere. Everyone turned their eyes and saw that in Yao Hua's hand, that guy was hurriedly putting away the jade slip. Then, he laughed dryly, and there was a slight panic in his eyes. Bad taste, pervert, dirty. Boss, it's not that I don't want to help you this time. You're too disgusting, eavesdropping on the two of them being intimate. Go, teach him a lesson. The group of people roared and then rushed toward Yao Hua. Yun Nuoxing silently sealed the latter's light element, then held Xian and Feng Er's hand and walked to the side. When she heard the crying and beating behind her, she couldn't help but laugh. Little brother, you're also a demon. The corner of Lei Lang's eyes twitched. He saw she sealed Yao Hua's light element just now. Thank you for the compliment. Yin Nuoxing laughed. After a while, Yao Hua was lifted up on the verge of death. The word miserable could only be used to describe his beating. Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao also came back after taking a stroll. When they came out and saw Yao Hua in such a state, they were shocked. "Where's Nuoxing?" Mei Mao paused for a moment. She didn't see Yin Nuoxing in this group of people, but she remembered that Yuan Shi had followed Yin Nuoxing to travel, right? When she said this, the young man wearing a black and gold half-mask walking at the front slowly took off his mask. However, he didn't take it off, only revealing his entire face. Then, he smiled wickedly at her. "What's the matter? Fairy, are you looking for me for something?" After that, he put his mask back on. There were many people in Juan Mountain Villa, so it was best not to expose himself. Mei Mao blinked when she saw the somewhat familiar face of the color-haired young man. A trace of surprise flashed across her face. She turned to look at Yuan Shi. When she saw him nod, she calmed down. After thinking for a while, she understood. Then, she chuckled. "Understand. I won't expose myself." She spoke very calmly, but in her heart, she was still very surprised. Yin Nuoxing had changed too much. He no longer had much in common with the young man she had met before. Even if he did not speak, she might not be able to recognize him. Yin Nuoxing spread his hands. Since she couldn't recognize him, it meant that the possibility of the Qi family discovering him was quite small. It was rare for them to meet again, so they exchanged a few pleasantries. The two of them could be considered close friends. Although this girl had tricked him once, he didn't say anything. She was Yuan Shi's wife, so he wouldn't hold it against her. "Nuoxing, don't you want to reconsider what I said before?" Yu Xiao covered her mouth and laughed. Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. Yuan Shi and Xian were also a little speechless. Did this girl really want him to marry into her family? He smiled bitterly and waved his hand. The few of them also walked outside. Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao separated from the group. They were still talking about what had happened in the past few years. They walked a little further away, so the others didn't eavesdrop. They only saw Yu Xiao looking at Yin Nuoxing from time to time with Mei Mao. She seemed to be very interested. A group of people suddenly rushed out of the bamboo forest in the distance. Looking at their posture, a few people were chasing a person in front. Everyone took a few more glances. Yin Nuoxing thought of the scene yesterday when a certain girl pulled him to play for the whole day. The slender figure that was being chased seemed to have seen the group of people here. Suddenly, she changed direction and dashed towards them. That person's face was full of panic. A pair of beautiful Mei Mao flashed with a mischievous look. The group of people in black behind her shouted loudly, but they couldn't catch up with the person in front. It seemed to be the same situation yesterday. Yin Nuoxing suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head to look at that person. Yuan Shi looked at him and also turned his head. Then, the two of them spat out a mouthful of water at the same time. Brother Yun, save me." That mischievous Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuoxing with a smile. His face was dumbfounded and he was instantly petrified. Chapter 572. The slender figure who was being chased by a few black-clothed men in the distance was none other than Ji Wenyu, the little girl whom he had met at the Heart Lake in Yin Nuo Star yesterday. Last night, he had thought that he would probably only meet her once in his life. Who would have thought that he would meet her today? Yu still had that mischievous look. Her posture of flying and dodging in the air seemed to be dancing, as if she was a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. As for those black-clothed men behind her, they were still panting from being teased, looking half dead. They were still shouting loudly, "Young Miss! Miss! There are too many people in Yuan Mountain Villa. Don't run around. If Master finds out that you ran out, he will kill us." Seeing the same scene, Yin Nuoxing silently mourned for the few retainers. Taking care of this little ancestor, it must be very tiring. While he was mourning for 3 seconds, Xian and the others' expressions changed slightly. They turned around, but didn't see anyone. Only then did they realize that Brother Yin was calling. "Yin Nuoxing? Brother Yin, wow, it stinks. It stinks. Brother Yin, run." Yu had just jumped in front of Yin Nuoxing and was about to hide behind him when her little nose twitched slightly. She seemed to have smelled something extremely disgusting. Her little face suddenly collapsed, and then she started shouting again. Her jade-like hand grabbed Yin Nuoxing and ran away again. Yin Nuoxing didn't have time to react before he was grabbed by the hand and ran away. He was a little confused. Xian and the others also didn't have time to react. They only saw Yin Nuoxing being taken away by a white figure. It wasn't until a few wailing black figures flew past them that they finally reacted. Hey, that's strange. Could it be that little star was really kidnapped, and he wasn't the one who kidnapped the little lowly? Yuanshi was also a little confused when he saw Yin Nuoxing being dragged away. Yesterday, he seemed to have said that he was being found. At that time, he thought it was a joke. What do you mean? A chill came from behind, causing Yuanshi to shiver. He quickly turned around and suddenly saw a wisp of wine-red and black hair fluttering in the air. When he saw Yishi's eyes that were emitting a substantial murderous aura and coldly staring at him, his handsome face broke out in cold sweat. Little Yi, she was angry. Yuanshi smiled bitterly and quickly told everyone what happened last night. Everyone had a strange expression. How could this guy kidnap a little lowly after going out? Let's go take a look first. Xian waved her hand and said softly. She held Yishi's hand, and then her delicate body flashed as she chased after Yin Nuoxing and the others. When everyone saw this, they quickly followed. The three groups of people, two chasing and one fleeing, unknowingly ran from the rightmost position of Juyuan Mountain Villa to the leftmost position. In the middle, they attracted the attention of countless people. In particular, some people recognized Yuanshi and the others. With the intention of joining in the fun, they quickly chased after them to see what was going on. You little girl, why are you so naughty? The two of them had just jumped to the top of the loft when a helpless voice suddenly sounded from the sky. There seemed to be some doting in the voice. Moreover, it was the voice of a middle-aged man and was a little magnetic. However, no matter how pleasant the voice was, Yin Nuoxing's expression changed slightly when she heard it. Could this be Yuer's father? She felt a terrifying pressure. When Yuer heard this voice, her pretty face paled a little. She screamed and pulled Yin Nuoxing to turn and run. On the roof in front of them, a black fog suddenly appeared and dissipated very quickly. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of them. This person was wrapped in a black robe. His face had a pair of calm eyes, but it felt as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life. He had an oppressive aura. When he suddenly appeared, the space was slightly distorted. The appearance of this person made Yuer panic a little. She glanced downstairs and Mei Mao flashed. She pulled Yin Nuoxing and was about to jump down. However, before it was her turn to jump down, the figure stretched out a hand from the black robe. It turned into a ball of black fog and suddenly reached out toward Yuer and Yishi. The appearance of the big hand was so sudden that Yin Nuoxing could not react in time. She was caught in an instant. Yuer was also caught in the hand. She was yelling and screaming, as if she was very unwilling to give up. However, no matter how unwilling she was still caught and brought back to the middle-aged man's side. Yin Nuoxing was also caught along with her. Master, young miss. The few men in black hurriedly caught up at this time. When they saw the middle-aged man appear, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They quickly knelt down and stuttered. Get up. I know this girl's temperament. I don't blame you. It's fine as long as nothing happened. The middle-aged man said indifferently and waved his hand. The black-robed men heaved a sigh of relief as if they had received a death exemption token. They cupped their hands respectfully and disappeared with a sway of their bodies. Yin Nuoxing raised her head and looked at the middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man did not even look at her. Instead, he lowered his head and stared at Yuer, who also lowered her head. The latter pouted and pouted, making the middle-aged man feel a little helpless. Old Qing, have you found her? Haha, I've long told you not to be too strict with your children. Look, even your daughter doesn't want to talk to you now. After a while, a group of figures suddenly appeared with the black fog. A total of 7 people appeared on the roof of the pavilion. They looked at the middle-aged man in front of them, and then looked at the girl in front of him. One of them could not help but laugh. He walked up and looked at Yuer, who lowered her head and muttered. He smiled and said, How old is your daughter? Is she married yet? She's just 22. Marry my ass. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes. Yin Nuashing looked at this group of people. His eyes flickered slightly, and he frowned. These auras, many images flashed through his mind. The pleasure boat, the black meteorite, the black fire all over the sky. The auras in there seemed to be similar to the auras he sensed in front of him. People of the demon race. When these four words rang in his mind, his heart suddenly thumped. When the black meteorite fell 2 days ago, the uncontrollable demon chi in his soul was slightly surging. Therefore, he was sure that the meteorite was related to the people of the demon race. At this time, the aura that was similar to the meteorite appeared in front of him. You is a member of the demon race? Yin Nuashing was a little frightened. He had many thoughts, but he never thought that this little girl was a member of the demon race. Thinking of this, Yin Nuashing could not help but swallow his saliva. Damn it, the people around here are all Demon Emperor powerhouses. I'd better run away quickly, stop. Just as Yin Nuashing took 2 steps forward, the middle-aged man with the slightly magnetic voice suddenly shouted. According to Yin Nuashing's temperament, he should have immediately rushed out of the light element and left at superluminal speed when this voice appeared. However, this time, he unexpectedly stopped. His left heel had just left the ground when he stopped. His cheeks twitching for a while, Yin Nuashing stiffly turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. However, the latter did not even look at him. His gaze was fixed on You-er, and his palm was rubbing You-er's head. Perhaps in his opinion, he was not a threat at all? Of course, in his opinion. Senior, you called for me? Yin Nuashing cupped his hands and said respectfully. You secretly turned her head. Her big mischievous eyes flickered with a pitiful look, as if she wanted him to save her. This made Yin Nuashing smile bitterly. He still had to save himself. This time, he was really screwed over by this little girl. His soul power sneaked into the jade slip in the pendant, and he hurriedly transmitted a message to Xian and the others. Lass, don't rush over. I'm surrounded by the demon race. Play it by ear, play it by ear. When Xian and the others in the distance received this message, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and nodded. Then, they slowly walked towards Yin Nuashing. There were 6 demon emperors beside them, so they should be fine. Are you very close to you? Finally, after leaving Yin Nuashing to dry for 10 minutes, the middle-aged demon race man raised his head. A frightening light flashed across his dark eyes, and he stared at Yin Nuashing indifferently. The 6 paths wheel between his eyebrows rotated slightly, and the spiritual pressure was blocked by him. Yin Nuashing's expression didn't change. He glanced at You and said, I accidentally bumped into her yesterday. Seeing that Yin Nuashing didn't move at all, a hint of surprise flashed across the middle-aged demon race man's eyes. However, it was very faint, and it was hidden very well. He didn't let Yin Nuashing see it. His indifferent gaze swept over Yin Nuashing for a long time, and finally fixed on his calm eyes. He asked doubtfully, Human? Human? As soon as these 2 words were spoken, the surrounding demon emperors suddenly turned their gazes. A powerful pressure descended from the sky and landed on Yin Nuashing, causing him to stop breathing for a moment. Yin Nuashing's figure paused. The powerful pressure fell on his body as if it wanted to push him down and make him kneel down. He clenched his teeth, and a terrifying power boiled in his body. The divine artifact also involuntarily revolved in his body. However, he did not dare to make it too obvious, as he was afraid that someone would recognize it. But this way, his body was slightly bent down. Old bastard, are you mistaken? How can Brother Yin be a human? In front of the middle-aged demon emperor, Yu-er hurriedly turned around. When she saw Yin Nuashing being suppressed by a few terrifying forces, she jumped up in shock and glared fiercely at her father. She felt a very familiar aura from Yin Nuashing. She liked his aura very much. How could he be a human? I am indeed a human. I didn't hide it from you. However, I didn't know that you were a member of the demon race in the beginning. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly when he heard this. His colorful eyes quietly looked at you, as he spoke in a slightly apologetic manner. You really are a human. When they heard him admit it, the surrounding gazes became even sharper. The pressure almost made Yun Nuoxing bend down, but he stubbornly held on. But Brother Yun, your body, there's a slight problem with my body. That's why I have an aura that leans towards the demon race. Seeing the panic on Yu's face, the mischievousness in Mei Mao's eyes disappeared. Yin Nuoxing hurriedly interrupted her and said calmly. However, his fists were clenched tighter and tighter. Human, you deserve to die. One of the Emperor God experts at the side suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying pressure rose from the ground and pressed down on Yin Nuoxing, causing his body to suddenly sink and his legs to bend. This is the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa, and blood is not allowed here. You also cannot kill me. I do not know what will happen if you kill me. Yin Nuoxing turned around and looked at the Demon Emperor, who was releasing his pressure, before he coldly said, Are you threatening me? The Emperor God expert from the demon race sneered. He released even more pressure from his body. Ju Yuan Mountain Villa may not see blood, but it's still possible to torture you. Stupid old man, hurry up and ask them to stop. If you hurt Brother Yun, no one will play with me. I will hate you. Yu's face was filled with anxiety when she saw Yun Nuoxing's difficult expression. She hurriedly tugged on the sleeve of the middle-aged man in front of her and said fiercely. The middle-aged man looked at her in surprise. However, after a while, he quietly lifted his gaze and looked at Yun Nuoxing. This scene made Yu's delicate body turn cold and her face turn pale. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's uncomfortable expression, Mei Mao was a little anxious. She was the one who brought him out. In the end, was she going to kill him? Old bastard, I'm warning you one last time. On account of your cultivation, I've already given you 99% of my respect. Don't force me. Yin Nuoxing's eyes were filled with violence when he felt the pressure on his body getting stronger. You want me to bow? You want me to kneel? Impossible. He only bowed to those he respected and those who respected him. However, he did not have anyone who was worthy of him kneeling to. No one. You're quite stubborn. I like to see your little boom. The Emperor God expert from the demon race sneered. However, before his sneer fell, an extremely terrifying and violent force suddenly shot up to the sky and tore apart the pressure from the group of Emperor Gods. A starlight pillar suddenly shot up to the sky. The vast starlight storm caused everyone in Ju Yuan Mountain Villa to feel it. They quickly lifted their heads and looked at the place where the starlight exploded. The demon emperors were also stunned by this sudden surge of power. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they actually felt a strong sense of danger. Sister, Divine King, save me. Murder. When the starlight erupted, a panicked voice instantly spread throughout the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa like a storm, causing everyone to be stunned. Chapter 573. The mighty pillar of starlight was at least 1,000 feet in size. The starlight shone in the sky, making it look like a real star field. Everyone in Ju Yuan Mountain Villa was shocked. Then, they flew in that direction, obviously wanted to join in the fun. This starlight and this panic cry didn't sound like much to others, but to some people it sounded a bit different. For example, Empress Jean and the others. Therefore, as soon as the shout fell, an extremely violent golden light suddenly shot up into the sky. Following that, there were dozens of similarly violent auras. Colorful lights shone in the entire sky, causing everyone to be shocked. Who lit up this explosive barrel? Why were there so many responses with just one shout? Furthermore, they were all Emperor God experts. Boom. 2 buildings suddenly exploded. Then, streams of flowing light flashed. Almost in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the place where the pillar of starlight disappeared. Empress Jean and the others, as well as Lei Lang and the others, were all there. Dozens of violent Emperor God storms exploded at once, causing the space to crack. The few Emperor God experts of the Demon Clan were also shocked. They were hit by the dozens of forces, and they retreated a few thousand feet in a sorry state. Who? How dare you touch my little divine child? Do you want to die? Come out. Come out. I'll slap you to death. With a wave of her hand, the Golden Empress took out a long halberd that glittered with golden light. The terrifying energy pressure caused everyone to shudder in fear. She had taken out an eternal weapon all of a sudden, she was going to turn the world upside down. When Empress Jean and the others arrived, the middle-aged man was also shocked. He hurriedly shielded you behind him. However, the auras of the dozens of emperor gods were too overbearing. They were still sent flying. They flew for several hundred feet before coming to a stop. After they stabilized themselves, the few experts from the demon clan looked at each other in dismay. They even looked at Yin Nuo Xing with fear in their eyes. Then, they cursed silently. They had never thought that they would be able to summon dozens of emperor god experts from the human clan just because they caught him and wanted to torture him. How powerful was he? What was more terrifying was how did he break free from the bindings just now? Are you okay? Xian supported Yin Nuo Xing with her jade-like hand. Seeing how he was panting, she asked hurriedly. Jin Wang and the others also looked at him nervously. How could this boy meet Emperor God experts so easily? Phew. No, I was scared to death. I must have stepped on something when I went out today. I could see people from the demon clan just by taking 2 steps. Yin Nuo Xing shook his head with a bitter smile as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then he smiled and stuck his tongue out at the beautiful woman who was using the wood element to calm him. Demon, clan, people. Empress Jean gritted her teeth and bit these words so hard that the space was about to collapse. The few demon clan experts who saw this shivered. Then, they heard her say word by word fiercely, "You're courting death." Huh? People from the demon clan? How arrogant. You came out just in time for the Taiyuan Grand Meeting and want to establish your power? Do you think my family is a soft persimmon that you can pinch as you wish? The great elder of the fire god shrine also sneered and suddenly took a step forward. Then, the temperature of the world suddenly increased. However, there was not a single trace of flame in the space, and the temperature rose just like that. The demon clan expert who had just put the most pressure on Yin Nuo Xing took a step forward and said coldly, "This is Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. We were also invited to participate in the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. Do you want to ruin the Taiyuan Grand Meeting?" Hearing this, Yin Nuo Xing snorted and moved his mouth close to Empress Jin's ear. He whispered something softly. Then, the latter sneered and waved the halberd in his hand, creating a golden storm. He sneered and said, "If there's no blood, it's okay to beat him up. Crippling him doesn't mean he's dead. Beating him into a fool seems to be a good choice." There were many onlookers in the surroundings. It could be said that 80% of the participants of the Taiyuan Grand Meeting had gathered here. There were thousands of high-level god experts, which made Yin Nuo Xing dizzy. How could there be so many experts of this level? Those people originally wanted to watch the show, but when they heard the Golden Queen mention the demon race, their expressions changed. Pairs of murderous eyes suddenly turned towards those experts of the demon race, causing their already weak aura to drop even more. This caused them to smile bitterly. It seemed like they had poked a hornet's nest. Spiritual divine body. Suddenly, a sneer sounded, causing everyone's expressions to change slightly. Yin Nuo Xing's expression also froze, but he did not panic. He had been forced to call for help. Once he called for help, his identity would be exposed sooner or later with Empress Jean and the others protecting him. After thinking for a while, Yin Nuo Xing gently picked Yishi up. Their eyes met gently, and then they smiled and touched their foreheads. Yishi also understood what he wanted to do. This was their last resort. Spiritual divine body? It's him? I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few years, he would become like this. I can't even recognize him. It seems that only the spiritual divine body can make the 9 divine temples protect him like this. I said it was impossible for this kid not to come. Yin Nuo Xing's expression was calm. It was impossible to find a first person who said those 4 words. There were so many discussions around. "So it's you. Hiding, you unpresentable scoundrel." Suddenly, an extremely harsh sneer sounded, causing Yin Nuo Xing to frown slightly. He turned his gaze, and, as expected, he saw his old acquaintance, Qi Haoyu, who had been talking about killing him all day. "Hide? Why should I hide? Why should I hide? Isn't it because there are too many flies? Who has nothing better to do than to slap a few feces on their body to attract flies? Don't you think it's dirty? You don't think it's dirty, but I do." Yin Nuo Xing curled his lips and slowly took off the half-mask in his hand. He looked at Chi Haoyu in the sky and smiled evilly. As for you, who are you? I don't remember. Chi Haoyu's expression slowly became gloomy. It had only been a few years, and this guy said he didn't remember. It was obvious that he didn't bother to pay attention to him and didn't bother to remember him. I'm sorry. I'm too lazy to remember some unnecessary names. It's too brain-burning. Yin Nuoxing sighed and shook his head. After Chi Haoyu heard this, his face suddenly became frighteningly cold. Was this directly admitting to ignoring him? It made him even angrier than ridiculing him. He was also a divine son of a generation with powerful strength, but he was ignored like this. You're arrogant, Chi Haoyu said angrily. Bah! Yin Nuoxing looked at him with contempt, then suddenly realized and said indifferently, You seem to be the turtle egg who has been shouting to fight with me. Come, I'll fulfill your wish. Chi Haoyu couldn't help but roar. He really couldn't stand being ignored one after another. He, Chi Haoyu, was about to become a character like a passerby. He was the divine son of the Qi family, the young master of the Qi family. Come, I'll fulfill your wish. Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly and put Yishi down. Then, a smear of scarlet runes surged onto his face. Bang! Chi Haoyu was stunned. Suddenly, a terrifying force exploded on his body like a star. The powerful force stuck to his body like maggots, destroying the vitality in his body inch by inch, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body shot out like a meteor and disappeared into the horizon. He didn't even have time to change his expression before he disappeared. This really happened in an instant. It was so fast that everyone didn't have time to react. Even the divine emperors didn't have time to react. That extreme speed exceeded the speed of light by who knew how many times. There was a divine emperor beside Chi Haoyu, but even he didn't have time to react. Yin Nuoxing was still standing in place, holding Yishi in his arms and gently rubbing her head with his palm, as if nothing had happened and he hadn't done it. Haoyu! After a long while, Chi Wei finally reacted. He looked at Chi Haoyu, who had already disappeared into the horizon. Even his aura had disappeared. He couldn't help but turn pale. He glanced at Yin Nuoxing with some fear. He knew that even he couldn't defend against that speed unless he was prepared in advance. The people of the Qi family all looked at Yin Nuoxing with unfriendly expressions, but a moment later, they suddenly flew in the direction where Chi Haoyu had disappeared. It was impossible to settle the score with Yin Nuoxing now. Compared to this, saving people was more important. Chi Haoyu was the young master of the Qi family. He couldn't die like this, moreover. If this attack was attacked with a divine weapon, the divine emperor's head would be split open. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the scene, but no one saw clearly how Yin Nuoxing made his move. It was as if Chi Haoyu had suddenly flown away, and what they saw was just a simple action of Yin Nuoxing putting Yishi down and picking her up. The experts of the demon clan also gasped. If this attack had been aimed at them, they probably wouldn't have been able to defend against it. No wonder that kid was so arrogant just now. It turned out that not only did he have a powerful background, but his own strength was also unexpectedly terrifying. Girl, support me a little. Yin Nuoxing blinked and transmitted a message to Xian and Feng, causing the two women's expressions to change slightly. Then, they gently walked forward and leaned against him. No one was suspicious. Little star, did you overdraw your strength? However, Yuanshi still saw through it and hurriedly transmitted a message to him. 36 times soul burning, the extreme light element, the full power of space, and the 8th layer of collapsing fist. Even a divine emperor can't block it without prior preparation. Well, I can only hit this one time. Chi Haoyu is crippled. I really didn't hold back that punch. Yin Nuoxing sighed and transmitted a message to everyone around him, causing Mei Mao, the Golden Empress, to flicker slightly. She also thought that she couldn't block that punch. Perhaps only the people of the Light Temple could defend against it. I'm not a saint. You've caused trouble for me time and time again. Sai, I've had enough. I'm giving face to the Juyuan Mountain Villa by sparing his life. Let the Qi family slowly cure him. If they can cure him within 10 years, it's my loss. Yin Nuoshing sighed. Soulblade's cheeks twitched. Why did the last sentence sound so familiar? Yin Nuoshing's gaze was somewhat unfriendly as he scanned the thousands of experts in the sky. At least half of the people here were full of malice towards him. He guessed that the people of the 12 star palaces and the sacred weapon shrine were all here. At least, he seemed to have seen Guyu's shadow, but now he didn't see him. The younger generation who made eye contact with him were all shocked. Those who had said some harsh words were even more unnatural. How could the identity of those who were invited to participate in the Taiyuan Grand Assembly be simple? Naturally, they knew what Yin Nuoshing had done. Although Qi Haoyu had always emphasized divine weapons, only a moron would listen to him. Wasn't it his own ability to activate a divine weapon to such an extent? Moreover, he'd just been killed by someone with his bare hands. Yin Nuoshing didn't even seem to move. When such a person looked at them, they were a little nervous. They felt a little afraid from the bottom of their hearts. The people of the Snow Goddess sect were also here at this time. They were watching this farce from a corner. The Snow Python's expression was complicated. Even a man beside him had been persuading him to put down the conflicts and apologize to them. However, he had to admit that such a person was too terrifying. This was a kind of power and influence. Although Yin Nuo did not appear in the eyes of the world, he had firmly intimidated most of the people of the younger generation. Even the strong gods felt that he was very oppressive. Yin Nuoshing looked at the Golden Princess and the demons who were still confronting each other and sighed. He walked forward, shook the Golden Princess's arm, and said softly, "Sister, forget it. Let's go back. You're just too tolerant. That's why you always let others bully you. If I were you, I would let those bastards know what it means to be powerful. That day, you hit me so hard that I had to recuperate for 10 years before I could recover. Why are you so magnanimous now?" After Yin Nuoshing finished speaking, the Golden Princess didn't say anything. The Empress sighed gloomily and turned around. She looked at Yin Nuoshing, who had an innocent look on his face. She pinched his nose with her jade-like hand and shook it. Then, she shook her head helplessly. The Empress didn't hide her words. She even deliberately amplified her voice, as if she wanted the people around to hear her. When the people around heard her voice, their expressions changed. They looked at Yin Nuoshing in disbelief. Had this guy really reached such a level? Of course, most people didn't believe her words. After all, everyone knew the strength of an emperor god. Even if Yin Nuoshing's speed could surprise an emperor god, speed didn't represent power. Yin Nuoshing smiled bitterly, put on his mask, and said repeatedly that he wanted to retreat. The Golden Princess and the others were helpless. They knew that they couldn't persuade him. Furthermore, he was still acting cute to make them happy. They couldn't fight this battle and could only retreat. "Take care, Yu'er." Before leaving, Yin Nuoshing looked at Yu'er, who was still fanning Mei Mao, and transmitted his voice softly. One of them was from the human race, while the other was from the demon race. Although he didn't care about these things, it didn't mean that others didn't care. Chapter 574. After leaving the place where tens of thousands of people were watching, they stopped at the place where Princess Jean and the others had just settled down. They did not really leave Jiyuan Mountain Villa. The Taiyuan Grand Gathering had not really started yet. As soon as he entered the house, Yin Nuoshing collapsed on the sofa and lay down softly. His mouth couldn't help but gasp for breath. The soul-burning secret art used a method of burning the soul to obtain double the power, but it also caused great harm to his body. If it wasn't for his physique being different from ordinary people, this body would have already exploded from the powerful force. Brother Nuo, the soul-burning incantation has a huge burden. If it is not necessary, it is better not to use it. Yishi sat beside his head and could not help but poke his head with her little hand, sighing softly. When Yin Nuoshing collapsed, a group of people exclaimed and surrounded him. He smiled bitterly and hurriedly waved his hand, assuring them that he was really fine. Princess Jean and the others walked to the side, half believing and half doubting. It is rare to have such a grand gathering. There are so many heroes in the world. Don't circle around me. Do what you want to do. Seeing that Xian and the others were still there, Yin Nuoshing smiled and waved his hand. Hearing this, Yao Hua and the others chattered for a while, then ran out, as if they suddenly remembered something. Ziyin and the others stayed behind. Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao were whispering to each other in a corner, while Qin Yin was still as quiet as a jade statue. She was sitting only a meter away from them, but she didn't seem to be breathing at all. This was a jade palace, surrounded by lotuses and strange flowers and trees. A faint mist flowed under their feet, as if they had really come to the immortal world. There were many people living in this courtyard, all of whom had come to participate in the Taiyuan Grand Gathering. It was just that the time for the gathering to officially start had not yet arrived. Princess Jean picked a relatively large courtyard, which was more than enough for them to rest. The environment was also much better than the other courtyards. As time passed, more and more people arrived through the air. All of them had powerful auras, and their background were probably not weak. Some of them were famous figures who had been around for a long time. Rather than calling it a Taiyuan meeting, it would be better to call it a gathering of gods. Yin Nuoxing was quietly resting in the courtyard. After the commotion just now, someone actually came to visit him. Moreover, it was a young expert who wanted to see him. This made him feel a little puzzled. However, Yuan Shi and the others guessed that Yin Nuoxing's previous battle and his previous battle achievements were probably because someone wanted to pay respects to him. After hearing Yuan Shi's guess, Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. She didn't have any intention of meeting them and asked Yi Shi to reject them. However, a moment later, Yi Shi ran back. She looked at Yin Nuoxing with a strange expression and said, "Brother Nuo, it's the people of the Snow Goddess School. What are you going to do?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. She looked at Empress Jean, who was not far away, but the latter just smiled and said, "Deal with it yourself. I'm here." "All right." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. She got up and walked towards the door. The group of people she saw at the Heart Lake that day were standing respectfully at the door. As for the snow python, it lowered its head. The young man who was addressed as Young Master Qing was also stunned when he saw Yin Nuoxing come out. He was prepared to be rejected. "Young Master Yin, I'm here to apologize for my friend's rudeness that day." Young Master Qing cupped his hands in salute to Yin Nuoxing. Yin Nuoxing was slightly stunned. She looked at the snow python with its head lowered and understood something. She waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. Everyone loves beauty. His eyes are on his body. I can't do anything about it." Fortunately, there was no conflict. Young Master Yun's magnanimity is extraordinary. I thank you on behalf of the snow python. Young Master Qing cupped his hands respectfully. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. She looked at Young Master Qing and said, "Brother Qing, let me ask you a question." "Young Master Yin, please ask. If I know, I will tell you truthfully." Young Master Qing nodded. "Ning Qinxue, is Fairy Ning still around?" This name made Young Master Qing's body tremble. Even the expressions of the people beside him changed slightly. Very few people knew the name of the founder of the Snow Fairy sect. Even the people in the Snow Fairy sect, if their status was not high, they would not know this information. However, Yin Nuoxing knew. "Ancestor? I don't know either. I only know the name." Young Master Qing frowned slightly, and then shook his head. "I see." Yin Nuoxing also had some speculations. However, she could not help but feel disappointed when it was confirmed. Seeing Yin Nuoxing's emotions, Young Master Qing blinked and thought for a while. Then, he said hesitantly, "The sect leader of the Snow Fairy sect is also here." "Young Master Yin, why don't you?" "Yes, that's what Sister Jean wants to do. I will talk to her. You guys can go back first." Yin Nuoxing nodded. It was useless for him to visit alone. It was better to leave this matter to Sister Jean and the others. Young Master Qing nodded and cupped his hands respectfully. Then, he left with his people. Yin Nuoxing also returned to the hall. She ran to Princess Jean and softly told her what happened just now. "All right, I'll take you there later." The Golden Princess nodded with a smile. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Then, she smiled bitterly and said, "Can I not go? This is about your own background. Why don't you have any motivation?" The Golden Princess could see the unwillingness and tiredness in his eyes. She was a little surprised and pinched his handsome face with her jade-like hands. I don't know. I just don't have any motivation. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Princess Jean and the others looked straight at him. This kid was getting weirder and weirder. This made him smile even more bitterly. Everything depended on one's heart. In the end, he still agreed to make a trip, albeit somewhat reluctantly. While they were talking, people kept coming in and out of the Jade Palaces. A small number of experts started to wander around the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. Zhang family of the Divine Prefecture's western region. Demon God Temple of the Divine Prefecture's southern plains. Battle King Ji of the Kuan Yuan region's Ji family is here. Tianpeng family of the Jiuan region is here. Army of the Qian Yuan region is here. The arrival of the important figures was called out one after another. Numerous war chariots and precious beasts descended from the sky, heading towards this resting area. There's so many big shots. Their mounts are so precious. I can be sure that people from all 5 regions are here. Yuan Shi sat in the hall and listened to the announcements. He chatted with Yin Nuashing. The Phaseless Cult holds a large-scale event once every 10,000 years. It wouldn't be strange if all the big forces in the realm of the gods came, Yu Shao said softly. And then? What are they here for? Yin Nuashing asked. Normally, the event is held once every 10,000 years. It's a gathering for the strong cultivators of the younger generation to do things by themselves. They either learn from each other or get to know people. But this time, the event was held much earlier. I think they have something important to announce, Yu Shao said. Something important? Yin Nuashing frowned. Something important? The only thing that could be considered important in the realm of the gods was the birth of the demon and monster realms. It's probably those 2 important things if there are no other accidents. Yuan Shi smiled and said what was on his mind. A white light suddenly appeared on the seat at the side, startling the few of them. They quickly turned their gazes and saw that Xiao Bai had returned. It was still eating something in its mouth. Little White. Seeing him return, Yin Nuashing smiled. Then, she remembered something and quickly told him about Ning Qianxue. You're talking about Ning Qianxue? I remember. Little White licked his fingers and licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue. Then, he grinned and looked at Yin Nuashing with reminiscence in his eyes. He said, Yuing met that little girl when he was traveling in the Taiyuan region. He passed by a wild place and saw her lying in a pool of blood. He saved her life. When she woke up, he sent her back. Little White took a cup and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of water. He sighed and continued. At that time, I was already traveling with Yuing. We followed him everywhere. Then, 100 years later, we went to the Ganyuan region and coincidentally came across a relic. There, we met Ning Qianxue again. The 2 of us fought over an ancient scroll. At first, we didn't recognize each other. But later, Ning Qianxue recognized Yuing first, or she recognized me and then recognized Yuing, or was it Yuing who recognized Ning Qianxue? Anyway, they just met again in the ruins. After a fight, they recognized each other. After that, the 2 of them had a passionate conversation. Something like, long time no see, I miss you so much, what happened back then, will it kill you to pick the main points? Everyone's face darkened. Ahem. Little White coughed and said, Then I'll omit 10 million words from the above scenes. Later, Ning Qianxue followed Yuing to train. Ning Qianxue had always been secretly in love with Yuing. Yuing also liked Ning Qianxue, but he had his own difficulties. Then, we'll omit a few 100 million years. One day, Yuing sealed me, the Azure Dragon, and the Black Tortoise. The Phoenix hadn't woken up at that time. When he sealed me, Ning Qianxue was still with Yuing. I don't know what happened after that. I only know that Yuing had a destiny that he had to face. Now he's dead. Sigh. Little White let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. There was a tinge of sadness in his silver-blue, tiger-like eyes. As for Ning Qianxue, she should still be alive. It's only been 3 years. Back then, she and Yuing both drank the blood of gods. She won't die so easily. Moreover, she followed Yu Ying's footsteps and stepped into that level. She won't die so easily. Little White's words stirred up a huge wave. Yuan Shi, Lei Lang, and the rest gasped. Yin Nuashing was still all right. He had seen gods. if not 7. He had at least seen 3, although one of them was a shadow. Ah, is she really my grandmother? Yin Nuashing frowned and wasn't too sure. It's possible. As for whether it's accurate, you'll have to ask her yourself. Little White nodded. Seeing that he was a little nervous, he patted his back with his small palm and said with a smile, "Relax. If you're really related to Yuing, Ning Qinxue will treat you well." "Oh, since you've said this, I'll have to say something. Since you've seen the memories in the pendant, you must have seen Yu Ying's long-cherished wish, right?" Little White's expression suddenly became a little serious as he said in a deep voice. Yin Nuashing nodded. He had seen it. That was right. It was a very heavy goal. As his son, you have to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Of course, I won't force you. I just hope that you can fulfill his long-cherished wish. After all, he even left the pendant to you, Little White said in a deep voice. I know. Yin Nuashing nodded again. Long-cherished wish. Xian was a little confused. Yuing is looking for someone. Someone who has disappeared for countless years. Or rather, a god. Yin Nuashing nodded and sighed. God! Everyone gasped in shock. Who? Yuanshi was also very confused. He was even a little frightened. Looking for a god, and a person who had disappeared for countless years. You know it too. Yin Nuashing sighed and took a sip of tea. After pondering for a while, he softly said the name that made Xian, Yuanshi, and Yu Xiao's body stiffen. The forbidden heavenly god from the primordial era, Quarter Moon. Chapter 575. Taboo, the taboo heavenly god from the primordial age. His existence had almost been completely erased, and not a single trace of him was left behind. There were no ancient books that recorded his deeds, and he did not exist in anyone's memories or records. Only his name was known. Even Ziyi did not know him. Let's put these things aside. We'll talk about them when we have the chance. Yin Nuashing waved his hand. He was too lazy to talk about such matters. It was almost impossible to find a person who had died countless years ago and was unrecorded. Everyone smiled bitterly. They had all guessed what Yin Nuashing was thinking. This matter was also something that was almost impossible. Qin Yin sighed and took a sip of tea. Then Mei Mao paused. With a flip of her hand, she took out a jade slip and poured her soul power into it. Then, she was stunned for a moment. After putting down the jade slip, Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuashing and said softly, "Young Master Yin, my father is here. Go ahead. Go wherever you want. You don't have to ask me." Yin Nuashing was stunned. Then, he smiled and took a sip of tea. Qin Yin smiled bitterly. Knowing that he had misunderstood, she added softly, "Father wants to see you." Puffed. As soon as she said that, Yin Nuashing spat out his tea. His eyes were a little dazed as he stared at Qin Yin. When he saw her nod, he smiled bitterly. Now? Must I go?" Qin Yin's father was the patriarch of the Qin family. She had said that she was greeting him last time. He did not know why she was looking for him now. "Father wants to see you." Qin Yin blinked at Mei Mao, then lowered his head. Mei Mao looked at him hopefully. "Can you do me a favor?" "Hey, what are you saying?" Yin Nuashing quickly waved her hand and said with a wry smile, "We're all friends. We've been wandering around together. It's only right for me to pay a visit to your father. I'm just a little tired. I wanted to have a good rest." After that, he poured himself another cup of tea and took a big gulp. He stood up and slapped his cheeks hard with both hands. Then, he took a deep breath and looked at Qin Yin with a smile. "Let's go." Hearing this, Qin Yin and Mei Mao were overjoyed. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at him. They nodded and walked out of the hall. Yin Nuashing and the others slowly followed behind. They even greeted the Golden Princess before they left. Outside the courtyard, there were many luxurious jade palaces. Between the palaces, there were many tables made of precious wood. Between the heaven and earth, there were many experts flying back and forth. Yin Nuashing seemed to have seen the fairies of the Yu family busy here, delivering all kinds of delicacies and fine wines. The Yu family is also helping to entertain you. Yu Xiao explained with a smile when she saw the confusion on his face. Yin Nuashing suddenly understood. The Phaseless sect was not the only host of the Taiyuan Grand Gathering. There were other big forces that came to help. The Yu family was one of them. They walked around the pavilions and palaces. After walking around for a long time, they stopped in front of a very magnificent palace. Qin Yin raised her head and looked at the magnificent palace. She took a deep breath. Thinking about the information she received in the jade slip, her face blushed slightly. She nodded as if to encourage herself. Then, she turned around and looked at Yin Nuoxing. She nodded at him and walked into the palace first. Yin Nuoxing and the others quickly followed behind. The atmosphere in the hall was very relaxed. The people of the Qin family were chatting and laughing. A middle-aged man wearing a golden robe with black edges sat at the head of the hall. He would chat with the people below from time to time. However, his eyes were mostly looking at the door, as if he was waiting for something. "Father!" A clear and alluring voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Everyone raised their heads, and when they saw Qin Yin, who had gracefully walked into the hall, everyone was overjoyed. "Little girl, you left for 4 to 5 years without leaving a message. Finally, you are willing to come back." The middle-aged man in the golden robe looked at Qin Yin and smiled dotingly. Then he waved his hand. Qin Yin understood and walked closer. She lowered her head slightly and whispered, "My daughter is getting more and more beautiful." The middle-aged man in the golden robe stretched out his hand and rubbed her head gently. He chuckled, and his eyes were filled with kindness and doting. "Where's the little guy? Why didn't you invite him?" Qin Yin's expression changed slightly when she heard the middle-aged man's words. She took a deep breath and turned around. Her red lips parted slightly as she whispered to the outside. Seeing her actions, everyone turned their gazes to the entrance. A moment later, a young man with colorful hair and wearing a black trench coat slowly walked in with a calm expression on his face. He looked at the middle-aged man, whose gaze had become much more profound after seeing him. He glanced at Qin Yin, who was standing beside the middle-aged man, and immediately understood what was going on. He took a deep breath, took off his mask, clasped his fist, and greeted the middle-aged man, Patriarch Qin. "Haha, heroes come from the young. It's better to meet you in person than to hear rumors." The middle-aged man stared at Yin Nuoxing for a while. Then he smiled and stood up. He said softly, "My name is Qin Hai. You are familiar with Yin, and have helped her before. She has been under your care all these years. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle." Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and nodded. He said softly, "Uncle Qin." Patriarch Qin smiled and nodded. His deep eyes became calm again. He looked at Yin Nuoxing with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Then he smiled and said, "I heard from Yin that you have grasped the power of space. Is that true?" Yin Nuoxing turned his head slightly to look at Qin Yin, who was standing next to him. When she met his gaze, she actually seemed a bit nervous. She even lowered her head, and her usual calmness and tranquility completely vanished. Rolling his eyes at her, Yin Nuoxing looked at Patriarch Qin, who had walked up to him, and nodded. He stretched out his hand, and a silver-blue energy flew up and down on his palm. Then, it condensed into a phoenix and let out a cry towards the sky. "Tsk, you have the strength of a demonic rank. You have grasped the power of space that only a demonic rank can come into contact with. Moreover, the way you use it is already equivalent to the power of a dark god expert." Patriarch Qin looked at the phoenix condensed from the power of space and chuckled. He looked at Yin Nuoxing with a little more interest. Yin Nuoxing blushed with shame. He had only shown the power of space. How could he see it so clearly? "You were the one who did that in the godly Tiger Mountain range, right?" Patriarch Qin laughed again. Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. He turned to Qin Yin and looked at her helplessly. In the end, Qin Yin hurriedly waved her hand. She was so anxious that sweat flowed down her face. She quickly opened her red lips and mouth, as if to say that she didn't say it. "Haha, it didn't tell me. It was just my guess." The Qin clan lord laughed. His gaze became even more profound, causing Yin Nuoxing to smile bitterly. In the end, he could only nod his head. This fellow was too good at guessing. Could it be because of what happened in the Ghost Chi Forest? Patriarch Qin was a little startled when he saw him nod. He had just made a random guess. After eliminating the possibility of a battle between divine emperors and the beast tide at that time, He thought of the incident in the Ghost Chi Forest. Then, he linked it to Yin Nuashing. Patriarch Qin smiled and walked 2 rounds on the spot. Then, he returned to the main seat and patted the seat beside him. He smiled and said, "Come." Yin Nuashing was stunned. Even the other members of the Qin family in the hall were stunned. Patriarch Qin really wanted to rope in Yin Nuashing? Yin Nuashing was a little nervous. He looked at Qin Yin again. She was also a little confused, but she still gave him a reassuring look. Only then did Yin Nuashing walk over and slowly sit down. "What do you think of Yin?" As soon as he sat down, Patriarch Qin asked this question. It shocked Yin Nuashing and Qin Yin so much that their heads exploded. Yin Nuashing jumped up in shock. Qin Yin blushed and quickly lowered her head. She looked like a little girl. Her beauty was suffocating. Patriarch Qin smiled faintly when he saw Yin Nuashing's reaction. He pressed Yin Nuashing down and said with a smile, "I'm just asking." Yin Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. However, he looked at Qin Yin, who was standing next to him. He blinked and blurted out, "Quiet." Clan Lord Qin was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. This was the most unexpected answer he had ever heard. Those who had come to propose marriage to Qin Yin had all talked about her, as if she was a fairy from the heavens. However, Yin Nuashing had said the most direct word, which was just like her personality. They talked about other things. However, Patriarch Qin did not mention the previous question, which made both of them heave a sigh of relief. "You two can go to the back. We old guys still have some things to discuss." Patriarch Qin smiled. Qin Yin heaved a sigh of relief again. She nodded and gave Yin Nuashing a look. Then, they walked out of the hall. "By the way, little brother, do you know why the Qin family was looking for you back then?" Patriarch Qin suddenly asked an old question when they were about to leave the hall. Yin Nuashing was stunned. Then he shook his head. This was what he wanted to know. The 9 Deities Temple was looking for him because he was suspected to be a member of the Chief Hallmaster's faction. However, he had no idea why the Qin family and the Xian family were looking for him. Patriarch Qin revealed an amused and surprised smile. Then, he waved his hand and asked them to leave quickly. In the garden behind the hall, Yin Nuashing and Qin Yin were strolling side by side on a small path. Qin Yin turned her head and looked at Yin Nuashing, whose handsome face was very calm. She suddenly opened her red lips and said, "Father was just joking. Don't take it to heart." Yin Nuashing's footsteps paused. He turned his head and looked straight at her. In his colorful eyes, there was a hint of playfulness and laughter. He said, "Are you joking?" Qin Yan's delicate body trembled as she was stared at by those clear and playful eyes. A trace of blush appeared on her beautiful face. Her jade-like hands clenched her black dress tightly, and she nodded gently. Yin Nuashing stretched out his hand and slowly moved it towards her beautiful face. When Qin Yin saw it, her breathing and heartbeat became more rapid. It was like a manic drum that kept ringing. Even Mei Mao was slightly confused and puzzled. She looked at the palm that was getting closer and closer. She was very nervous. It was quiet all around. Even the 2 sons had quietly hidden away. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the long black hair and colorful hair to gently sway. The strange fragrance of flowers followed the petals and drifted away. This scene was tranquil and unique. Just when Qin Yin thought that he was going to reach out and touch her face, Yin Nuashing suddenly bent his finger and flicked it on her white forehead. Her heart trembled. Although it didn't hurt, it was a little inexplicable. "There are some things that I won't know if you don't tell me clearly." Yin Nuashing smiled. Then, he lifted his foot and walked towards the small path again, leaving Qin Yin alone in the wind. After a while, Yin Nuashing stood in the distance and waved at her. Only then did Qin Yin react. Mei Mao was a little embarrassed. She glared at the figure in the distance and stomped her legs on the ground. She pouted coquettishly and jogged to catch up. There was a small lake behind the garden. It seemed to be connected to the celestial lake. Wisps of celestial aura lingered around it, hiding the scenery in the mist. It was like a paradise on earth. "Sister Yin, you're back." Just when the 2 of them stood in front of the lake, a gentle and light voice came from the forest behind them. The 2 of them turned around and saw a petite figure running towards them. Qin Yin couldn't help but smile. The girl looked to be about 17, or 18 years old. She was wearing a pair of light green clothes. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and her slender legs were outlined by the long pants. Her delicate body was curvaceous. When she saw Qin Yin, Mei Mao, who seemed to have seen all kinds of brilliant colors, was a little happy. Her eyebrows were like willows, and her celestial face was full of joy and excitement. As soon as the girl came out of the forest, she ran to Qin Yin and plunged into the latter's arms. She couldn't help but say in a sweet voice, "Sister Yin, I missed you, I missed you. Why didn't you come back for so many years?" "Sister, you were kidnapped by a bad guy. That bad guy didn't let you come back. It wasn't easy for me to find a chance to escape." Qin Yin giggled and hugged the girl in her arms. Mei Mao rolled her eyes at Yin Nuoxing. Her words seemed to be hinting at something. Yin Nuoxing blushed with shame. What was this girl talking about? Let me introduce you to someone. This is young Master Yin Nuoxing. This is my younger sister, Yin Nuoxing. Qin Yin smiled. The last sentence was naturally directed at Yin Nuoxing. As soon as she said that, Yin Nuoxing and the girl were stunned. They quickly looked at each other and then widened their eyes. Big brother? Little Yaya? Chapter 576. Gentleness and astonishment intertwined as the two voices spiraled into the sky. As the voices spread, the sunlight in the sky seemed to inadvertently become a little more intense. The sounds of insects chirping could also be heard in the forest. Even the fish couldn't help but jump on the surface of the water. The air seemed to have spread out between the two pairs of eyes that met. The moment the two voices of astonishment and surprise rang out, Qin Yan's beautiful face suddenly stiffened. Mei Mao's face also quickly filled with astonishment. Her lily-white hand paused in midair. Qin Yan's cheeks twitched. She seemed to have thought of something. Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuoxing in disbelief. There couldn't be such a coincidence in this world, right? 12 years ago, when little Ya's family came back, it was a grand elder of the family who personally went to fetch them. She didn't know how long the journey was during that time. At that time, she was only focused on cultivating. Even when they came back, she only came out to meet them once. She only saw little Yaya a year later. After that, she guided little Yaya in her cultivation. During one of their chats, little Yaya inadvertently mentioned that she had an older brother who was wandering outside. She asked Qin Hai to help her find him, but he was never able to find him. Her older brother seemed to be called Yin Nuoxing. However, after a period of time, little Yaya seemed to have forgotten about this matter. She herself had also forgotten that when she met Yin Nuoxing later, he came from a Nine Deities temple and had the identity of a member of the Nine Deities temple. Therefore, she had never thought in that direction. But now, was this Yin Nuoxing really little Yaya's older brother? Father, where did the Qin family bring back the direct descendants from? Qin Yin couldn't help but take out a jade slip and hurriedly send a voice transmission to Qin Hai, a remote city in the Sourcepeak region. I think it's called Star Spirit City. It's rare to see you concerned about such things. What's wrong? Qin Hai's voice sounded from the jade slip. How long did it actually take to come back? Qin Yin asked hurriedly. Back then, when your uncle Guang brought that group of people back, the journey seemed to be a little slow. After all, there were quite a lot of people. It took about 5 years for them to reach the city with the transportation portal. Later, they used the transportation portals one after another to return. When they came to China, it took them another year to return to the Qin family. Yes, that's right. Qin Hai was also counting slowly on his fingers. Qin Yin suddenly came to a realization. She quickly said that it was fine, and then put away the jade slip. At that time, Xian had said that Star Spirit City is the birthplace of Little Star. This seemed to be true. In other words, that Qin clan member that day was from that branch of the Qin clan outside, and the person who was brought back was also from there. Qin Yin completely understood. The Star Spirit City's Qin clan emblem she saw that day was a little familiar. Now that she thought about it, wouldn't it be the same as the Qin clan's emblem if she modified it a little? Everything started to connect. It was most likely that Yin Nuo planet remembered it wrongly. Little Yu. Qin Yu's mind trembled slightly. This voice was so familiar that it seemed to have penetrated deep into her soul. It had accompanied her through the days of leaving a familiar place and living in a strange place. Even though she was far away from Taiyuan region and had never seen that person again, this voice had long been deeply imprinted in her heart. No matter what, she would never forget it. The once young girl had now grown up. She also knew that her biological brother would never return. Yin Nuoxing had become the most unforgettable thing in her heart. Big. Brother? Brother. Her slender jade-like neck rolled, and on her fairy-like face that seemed to be born from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, two sparkling and translucent teardrops slid down. Her eyes, which were usually calm and even cold, were currently filled with heartbreaking ripples. Her bright eyes stared fixedly at the colorful-haired youth. The figure in her memory slowly overlapped with the person in front of her. There seemed to be no similarities, but they all seemed to be the same. Big Brother had changed. He had become handsome. Little you couldn't even recognize him. He was even somewhat beautiful. Big Brother was really like a fairy. Big Brother. Breaking free from Qin Yan's embrace, Qin Yu hurriedly wiped away the rolling tears on her face. She gently turned her ankle, stomped on the ground, and fiercely plunged into Yin Nuoxing's embrace. Her entire small face was buried in his chest. Her jade hands were tightly wrapped around his back, hugging him tightly. She was afraid that this was just a dream. When she woke up, he would be gone. Caught off guard, Yin Nuoxing grinned. He was very excited and also felt a little warm. He seemed to recall that time. More than 10 years had passed. The little girl from back then had finally grown into a slender and elegant woman. She was so beautiful that he couldn't recognize her. Regardless of her temperament, strength, or appearance, she could become a goddess in the hearts of countless people. She wasn't inferior to her sister in any way. However, the moment she recognized him, she directly flew towards him. Yin Nuoxing also understood that no matter how much she had changed, she would still be that little girl who liked to follow behind him and call him Big Brother nonstop. It was as if she would never grow up. Yin Nuoxing gently hugged the little girl who had buried her face in his chest. He took a light breath, and the 6 wings on his back slowly extended. Then, they gently covered the front of his body, covering the little girl's petite body as if he wanted to melt her into his body. He could feel the suppressed feelings in little Yi's heart. The feelings that had been accumulated for more than 10 years exploded all at once. This feeling made his eyes heat up. He didn't have any relatives and came to this world alone. He didn't have a past, but he felt a faint sense of kinship from little Ye. He missed it very much. Qin Yin, who was standing at the side, sniffled. Mei Mao also felt gratified as she looked at the siblings who had reunited. Although the two of them had only known each other for 2 years, the feelings they had for each other had become stronger day by day under the erosion of time. At this moment, it was time to make it manifest. After a long while, Yin Nuoxing and Qin Yu gradually calmed down and released their arms. Yin Nuoxing smiled and rubbed Qin Yu's head. He said gently, "The little brat from back then has now grown into a great beauty. Big Brother is the one. You've changed so much that you can't recognize you. You've grown into a fairy." Pursed her lips and lowered her head, allowing him to play with her hair. Mei Mao couldn't hide the happiness in her eyes. "Big Brother, have you found the fairy's home? Have you been well these past few years?" The two of them spoke at the same time. Then they were stunned. They looked at each other and chuckled. "I went back to Xingling City twice, but I didn't see you. The Qin family's residence was in ruins. I thought that it would be difficult to see you again in this lifetime." Yin Nuoxing rubbed Qin Yu's head and said gently, "Not long after Big Brother left, someone from the Qin family found us and brought us back to the Zhu family. After many years on the road, we finally arrived at the Qin family in the western region of the Divine Prefecture." Qin Yu's soft words made Yin Nuoxing frown. Was the Zhu family of the Qin family in Xingling City really the Qin family of the 8 ancient families? At that time, he still felt that it was impossible. The 8 ancient families didn't seem to be related at all. The distance between the 2 regions was very far. Moreover, he didn't feel that little Yu and Qin Yin had any similar bloodline power. Seeing Yin Nuoxing's doubtful gaze turn to her, Qin Yin blinked at Mei Mao and said softly, Yuer's bloodline was indeed separated from the Qin family for many years. As for the reason, I once asked father, but he refused to tell me. However, she's been brought back now. She's a direct descendant of the Qin family. Thank you. Yin Nuoxing nodded. He looked at Qin Yin with a gentle gaze, making her flustered. What are you thanking me for? I didn't do it. I only taught you cultivation. Moreover, you've never mentioned this word to Zian and Yuan Shi. Qin Yin twirled her hair. Mei Mao's eyes flickered. Yes, I was rude. However, if the Qin family didn't take you and her family away, you and I have seen what happened there. Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly. Yes. Qin Yin nodded. After thinking for a while, she said, also, you and her family were delayed on the road for about 6 years. Conservatively speaking, it's been almost 18 years since you left the Qin family in Xingling City. 18 years. Little Moon and Mei Mao looked at the two who seemed a little strange. Suddenly, they blinked. Then, they stared at Yin Nuoxing and tried to call out softly, brother-in-law. The two were stunned. Their faces turned red, and they hurriedly waved their hands to deny it. Qin Yin shook her head hurriedly. Mei Mao's eyes flickered. She said angrily, You child, what nonsense are you saying? Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly. She pinched Little Moon's face and asked softly, Is Uncle Qin Hui well? Yes, father has the support of the family's resources. He's already a devil rank expert. He misses you very much. He said that you've suffered a lot outside by yourself. He also told me some things about Big Brother. He said that Big Brother is an amazing person. Qin Yu said with a smile. Why do I feel like I'm the only one who's kept in the dark? Qin Yin couldn't help but sigh when she heard what she said. Yin Nuoxing spread out his hands. Who told you to not pay attention to what's going on outside? Uncle Hui is in the Qin residence. If you have time, you should come to the Qin residence. Father will also be very happy. Qin Yin looked at him and said softly. Yin Nuoxing's eyes turned. Suddenly, he teased, Become a live-in son-in-law? This sentence made Qin Yan's face turn extremely red. Her delicate body trembled in anger. She couldn't help but stomp her little feet on the ground. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Yin Nuoxing. In the end, she saw that he was looking at her very gently. She hurriedly lowered her head. This guy, no wonder Zian always said that he liked to tease girls. Today, it was her turn to be teased. Qin Yin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She recalled a time when she chatted with Zian about how to prevent Little Star from teasing her. Recalling what Zian said, Qin Yin took a deep breath. The redness on her beautiful face was slightly suppressed. Only a faint blush remained. She was stunningly beautiful. Her misty Mei Mao stared straight at Yin Nuoxing. She smiled and said, I can't consider it. Perhaps the Qin family will have a branch with the surname Yin in the future. But looking at you, the chances of father marrying me off are higher. Hearing that she actually agreed, Yin Nuoxing was stunned. His cheeks twitched as he stared at Mei Mao's calm and serious eyes. He couldn't help but feel a little awkward. For a moment, he was stunned. Seeing that he was really stunned, Qin Yin snickered in her heart. It turned out that Zian's teachings were really effective. Seeing his embarrassed look, Qin Yin couldn't help but curl her lips, as if announcing her victory. Yin Nuoxing's colorful eyes caught this scene. He narrowed his eyes. He felt that something was wrong. This girl wasn't usually like this. Numerous scenes flickered within his mind, and in the end, it stopped at a dark violet figure, causing him to be unable to help but roll his eyes. This little girl had definitely received Ziyan's teachings, and it caused him to be teased instead after failing to tease her. Thinking of this, Yin Nuoxing snorted in his heart. He grinned, reached out his hands, and pulled Qin Yin into his arms. He held her soft little hand with one hand and even clasped them together. Then he smiled slyly and said, Really? Qin Yin was shocked by this sudden scene. When she came back to her senses, she saw that the two of them were tightly pressed against each other. In particular, her voluptuous breasts were tightly pressed against his warm chest. It made her body heat up with a bang. A crimson red spread from her neck to her entire body. As the goddess of the Qin family, the young master of the Qin family, she was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Had she ever been so close to a man's body? Even when they were traveling, she always kept a certain distance from him. She had never been so close to him. Every time she saw him being intimate with Xian and Feng, she couldn't help but blush. Moreover, she was the one being intimate with him this time. Qinyan only felt a gush of hot air rush in her head, causing her entire body to heat up. She felt a little dizzy. Little Moon, who was at the side, cried out in shock. Then, she hurriedly retreated. She covered her eyes with her two little hands, but her fingers were spread apart. She stared at the scene through the gaps between her fingers. She never thought that Sister Yin, who was known as pure and holy in the Qin family, would be like this today. Could it be that she really had to change the way she addressed him in the future? She couldn't call him Big Brother anymore. She had to call him brother-in-law. Young Master Yin, you can't. Qin Yin was so embarrassed that she was about to cry. She was just praising Xian earlier, but now she was scolding her in her heart dozens of times. She had indeed followed what this girl had taught her, but in the end, Yin Nuoxing had taken it seriously. You're too soft. I can't hear you. Yin Nuoxing let out a sinister laugh. The hand that was hugging her slender waist was still slightly exerting force. The two soft lumps of flesh squeezed against her chest until they became two flat balls. Her head was even slightly lowered. Seeing that he seemed to be serious, Qin Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She wanted to struggle, but her body didn't have any strength. She watched as that handsome face that was somewhat feminine came closer and closer to her. He actually closed Mei Mao's eyes. Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. He really wanted to ask her to open her eyes. If she closed her eyes, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Just as the two of them were an inch away from kissing, a light cough suddenly sounded in this quiet forest by the lakeside. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing Yin Nuoxing and Qin Yin to separate as if they had been electrocuted. Their gazes followed the source of the sound, only to see a middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe with black edges standing not far away. That face belonged to the head of the Qin family, Qin Yan's father. Qin Hai, it's over. I've gone overboard. Damn it, this time, I really can't clear my name even if I jump into the East China Sea. Yin Nuoxing's handsome face immediately collapsed. This adultery had come too quickly. When Qin Yin saw Qin Hai, her already red cheeks became even redder, as if they were about to burn. The flustered Mei Mao looked at Qin Hai and Yin Nuoxing and didn't know what to say. The two of them were teasing each other, and now that Qin Hai had jumped out, wouldn't their pretense become real? My daughter is grown up and will eventually get married. Little brother, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my good-for-nothing daughter in the future. Qin Hai looked at Qin Yin and sighed. His voice contained mixed emotions, helplessness, and relief. Even though he was Qin Yan's father, this was the first time he had seen Qin Yin so close to a young man. Fortunately, this young man had a powerful background and was not a simple person. More importantly, Qin Yin liked him, so there was nothing more to say. This matter was settled. Yin Nuoxing and Qin Yin looked at each other awkwardly. What should they do? Chapter 577. In the forest by the lakeside, Qin Hai looked at the two people standing together and couldn't help but chuckle. No matter how he looked at them, they were pleasing to the eye. He couldn't help but nod his head. Then, he saw Qin Yu at the side and seemed to have acknowledged each other. Only then did he walk out. He originally wanted to say something, but it seemed like he didn't need to. It wasn't easy being a third wheel. Yin'er, do your best. Qin Yin gritted her teeth. She originally wanted to say it out loud, but when she saw Qin Hai slip away and leave a message for her, she immediately froze. Mei Mao didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at the forest. I've gone too far. Yin Nuoxing also didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked in the direction Qin Hai had left. He looked awkwardly at Qin Yin, whose expression was uncertain. Seeing him look awkwardly at her, Qin Yin took a few deep breaths, but she realized that she couldn't calm herself down. If the person standing in front of her was someone she didn't know and didn't have any interactions with, she would definitely be able to calm down very quickly. Even if her father saw that scene, the problem was that she knew this person and often talked about this bad guy with Qin Hai. There were some vague feelings in her heart, which made it impossible for her to calm down. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Qin Yin pouted coquettishly. Her pretty face was crimson red as she hammered Yin Nuoxing's chest with her small fists. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said, "How am I going to explain this to my father now? Once the news reaches the Qin family, Mother will force me to get engaged. No, based on Father's attitude towards you, he might have already informed Mother. It's over. This, that." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. This was really a tragedy. However, what surprised him even more was that this little girl, who was usually very calm, was currently so flustered that she didn't know what to do. She was like a little girl who was being forced into marriage, crying and laughing at the same time. This kind of goddess seemed to have a different flavor. What should I do? Qin Yin squatted down weakly and covered her face with her hands. Even at this moment, her face was still red. Go and make things clear. Yin Nuoxing scratched her head. She was also a little puzzled. She had walked on a tightrope to the end, but she was suddenly pushed by someone. This didn't feel too good. Do you want to break off your relationship with the Qin family? Father will beat you to death if you tell him. Qin Yin smiled bitterly. Based on how much her father loved her, if he still said, "There's nothing between us," after seeing this scene, he would definitely be asking for a beating. At this moment, Little Moon also felt that something was wrong. She trotted all the way over. After Yin Nuoxing said these things, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Mei Mao flashed slightly and then directly sat on the ground, laughing nonstop. The two people's cheeks twitched, and they gave each of them a good beating. This made Little Moon hold her head and wail. Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing's heart ached again. She hurriedly hugged her and rubbed her head. The three of them sat like this for an entire afternoon. It was only when Xian worriedly sent a message through a jade slip that Yin Nuoxing and Qin Yin reacted. They looked at each other and sighed bitterly. They were supposed to reunite and reminisce about the past. How did it suddenly turn out like this? Qin Yan's heart was very complicated. She had talked about Yin Nuoxing more than once in a message with Qin Hai. More or less, there was a tone of admiration in her voice. Her father also admired Yin Nuoxing very much. Moreover, he had the 9 deities temple behind him, which was a very good home. She also admitted that she more or less had some vague feelings for Yin Nuoxing, but it was only to the extent of being vague. It wasn't to the extent of being infatuated with Xian. Perhaps it was just a faint feeling. However, Yin Nuoxing was a man who was so outstanding that it was abnormal. He was handsome, strong, had a high status, and treated people gently. It was easy for people to fall in love with him. She, Qin Yin, had accompanied him for a few years. Could it be that she couldn't escape this fate? Yin Nuoxing, on the other hand, was thinking about how to solve this problem. He didn't think about anything else. Let me solve this problem. Let's go out first. Don't let Xian worry. Qin Yin sighed. Her breath was full of many emotions, and then she shook her head helplessly. Qin girl. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He quickly grabbed her arm and said softly, "Don't do anything stupid. If something happens, just put the blame on me." Hearing this, Qin Yan's heart also moved. The change in the way he addressed her and the words, "I'll take responsibility for everything," warmed her heart. This was his personal charm, wasn't it? Just like how he treated Xian and his friends, he would always put others in a safe place and take risks himself. Yin, little star. For some reason, Qin Yin also summoned extraordinary courage. Taking a deep breath, she turned around and looked at Yin Nuoxing with a serious expression. Her red lips parted slightly. Yin Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that she had calmed down, he also calmed down. He took a deep breath, nodded gently, and said, "Go ahead. If Father really allows us to get engaged, what do you plan to do?" Qin Yin asked softly. She didn't mix her emotions with her words at all. It was as if she was asking a question in the form of a computer program. Yin Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and said, "If everything is irreversible, I will face it head-on and do what I have to do because of my identity." His answer didn't directly answer her question. He simply told her that if nothing could be changed, he would choose to face everything head-on. But wasn't this also an answer for her? I understand. Hearing this, Qin Yin nodded calmly. In fact, she still had a few more questions, but she didn't need to ask them. After interacting with Yin Nuashing for a few years, she knew very well what kind of person he was. So, those questions were actually useless because she already knew the answer. The three of them walked out side by side. Little Moon pulled the two of them and chatted nonstop. She talked about the various things that happened during their journey and even giggled from time to time. She looked like a little sparrow, which lightened the awkward atmosphere by quite a bit. When they reached the entrance of the palace, Qin Yan's expression changed slightly. Her jade-like hands trembled a little as she took out a jade slip. The expression on her beautiful face changed several times, which stunned Yin Nuashing. A few minutes later, Qin Yin put away the jade slip. She turned her head and smiled at Yin Nuashing and said, "It's nothing. Let's go." "Nothing your head." Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. Although he really wanted to say it, he didn't press her when he saw that she didn't want to. He nodded and walked out of the palace. Seeing that he didn't press her, Qin Yin felt a little warm in her heart. She looked at Yin Nuashing's back and bowed slightly. Then she smiled sweetly. In an instant, it was as if the sun had broken through the shackles of heaven and earth. It was as if 100 flowers had bloomed and bright colors filled the world. However, this scene only existed for a moment. Yin Nuashing and Qin Yin didn't look back, and Qin Yin quickly followed. After leaving the palace, they immediately found Xian and the others. When they saw Yin Nuashing and the others, they were all stunned. Their jaws dropped, and they almost smashed a huge hole in the ground. It had only been more than 2 hours since they went in. How had another person come out? Moreover, looking at how intimate she was with Yin Nuashing, as expected of Little Star. 10,000-year Lilican, Lolita killer. You can kidnap a little Lolita out in 2 hours. Very impressive. I have to admit that I admire you. Yuanshi sighed and couldn't help but clap his hands a few times. Everyone's faces darkened. Before Yin Nuashing got close, he saw that everyone's faces were dark. The monstrous resentment seemed to have condensed into a ball, which gave the three of them a fright. "This is my younger sister, Qin Yu. You can call her Little Yu Yu or Little Moon. I met her when I was still living in the Qin family. More than 10 years have passed, and I couldn't recognize her just now." Yin Nuashing rubbed Little Yu Yu's head and smiled. Hearing this, everyone came to a realization. Other than Lei Lang's group of 6 and Yu Xiao, the others had followed Yin Nuashing to the Qin family in Xingling City and even helped to tidy up. After knowing that this girl was the little follower that Yin Nuashing occasionally mentioned, the gazes of Xian and the others became much gentler. They directly took Little Moon from his side. The girls couldn't stop laughing. They actually directly became familiar with each other, skipping the step of getting to know each other. Yin Nuashing watched as the girls started to play together. Even Yi, she was in Little Yu Yu's arms. The two of them couldn't stop laughing. Although this scene was very beautiful and wonderful, Yin Nuashing felt that something was wrong. Wasn't this healing too fast? Little Star and Little Yu Yu. Not bad. Your names are quite compatible. As expected of brother and sister, a star and a moon. Yuanshi patted Yin Nuashing's shoulder and teased. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. His gaze inadvertently turned to Qin Yin, who happened to be looking over as well. The two of them tacitly looked at each other and nodded. They both chose not to mention it. Unless this matter was really settled, they wouldn't mention it. "Boss, come and save the day. There's a brat from the Ganyuan region who's extremely arrogant." Suddenly, a voice sounded in their minds, causing everyone's expressions to change slightly. They all turned to look at Yin Nuashing. He took out the jade slip and found Nightmare soul power. After saying a few words, he put away the jade slip and sighed. He looked at everyone and said, "Let's go and make a scene." "Oh, let's go and make a scene." Yuanshi was extremely excited when he heard that they were going to make a scene. Yu Xiao was also speechless. "What's wrong?" Xian asked with concern. "There's a brat from the Ganyuan region. He made a very complicated array and asked the younger generation to solve it. In the end, no one could solve it." Yin Nuashing talked about what Nightmare had just said to him as they walked. There aren't many array masters in the younger generation. That brat from the Ganyuan region even said that there were no array masters in other regions. Nightmare couldn't stand it and almost started a fight. If it weren't for Yao Hua and the others holding him back, he would have turned the sky upside down. Yin Nuoxing said. Nightmare is still so impulsive. What about little Xia? Her array skills are also very outstanding. Could it be? Xian was puzzled. Shui Xia also couldn't do anything about that array. Otherwise, why would she ask us to go over? She even seemed to be injured. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. That's right. Who would call for green oil chicken for no reason? Everyone felt the same way and nodded. In the hall of the palace, a banquet was set up. All kinds of rare ingredients and rare wines were placed casually, causing the place to be as dense as fog. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the palace was very tense. Many experts wearing the same color clothes had their hands crossed over their chests and looked down with cold smiles. At the head of the table was a man in a green robe. He was about 23 or 24 years old. His face couldn't be considered very handsome, but there was an unconcealable arrogance between his brows, which made him appear very charming. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat tense. Nightmare had even taken out his black scythe. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the man at the head of the table. A murderous aura surged from his body. Behind him, Yao Hua and the others were nervously protecting the unconscious girl with long blue hair. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of the girl's mouth. It was very eye-catching. Coupled with her somewhat pale and delicate face, it was very distressing. In the hall, there were many experts of the younger generation. They seemed to have come from different regions and some of the major forces. However, at this moment, their gazes were like nightmares. They stared fiercely at the man at the head of the table, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. However, from the fluctuations of their auras, it seemed that they were all injured. Hong Fei, what's the point of bullying a girl? If you have the guts, come down. Let's fight one-on-one. I can't beat you to death. Nightmare suddenly took a step forward. The black scythe in his hand danced like a whirlwind. Murderous aura exploded with a furious roar. There's no point in fighting. Like I said before, if you can undo or destroy this overturn the sky formation, I'll apologize. However, looking at the people from the major regions, TCH, forgive me for being blunt, but everyone here is trash. The azure robe man called Hong Fei did not care at all. He laughed loudly and crossed his legs. He even took a sip of wine. Looking at Nightmare's furious expression, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, more than 100 terrifying forces erupted in the main hall, sweeping out like a storm. Everyone present was an elite disciple of some major forces, and some are even like the divine sons and goddesses, but they were all scolded by him with a single sentence. If this could be tolerated, what else could be tolerated? Oh, you want a group fight? I don't have any objections. One formation is enough to deal with all of you. Hong Fei laughed even more arrogantly when he saw everyone erupting with terrifying auras. He slammed his hands on the table, and the huge formation engraved on the wall behind him flew out. Wait! Suddenly, Nightmare's black scythe paused and stomped on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Hong Fei. He sneered and said, "You're saying that if someone can undo this formation, you'll kneel down and apologize?" Kneel down and apologize? Did he say that? I think so. The surrounding people were slightly stunned when they heard Mo Yan's voice. All of their faces were filled with astonishment. Even Hong Fei was startled. However, he quickly understood the situation and laughed heartily. All right, I'd like to see who you can invite to undo this formation. Even if it's destroyed, it's my loss. Hearing this, Nightmare laughed coldly. He opened his arms and looked at the others. He laughed loudly and said, "Everyone, you've heard it clearly. Let's wait and see." As soon as he finished speaking, Nightmare swung his arm toward the entrance of the palace. Everyone looked over anxiously and expectantly. They were all people from major forces. Of course, they wouldn't do nothing after being insulted. However, they really couldn't do anything. They could only entrust their expectations to others. Although Hong Fei's words were very arrogant, it seemed that no one in the younger generation could beat him in terms of formations. Even Shui Xia of the Water God Temple had been defeated. Just as everyone was feeling both happy and worried, a group of figures slowly walked in from the entrance of the palace. The person in the lead was wearing a black half-mask with golden edges. His dazzling long hair danced in the wind. When they saw this figure, for some reason, hope rose in everyone's hearts. Chapter 578. The arrival of the rainbow-haired youth was like a shot of adrenaline, allowing the exhausted young elites to regain some of their vitality. They stared at him without blinking as he slowly walked in. Their gazes were filled with anticipation and awe. A person like him was not someone they could discuss. As soon as Yin Nuoxing entered, he saw a large group of people casting their gazes over. However, as he was wearing a mask, he did not have much of a reaction. His eyes swept around and found the place where Jin Ying and the others were. He led his people and quickly walked over. As for the huge floating formation and the group of people on the main seats, they were all ignored by him. How is it? As soon as he approached, Yin Nuoxing saw Shui Xia's pale face. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, which made his heart ache slightly. Little Xia was devoured by his formation. Originally, she could have broken through the formation, but that bastard suddenly activated it at the critical moment. She was unable to react in time and was devoured by the formation. The wood spirit's voice was filled with anger as she ground her teeth. Her mouth seemed to be about to spit out flames at this moment. Yin Nuoxing nodded and crouched down. He pressed his hand between Shui Xia's eyebrows and several strands of energy rushed out together, surging into Shui Xia's body. After a while, he stood up and said, "It's nothing serious. She just suffered a bit of backlash. I've already healed the damage to her soul. She'll be fine after some rest." "Yeah, that guy is too despicable. Little Star, I'll leave her to you." Jining nodded heavily and placed Shui Xia on a chair. "Brother, beat him up. Let him see what a formation is." Nightmare, Yao Hua, and the others roared angrily as well. That was just too humiliating. It was simply too humiliating. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and looked around. He discovered that almost everyone was staring at him as soon as he arrived. Their gazes were filled with anticipation. "Dear best, Yin Nuoxing." Suddenly, a woman in a corner suddenly shouted, causing everyone to be stunned. Yin Nuoxing also looked at her in surprise. She seemed to have just reacted and quickly lowered her head. Her face was so red that it could drip water. Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly and nodded. She turned her gaze and looked at the man on the seat of honor. Then, she looked at the huge formation behind him and asked softly, "You did this?" Seeing this, Hong Fei looked at him with some disdain and sneered. "You expect the trash here to be able to create such a masterpiece? Or is it that you, who they have given all their hopes to you, are blind? You seem to be quite the character. If you want to break it, please do so. However, if any accident occurs, you will have to bear the consequences." Hong Fei laughed loudly, causing everyone in the hall to become furious. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and walked towards the formation. She stood in front of the huge formation. At this moment, everyone watched this scene with fear and trepidation. This was a divine body that was quite famous in the entire divine realm. Even the 9 deity temples had to protect it with all their might. Could it wash away their humiliation? Compared to everyone's nervousness, Nightmare and the others were much calmer. The Yin Nuoxing they knew had never failed. Boom! However, in the next second, a dull sound rang out. Everyone saw a colorful figure fly out, causing everyone's faces to turn ashen. How can this be? Impossible. Even he can't do it. Is that formation really that strong? When Yin Nuoxing flew out, everyone in the hall was a little depressed and unwilling. They glared fiercely at Hong Fei. If looks could kill, Hong Fei would have died tens of millions of times. Even Xian and the others were dumbfounded. Yishi was also in a daze. She knew very well about Yin Nuoxing's attainments and formations. That formation was only a 6th grade magic rank formation. How could she not be able to break it and even be sent flying? Haha, this is the savior you have been waiting for all this time. An arrogant person who flew out without even touching the formation. Is this a clown you invited? As expected, all the friends of trash are trash. When Hong Fei saw Yin Nuoxing fly out, he laughed unscrupulously. He slammed his hands on the table, causing the wine cups to fall to the side. The wine spilled all over the table. Damn it, let's fight out with him. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? Kill, kill, kill. Everyone was so agitated that they could no longer control their state of mind. They roared one after another, and their aura was about to overturn the hall. Ha ha ha, so funny. However, just when everyone was about to lose control of their anger, a somewhat stiff laugh rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. They hurriedly turned their gazes and saw a rainbow-haired figure slowly walking in from the door. It was Yin Nuoxing. You call this a formation? While everyone was in a daze, Yin Nuoxing sighed. Her evil spirit eyes suddenly opened, and a wave of violent soul power surged out. It swept out like a storm and rushed into the formation along with the evil spirit eye. Then, she snapped her fingers with her left hand. Ta! Bang! As soon as the snap of her fingers sounded, the formation suddenly exploded while everyone was still in a daze. It turned into streaks of azure light and disappeared in midair. It was so fast that even Hong Fei couldn't react in time. Let me teach you how to use the formation. Yin Nuoxing sighed again and snapped her fingers again. Then, hundreds of azure formations suddenly appeared in midair. The resplendent light shone on everyone's faces, causing them to be in a daze. Retreat. Hong Fei was the first to react. His face suddenly turned pale. His figure flashed, and he suddenly rushed towards the entrance of the hall. His companions were a bit slower, but they still quickly caught up. How can the main character of a play run away? Yin Nuoxing sighed. She snapped her fingers again, and hundreds of golden chains suddenly shot out from the hundreds of formations. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they shot towards Hong Fei and the others. The light elemental chains wrapped around Hong Fei in the blink of an eye. Scram! A strong force suddenly tugged at his waist, causing Hong Fei's expression to change slightly. He lowered his head and saw the chains as thick as his thighs. He roared angrily, and a terrifying demonic aura surged out and slammed against the tough chains. A series of clanking sounds could be heard as the chains swayed. However, even though the aura was very strong, he couldn't even break free. All right, please, Scram. Yin Nuoxing nodded. With a wave of his hand, a large number of chains connected to form a canopy directly engulfed Hong Fei, who was still unleashing his aura, and tied all of them up like dumplings. Come, get up. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand again, and the large canopy of chains fell to the ground. Then they dragged Hong Fei and the others back. The few people who were rolled up like spring rolls immediately started rolling on the ground at high speed. When Hong Fei and the others rolled back to their seats, the chains swarmed up again and tied them up tightly like a few fat cocoons. Only their heads were exposed, and they were hung upside down in mid-air. What a strange request. After doing this, Yin Nuoxing clapped her hands. Only then did everyone react. They looked at the fat cocoons hanging upside down in the sky and shivered. This is a freak, subduing a few demon-rank powerhouses in a few seconds. Fortunately, the reception divine physique is still that powerful reception divine physique. Phew, I was almost in despair. So handsome, so powerful, so powerful, so handsome. In the main hall, the powerful successors of the major forces all heaved a sigh of relief. However, their gazes were still somewhat unfriendly as they looked at Hong Fei, who was suspended in mid-air by hundreds of chains. Although Yin Nuoxing had come out to extinguish his prestige, many people were still somewhat unhappy in their hearts. Many of the female disciples were looking at Yin Nuoxing with a strange light in their eyes. Nightmare and the others heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yin Nuoxing strangely. It turns out that she was just throwing the match. Like I said, how could Big Brother No not be able to deal with these trashy arrays? Yishi rolled her eyes and sat on a stool, her legs swinging back and forth. Hearing the voices in the surroundings, Yin Nuoxing spread her hands and walked towards Hong Fei. The latter was still dizzy from being rolled around and didn't open his eyes to see who was in front of him. Hey, open your eyes if you're not dead. If you're dead, I'll send you on a trip to the starfield. If you're pretending to be dead, I'll send you back to the Ganyuan region. High-altitude express delivery. Yin Nuoxing pushed him and unhappily said. Hong Fei, who was dizzy from being rolled around, suddenly shook his head and sobered up a lot. When he saw Yin Nuoxing standing in front of him, he couldn't help roaring, but he couldn't break free from the chains no matter how hard he tried. Bastard, put me down if you have the guts. Let's have a fair fight. After panting for a while, Hong Fei stopped his useless struggle and roared fiercely. We've already had a fair fight. We've already fought fair and square, so there's no need for you to say anything else. You gave me a formation for me to solve, and I'll give you a formation for you to solve as well. If you can solve it, I'll let you down. If you can't, then stay here. You can leave when you solve it. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes at him and slapped the chain with his palm, causing the big fat cocoon to spin again. Bastard. Stop. Quickly. I won't. Spare. You. The spinning big fat cocoon said something vaguely, which made everyone laugh. This guy was actually quite a character, but he had met an even more ruthless character. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and ignored him. She walked straight to the wall at the back and gently pressed her palm on the wall. Then, an azure array quietly appeared and slowly formed. It was about 1,000 feet in size. Whether it was in terms of size or complexity, it was more than a level higher than the one Hong Fei had made. Everyone was dizzy just looking at it. Buzz! After the array was completed, it let out a soft, buzzing sound. Surges of heaven and earth energy and star energy quietly gathered towards the array. However, Yin Nuoxing suppressed the power of the array very well. If it exploded, this hall would definitely be destroyed. Please, Mr. Scram. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and pulled the big fat cocoons over. She placed them in front of the array and even made a gesture of invitation. Hong Fei was so angry that his face turned red. F***CK. At asterisk and Brother Nuo, aren't you bullying me? Using a divine-level array to make things difficult for me. When Yishi saw the array, she hurriedly covered her mouth with her wide sleeves and laughed softly. Yuan Shi and the others who heard this all had black lines on their faces. Chapter 579. Yin Nuoxing also knew that it was almost impossible for Hong Fei to decipher the divine magic array. He did not really let Hong Fei decipher it. He just left Hong Fei there until Shui Xiao woke up. Then, he dragged Hong Fei over and forced him to apologize. Only then did he let him go. Yin Nuoxing and the others walked out of the palace and saw Golden Princess leaning against the celestial tree. She was folding a leaf out of boredom. When she saw them come out, she could not help but roll her eyes. She flung the leaf away with her jade-like hand. Then, she walked in front of them and said so slow. The group of people shrank back and then laughed dryly. Yin Nuoxing also laughed dryly and walked forward. He said, Sister Jean, what's the matter? Well, let's go first. We'll talk on the way. Golden Princess nodded. Her face was slightly gloomy. Obviously, she was not in a good mood. Everyone nodded and followed Golden Princess into the air. Then, they flew towards the Jade Palaces. To be precise, they flew towards the huge palace in the depths of the Jade Palaces. Many experts had gathered in the Heavenly Palace. When Yin Nuoxing and the others came out, they also saw many experts flying towards the palace. At this time, there were even more people flying towards the palace. This grand event is organized by the Phaseless Cult and several other major forces. You already know this. Just now, the hierarch of the Phaseless Cult and the others gathered everyone in the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. Maybe they have something important to announce, Golden Princess said in a low voice. Yin Nuoxing and the others looked at each other and swept their eyes around. In the Jade Palaces below, a group of people broke through the doors and rushed out. Then they flew into the sky and flew towards the Heavenly Palace in the distance. At this time, many people had already gathered in the Heavenly Palace. There was even a large group of people standing at the door. Those were the younger generation. Only the powerful figures of various forces could enter the Heavenly Palace. The Nine Deities Temple is assisting in the Taiyuan Grand Assembly. It's not a big deal for me to bring some people in, Yin Nuoxing and the rest of the youngsters stood motionless at the entrance of the main hall of the Heavenly Palace. The Golden Empress turned around and rolled her eyes at them. Then, she held Yin Nuoxing's hand and walked in. Her soft words made everyone around her speechless. They could accept that Yin Nuoxing could enter, but there was a large group of people in this area. This, after all, the Nine Deities Hall was one of the hosts of the event, so it was only natural for them to enjoy special privileges. As soon as they entered the main hall, they heard a lot of noise. Many powerful people in the main hall turned to look at them. When they saw a group of young people walking in, they couldn't help but frown. However, when they saw the Golden Empress walking in front, a trace of fear flashed through the depths of their eyes. They all chose to shut up. No one dared to say anything inappropriate. "Sister Jean, what kind of shocking thing have you done?" Yin Nuoxing caught some of the gazes of the powerful people. He rolled his eyes and looked at the Golden Empress. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice. The Golden Empress glared at him, causing Yin Nuoxing to shrink his neck and look at her with an aggrieved expression. This caused the Golden Empress' heart to soften, and she sighed. However, before she could say anything, a kind voice chuckled from the side. "Your sister Jean was called the Golden Killing God back then. She gained her fame through killing. How could she not be feared?" Yin Nuoxing turned his gaze. The figure that appeared in front of him was wearing a green brocade robe. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. There was a kind smile on his fair face. He looked like an immortal, but his two eyebrows seemed a little too long. "Old man, are you looking for trouble?" The Golden Empress heard him stealing her line and couldn't help but roll her eyes. She then pulled Yin Nuoxing to her side and said, "This is old man Wu Xiang. I've forgotten his name millions of years ago. Everyone calls him Old Man Wu Xiang. He's the current leader of the Phaseless sect." "Uncle, Phaseless." Yin Nuoxing cupped his hands and was about to call him Senior when he felt the Golden Empress pinching his waist. He shuddered violently and quickly changed his words. "Hee, what an interesting little fellow. Is he your disciple?" Old man Wu Xiang's smile widened when he heard this. His smile was as bright as a sunflower. "Disciple? I also want to. Unfortunately, I can't raise this phoenix. At most, I can lend him a hand." The Golden Empress sighed and shook her head. Her jade-like hand gently rubbed Yin Nuoxing's head, causing him to feel a little strange. He turned his head to look at her, only to see her smiling gently at him. He lowered his head. "Can't raise him." It wasn't just old man Wu Xiang. Even the surrounding experts who were eavesdropping turned their gazes curiously. To be able to make a top-tier Emperor God expert say that he couldn't raise him, everyone glanced at Yin Nuoxing and thought for a moment. They seemed to understand something. No wonder he couldn't raise him. This fellow really couldn't afford to raise him. So it's that little fellow. Old man Wu Xiang revealed a look of understanding. He then smiled and said, "Come, we've been waiting for you." The Golden Empress nodded. Old man Wu Xiang also nodded slightly. They walked towards the main seat of the hall. However, the Golden Empress didn't bring Yin Nuoxing and the others there. Instead, she walked to the stairs at the side and arrived at the third floor. Jin Wang and the others were also there. "They're here." A group of people from Yin Nuo Star walked out of the staircase one after another, causing Jin Wang to smile. He went forward and led the group to the best vantage point. Looking at the large hall below, thousands of experts had already sat down one after another. Some of them leaned against the stone pillars on both sides of the large hall. They crossed their arms and looked indifferently at the large hall. There weren't many people on the second and third floors. Other than the group of people from the Nine Divine Temple on the third floor, the second floor was even more deserted. Those who were able to stand here were all powerful forces who had come together to assist in the Taiyuan Grand Meet. Yin Nuoxing also saw the elders of the Yu family who had gone to the Tana's Water God Palace with him. There were also some experts at the Emperor God level. Obviously, the Yu family also attached great importance to this Grand Meet. They had sent many people here. At this moment, this group of people from a Yu family was chatting with the people from the Nine Divine Temple. They nodded at Yin Nuoxing's arrival, as if they were expressing their goodwill. Yin Nuoxing returned the greeting with a smile. He and Yu Xiao were friends, so naturally, he would respect the people from the Yu family. Sis, you still haven't told me what happened. Someone from the demon world has come. It's not just the few that we saw today. Moreover, they are here to deliver a message. The Golden Queen said in a deep voice, "Deliver a message." Everyone's expression was strange. Around half an hour after Empress Jin's group arrived, a black figure with a powerful aura followed behind a few disciples from large factions. They stepped on a black fog and walked into the large hall. A rolling, demonic aura spread out, causing the younger generation at the door to hold their breaths. That frightening strength had merely landed on their bodies, but it already caused them to lose the ability to resist dense demonic chi. It's filled with a foul stench. Many people frowned. They were very disgusted by this aura. It had been 2 billion years since the last great battle in the demon world. The battle 20 million years ago was just a small one. Many people here had not even seen someone from the demon world before. This was the first time they had seen someone from the demon world. They were all shocked. This person's entire body was filled with dense demonic chi. It was different from the demonic chi of the humans who cultivated the demonic chi. This kind of demonic chi could only be controlled by the demon clan. If a human wanted to cultivate it, they would be the first to be devoured. This black shadow was completely covered by the demonic chi. It was impenetrable. They could not see his appearance. They could only see that he was more than 2 meters tall and was very sturdy. The person from the demon world came to the center of the hall. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the old man Wu Xiang, who was sitting on the main seat. He raised his head slightly and said, "What the hell? What's that?" Everyone was confused and looked at each other. They did not know what he was talking about. "You humans, have you even forgotten the common language of the ancient gods? 20 epochs ago, or even 2 billion years ago, there were still many humans using this language. It seems like humans are very good at forgetting." This devil world's man spoke indifferently as he switched to the common language of the divine world. After the great battle 2 billion years ago, it took many years for the god world to recover from the misery and suffering it is today. Many great forces were annihilated and turned to dust, and many new forces rose up. It is normal for people to forget. There are certainly people here who know how to use the common language of the myriad races, but there are not many. So please use the common language of the god world. Wu Xiang said indifferently. The god language created by the ancient gods was used by the 8 elemental worlds. After so many eras, it still has a long history. I never thought that it would be the first to be cut off by the humans who are known as the wisest of all things. The person from the demon world sneered. The original language, the language of the mythological era, was close to non-existence. At the end of the mythological era, the gods jointly created a common language of the myriad races, which was the universal language of the myriad races. The entire 8 elemental worlds used this language, but the 8 elemental worlds had their own history. Language changes were inevitable, except for some places where the universal language of the myriad races was used for daily life and writing. The language of many places had changed countless times. The current universal language of the god world was only enough for everyone in the god world to communicate. "My name is Zhuahan Hai. This time, I'm only here to deliver a letter," the black figure said coldly. With a wave of his hand, he tossed a black scroll to Wu Xiang. The Wu Xiang old man glanced at him indifferently. His withered hand reached out from his sleeve and caught the black scroll. He slowly unfurled it. However, after a single glance, his languid old eyes suddenly turned sharp as he stared coldly at the black figure. It seems like there are still people who can understand the common language of the 10,000 tribes. Not everyone has forgotten it. The black figure smiled faintly and mocked when he saw Lin Feng's reaction. "Is your devil world ready?" Old man Wu Xiang's voice was cold, and his aura suddenly became fierce, causing everyone to be stunned. What's wrong with the old man? Princess Jean was also a little confused. She did not understand why Wu Xiang's temperament had suddenly changed. "You can think of it that way. I am only responsible for delivering the letter," Zhuahan Hai said indifferently. Wu Xiang narrowed his eyes and looked at him coldly for a long time. Then he laughed coldly and said, "You are an energy body, not your true body. Zhuohanhai arrogantly raised his head, declining to comment. He then looked around the room, before finally fixing his gaze on Yun Che as he said in an indifferent voice, "I've already delivered the message. As for how you'll do it, that's up to you. Wu Xiang, read the content." Princess Jean frowned and sent a message down from the third floor. Wu Xiang nodded and did not delay. He read the content of the black scroll. Everyone who heard it showed murderous intent. They stared coldly at the black figure. If it was not for the fact that he was an energy body, someone would have already attacked him. A letter of challenge. My demon race is amazing. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he was also filled with astonishment. He could not help but let out a long sigh. He had never expected that Zhuohanhai had come to deliver a letter of challenge. However, after old man Wu Xiang finished reading it, everyone's expressions changed once again. They did not really want to fight. The people of the demon world needed half of the divine prefecture's northern wilderness. The other half would be divided into the Taiyuan domain and Kuan Yuan domain. This part of the demon world would belong to the demon world. When the time came, the demon world would descend upon the god world and all races would coexist. Of course, it was impossible to achieve peaceful coexistence. Many grievances between the demon world and the god world had been passed down from generation to generation. The current peace was just a preparation for the next war. Many people realized that the god world would not be peaceful in the future. There would be friction between the human race and the demon race, the human race and the demon race, and even the demon race and the demon race. There would definitely be a bloodbath between the three races. At the entrance of the main hall, the younger generation was shocked. There would most likely be a rain of blood in the future. They did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse for them to encounter this era of confrontation between the three realms. The star of calamity has descended, and the great era is about to arrive. The successor of God will also appear along with the awakening of the great era. There truly won't be much time for peace in the future. Old Yuan's aged eyes looked at Zhuohanhai as he let out a long sigh. At the end of the scroll, it mentioned that the human race occupied too much territory in the god world. If the required areas were divided, they would be able to live in peace. Most people sneered inwardly at this. Peace to hell. They had already issued a letter of challenge. If they really divided half of the northern wilderness and a part of the Taiyuan domain and Kuan Yuan domain, it would be like winning a war to divide the territory. There are no traces of the human race in the northern half of the northern wilderness. Most of it is barren land like mountains. There are not as many underground resources as in the south. Your human race's main city is also in the south. Above that boundary, there are parts of the Taiyuan domain and Kuan Yuan domain, which are also borderlands. There are no human cities. What we want is an insignificant area, Zhuohanhai said indifferently. When will the devil world descend? Old man Wu Xiang took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his intimidating aura as he asked in an indifferent voice. Within 10 years. Chapter 580. Within 10 years, the demon world would appear from the void at the border between Taiyuan domain and Kuan Yuan domain, as well as the northern wasteland. From then on, the two lands would be connected. However, the demon world was much larger than the divine world. The border would only be a buffer zone, and the entire demon world would not appear. That might happen in the future, but not now. Done. After a long time, Elder Wu Xiang nodded gently, which stunned Zhuohanhai. Even the expressions of many of the human race experts changed drastically, and they all wanted to speak up. This reply letter. Elder Wu Xiang raised the black scroll high above his head and shouted loudly, which stunned everyone who wanted to speak. The scene fell silent again, and then he continued to shout, "Who will write this reply letter?" Everyone's expressions changed slightly when they heard this, and then they all nodded. The demon world was an important place to write a letter of challenge. Just as Zhuohanhai said, the human race's territory was very vast, so what if they gave you a small part of it? However, they could not give it to you so easily. Didn't you write a letter? Then we will write a letter in return. This reply letter represented the will of the majority of the human cultivators, because 70% of the major forces of the divine world had come to the Taiyuan Grand Meeting, and more than half of the transcendental forces had also come. Although many people present could not help but want to fight when they heard the news, they also knew that it was not the right time, just as the demon world knew that it was not the right time. They could only maintain this fragile, temporary peace. Mei Mao, the Golden Empress, glanced at the crowd below and then looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was lying on the wall with both hands looking bored. Mei Mao's eyes flashed, and she seemed to have an idea. "Old man, let me write it." The Golden Crown Princess smiled and shouted at Wu Xiang. Everyone nodded. The Golden Crown Princess had been famous for a long time, so it was appropriate for the Golden Killing God to write it. The latter also nodded and waved his hand, throwing a golden scroll over. After receiving it, the Golden Queen grinned. She waved her hand and shielded the area. Then, she rubbed Yun Nuoxing's head and said with a smile, "Little star, write a letter." Huh. Yun Nuoxing wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. Even the divine kings, the great elders, the Yu family, the mountain monarch, and Lachine were dumbfounded. However, someone as intelligent as Yun Nuoxing seemed to have understood something after being confused for a while. She said, "Sister Jean, you want me to write in the Kanagami language?" Kanagami? However, to his surprise, the Golden Empress and the rest were dumbfounded. She blinked at Mei Mao and said in shock, "I want you to write with a god weapon. It will be very impressive. But what's with the Kanagami language? How many things are you hiding from us?" "You don't know." Yun Nuoxing was even more shocked. Then, she quickly covered her mouth and looked at Xian, Yuan Shi, and Yu Xiao with a broken face. "Little Xingxing, this time it really wasn't us who said it. It was you who said it." Seeing Yun Nuoxing's lifeless gaze turn around, Yuan Shi let out a bitter laugh and hurriedly waved her hand. Ziyin and Yu Xiao also hurriedly nodded. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Then, she hugged her head in pain and squatted on the ground, wailing, "I know too many people. I don't even know who is me anymore." Everyone smiled bitterly. "Who asked you to know so many people and keep secrets from everyone? You probably don't even know if you've told anyone." After a while, Yun Nuoxing stood up with a bitter smile. She pinched her face and grabbed her hair. She looked at the Golden Empress and the rest as if she was about to cry. Then, she nodded and said, "I know Kanagami. I thought you knew." After hearing this, everyone's emotions were 100 times more complicated than Yun Nuoxing. Their expressions changed so much that they didn't know what to say. "Little guy, you're really a treasure. I really want to run into your mind and see what you don't know." The Golden Empress gently caressed Yun Nuoxing's face. Her gentle words made him smile bitterly. He casually wrote 2 words that no one could understand. Although they were a little confused, they trusted Yun Nuoxing. At least, she wouldn't joke at this time. Especially when she said it casually, it was more believable. "It's true. It's Kanagami." Little White, who was lying on Xian's head, said softly. This made everyone believe it even more. However, they were a little confused. How did she know it was Kanagami? "We, the 4 mythological beasts, have been passed down from the mythological era. We died, were sealed, and were reborn again and again. We have lived from that era until now. Even if we lose our memories every time we are reborn, the divinity and divinity that were given to us, as well as all the knowledge, will not disappear with death. That's why we can recognize Kanagami." "Phone," her soft voice made everyone suddenly understand. Yun Nuoxing grabbed the Nethervoid sword and the Linghong sword. Then, he put the lunar platform and the Matrix book together. He clenched his hands, and the 4 weapons slowly merged together. The divine sword that appeared was different from the previous 2 weapons. It looked much lighter and more powerful. However, the only thing they had in common was that both weapons were sheathed in a scabbard that couldn't be pulled out. After the Linghong sword leveled up, it could merge more weapons. However, with Yun Nuoxing's current ability, he could only merge for weapons. Just maintaining it would consume a lot of his energy. However, this also proved the value of the Linghong sword. It was a divine sword that could encompass everything. It could make the strong stronger. The newly born divine sword was a huge long sword. It was gold and black in color. The runes, symbols, and energy patterns on the surface of the sword were constantly changing. It was very mysterious. Moreover, there was a terrifying cold and strange power emerging from the sword. Clang! Holding the black and golden divine sword, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and opened the golden scroll in front of him. Then, he listened to the Golden Queen's words. He suddenly waved the divine sword and used all his strength to carve stroke after stroke on the golden paper. He carved out strange characters. Those were Kanagami characters. They were obscure and difficult to understand. They didn't look like hieroglyphs. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing felt that the energy in his body was disappearing at a terrifying speed. He could not bear it any longer. He clenched his teeth, and his entire body began to spin like a windmill. Relying on inertia, he carved out strokes after strokes and wrote down words one after another. If this letter is completed, I'm afraid it will be ranked as one of the most expensive letters. Everyone looked at Yun Nuashing strenuously writing the Kanagami characters. Sweat dripped from his forehead like rain. They were all a little embarrassed. Clang! Suddenly, their vision turned black and the divine sword slipped out of their hands. Yun Nuashing also staggered 2 steps and squatted down. Everyone was stunned. They hurriedly ran over. However, they saw that his handsome face was pale. His rapid heartbeat was like heavy raindrops falling on a drum. It was ringing nonstop. I'm exhausted, seeing everyone's worried expressions. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. The energy talismans between his eyebrows exploded and turned into a sea of star energy that surged into his body. His exhausted body was completely recovered in an instant. His colorful eyes paused. He grabbed the divine sword and waved it like the wind again. Halfway through writing, Yun Nuashing was suddenly stunned. His hands stopped moving. Princess Jean also looked at him in astonishment. Then, she heard him say, "Can we remove the part in the Taiyuan region? What's wrong?" Princess Jean raised her eyebrows and asked, "There's a very, very powerful thing in that place. Anyway, I can't touch it right now. However, I don't really want others to touch it either." Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. After he discovered it, he quickly admitted that he was a little greedy. "What is it?" Hearing this, everyone hurriedly asked. I won't tell you." Yun Nuashing shook his head vigorously. "Then write with all your might." Princess Jean sighed. She looked as if there was no room for discussion. Yun Nuashing was so anxious that he was about to cry. However, in the end, he still told them about the Red Lotus Hellfire that Ziyi had told him. Then the air froze. "We'll talk about this later. For now, no one can touch it. If that thing really exists, let alone here, it can even be felt in the corners of the Ganyuan region. Therefore, it probably hasn't appeared yet. If there's news in the future, we'll bring you there." Princess Jean waved her hand, then urged him to write the letter. After a long time, after Yun Nuashing had exploded more than 100 energy talismans and soul talismans, he finally finished writing the letter written with a godly sword. It was probably the first time in history that he had written something like this. After he was done, Yun Nuashing lay half dead in Xian's arms. Lan Xen jumped out from between his eyebrows and read the letter with Feng and White Tiger. After a long time, they finally finished reading the letter. They silently raised their heads and looked at Princess Jean. They smiled bitterly and said, "You're trying to anger the demon race to death." I don't know what you're talking about." Hearing this, Princess Jean giggled. Her jade-like hands kept swaying as if she was about to dance. This made everyone speechless. Everyone in the hall saw that Princess Jean had taken the scroll and sealed the space. Now, they were waiting quietly. They were a little anxious, but since Elder Wu Xiang had agreed to let her write it, there shouldn't be any big problems. After all, the Nine-Deity Temple was one of the guardian forces of the God Realm. They didn't want to see the God Realm being invaded by the demon world. After waiting for a long time, Zhuohanhai grew impatient. Just as he was about to ask, the space barrier dissipated, and the Golden Empress appeared in front of everyone's eyes. She looked at the crowd below and smiled gently. She rolled up the golden paper in her hand and threw it to Old Man Wu Xiang. The latter caught the scroll and unfolded it. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He hurriedly sent a message to the former. "What is this?" Don't worry, old man. There won't be any problems. It just depends on whether the people of the demon clan can understand it. This is a letter that transcends time. It can be said to be unprecedented. Princess Jean sent a message and laughed loudly. Elder Wuxiang looked at the letter doubtfully. Although he couldn't understand it, the extremely terrifying aura it contained made his expression turn serious. Moreover, it didn't look like it was written randomly. He reluctantly felt relieved. He rolled it up and threw it to Zhuhan Hai. After waiting for nearly half an hour for a reply, Zhuhan Hai received it. Although he wanted to open it and read it, he didn't do so abruptly. He was just a messenger and didn't have the right to open the reply letter. After hearing that the Taiyuan Grand Gathering is being held in Starfall City, the sovereign king of my clan ordered me to deliver the letter that inherited the majority of the will of the demon world. If this is the will of the human clan, I will solemnly present it to the sovereign king of my clan and have it spread throughout the entire demon world. Zhuhan Hai's black figure solemnly put away the golden scroll and nodded. After receiving the reply letter, Zhuhan Hai didn't stay for long. He looked around one last time before leaving. However, he left behind a heavy atmosphere in the hall. The days ahead won't be peaceful. Even now, people of the demon clan have appeared. Guardian forces present, this heavy burden can't be shouldered by all of you. As part of the human clan, if you can help a little, please help a little. The Taiyuan Grand Gathering this time is being held in advance, according to the predictions of the celestial masters of the cult. The Grand Gathering will last for 3 more days. If everyone wants to stay, then continue to play. I hope to see everyone participating in the next Grand Gathering. Elder Wu Xiang's faint voice fell, causing many people to clench their fists. 10 years. At this moment, at the beginning of the 139th era, this entire era might not be peaceful. Chapter 581. After Elder Wu Xiang said those words, he disappeared from where he stood. The experts from the superpowers sat quietly for a long time, as if they were sorting out their complicated emotions. It was only after a quarter of an hour that some people started to leave. It was time for them to go back and deal with the matters of their superpowers. Within 10 years, the demon world would descend upon the god world. This would be a huge event that would be recorded in the history of the god world. It was enough to turn the god world upside down. What did you write in the letter? Elder Wu Xiang, who had left, ran to the 3rd floor and looked at the Golden Queen helplessly. The letter was written in a very ancient language. He could not understand it, so he could only ask the person who wrote it. Nothing much. To put it simply, it's to tell those little devils not to be too presumptuous. The Golden Queen spread out her hands and smiled. Feng Er and Whitey exchanged looks, then both of them shut their mouths. Although that was the meaning of the letter, if they read it correctly, the one who read the letter would be so infuriated that he or she would vomit blood on the spot. Anyway, it was more likely that he or she wouldn't be able to understand the letter. Forget it, forget it. I'm not going to argue with you. Elder Wu Xiang rolled his eyes and slowly glanced at everyone in front of him. He then sighed softly and said, "The 9 Shrine moved to the northern wilderness. Was it because they were the first to know that the door to the demon world would open in the northern wilderness? No. At that time, because Little Star came back, the first one to enter was the Fire God Temple. Therefore, we all moved our positions." The Golden Queen shook her head. "Well, since we're in the northern wilderness, we'll have to trouble you in the future. We'll help you, but our forces are too scattered and we've always been in seclusion. We may not be as useful as the 9 divine temples." Elder Wu Xiang sighed. It's okay as long as you're sincere. Of course, you should at least send a large team of high-level gods over. Although the 9 Gods Temple has a lot of people, it's impossible for one person to fight against the entire devil world. If they suddenly attack and no one helps, we will be in trouble. The Golden Queen waved her hand. Don't worry about that. I will send people over. Old man Wu Xiang nodded. He also knew how difficult it was to guard a conflict zone. Moreover, this was an entrance that concerned the safety of the God realm. He would definitely guard it well. What about the other guardian forces? The great elder of the Fire God Shrine also asked. This was a battle of attrition. Although the 9 divine palaces were powerful, they alone were not enough. At the mention of this, Elder Wu Xiang furrowed his brows. He seemed to be troubled, which made Empress Jean and the others feel uneasy. After a while, he said, "Protectors, Sai, 2 of them have left, so there aren't many protectors left. It's getting harder and harder to endure these years of war. We have to think of a way to get everyone to protect the realm of the gods together. How long can we last with just a dozen protectors?" "Quit." The Golden Princess frowned. "Yes, don't blame them. They have been guarding the god realm for a long time and have always been unwilling to enter the world. They also need to completely isolate themselves for a period of time to recover. A few years ago, I went to see them for the last time. After I came out, they were completely isolated. In the future, we probably won't see them for millions of years." Elder Wu Xiang sighed heavily. There was no benefit to being a guardian force. When something big happened, they would be the ones to take the lead and clean up the mess. "Liuli, can you contact that person or someone from the Liuli Divine Court?" Elder Wu Xiang rubbed his sleeves and looked at the Empress with his old eyes. "It's difficult. I really haven't seen Master. It's been a few eras, and even the gods have turned to ashes. There are only about 50 people in the Liuli Divine Court, and they only have a weak connection with each other. If we get close, we will know. But if we want to find her, I'm afraid only the High Priestess can find her. As for her," at this point, the Empress couldn't help but sigh and cover her face. She felt helpless when talking about that person. Back then, she had secretly cursed that it would be best not to see her in this life. Seeing her like this, Elder Wu Xiang also understood. Even if he knew, he could only sigh. "I'll go and contact my old friends and the Guardian Forces. I'll leave the Northern Barren Territory to you." Wu Xiang let out a long sigh and nodded at the crowd. Then, he looked at Yun Nuoxing and smiled kindly. "Haha, but the real thing is still you kids. The future belongs to you. Now we old guys can still hold on. Before we can't, you guys should grow up as fast as you can." After that, he didn't wait for Yun Nuoxing to reply. His body slowly became illusory and finally disappeared. Yun Nuoxing stared at him. What did this have to do with him? After old man Wu Xiang disappeared, a black fog suddenly appeared in front of them. The black fog disappeared as soon as it appeared, and a little girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old flew towards planet Yanua. She was like a white ghost that appeared out of nowhere. "Brother Yun." That crisp voice stunned everyone. Then they saw a petite figure lying on Yun Nuoxing's back. Her soft arms wrapped around Yun Nuoxing's neck like a snake. Her delicate nose was still close to Yun Nuoxing's neck. She inhaled with all her might, as if she had smelled an alluring fragrance that made her unable to stop. "Big brother. Who is she?" Before anyone could react, Qin Yu's pretty face darkened. She could accept she calling Yun Nuoxing Brother Yun Nuoxing, because she had heard Yun Nuoxing talk about this little girl before. She was also very cute. She also knew that there was a little sister and a little sister who were sleeping in the 9 deities' palace. She knew everything. However, where did this little girl who she had never heard of come from? Moreover, this little girl's appearance was actually comparable to hers, and she even called him Brother Yun so intimately. This made her unhappy all of a sudden. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. He rubbed Little Moon's little head with his palm. When he saw her puffed-up cheeks, he felt even more helpless. He hurriedly removed the little mischievous girl from his neck. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Ur, why are you here? I came a long time ago, but that old man was too fierce. I didn't dare to come over, so I came after he left." Ur hugged Yun Nuoxing's arm and giggled. She even leaned her face close to Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and sniffed with all her might. Everyone had a strange expression when they saw this scene. "Where are your father and the others?" Those dozens of strange gazes made Yun Nuoxing smile bitterly. "They left. They went home. I snuck out. While the old man was asleep, I instilled a memory into him that I had already gone back. Then they went back with peace of mind." Ur giggled as she hugged Yun Nuoxing's arm and shook it. A mischievous look flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. She even brought this matter to her father. This little ancestor was indeed hard to please. Why don't you go back? Yin Nuashing asked helplessly. I'm not going back. If I go back, I'll be fed some disgusting mud. I'll also be locked up in a small black room. The sky, there is always black. There are no two large glowing objects to light up the sky. There are also no bumpy balls hanging in the sky at night. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. I want to go back with Big Brother Yin. At the mention of this, Yuer's little face fell. Her muttering voice made everyone's expression turn slightly serious. Little star, where is she from? Princess Jean asked directly. Yuer is from the demon world. Yin Nuashing's bitter laughter caused the air to freeze again. Seeing that Princess Jean and the others' faces darkened slightly, Yin Nuashing's expression also changed slightly. He hurriedly pulled Yuer behind him and said nervously, Sister Jean, the hatred of one generation is another generation. Yuer is only 22 years old. It has nothing to do with her. Princess Jean was stunned when she heard this. More black lines appeared on her forehead. She raised her jade-like hand and gave him a knock on the head. She said coquettishly, Am I such an unreasonable person? I'm just curious. How did you manage to kidnap a little girl from the demon world? I met her by chance the day before yesterday. It was a coincidence. Yin Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief and shrugged his shoulders. Then he turned around and lowered his head to look at Yuer. She was blinking her beautiful and mischievous Mei-Mao at him. When she saw him looking over, she also smiled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Brother Yin, can I suck your blood? Suddenly, Yuer said something that was extremely baffling, causing everyone to be stunned. They all looked at this mischievous girl with a strange expression. They really wanted to say, Are you a vampire? You actually want to suck blood? Why? Yin Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Yun's body smells so good. Yuer was just thinking, Brother Yun's blood must be very fragrant. Can I suck a mouthful of it? Yuer smiled innocently, causing everyone to be a little more vigilant. However, looking at her innocent and flawless smile, they frowned slightly. You're not thinking of sucking Little Star dry, are you? Could it be that the demon race sent you to deal with Little Star? The Golden Queen's red lips parted slightly, and she almost blurted out this sentence. The reason why she stopped was because she saw that Yuer was only looking at Yin Nuashing expectantly. She did not make any sudden movements. Do members of the demon race also need to suck blood? Yin Nuashing asked calmly as she rubbed Yuer's head. Yuer hurriedly shook her head. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, she nodded and said, I heard that some races need to suck blood to cultivate. However, our family members do not need to do so, because we cultivate the most orthodox demon arts. Yuer was just smelled the fragrance for Brother Yun's body. I was a little bit tempted to take a bite. Yuer was a little bashful as she spoke. She seemed to be a little embarrassed as her beautiful face turned slightly red. However, Little Moon was extremely worried. Mei-Mao looked at Yin Nuashing anxiously as if she wanted him to reject her and send this strange girl away. Yuer, what race are you from? Where are your father and the rest? Several gazes shot over from behind, causing Yin Nuashing to shiver. She smiled bitterly and asked patiently, Ancient Demon God Clan, it is said that our family is ranked second in the entire demon world. Yuer's grandfather, Ji Yuchuan, is the patriarch of the Ancient Demon God Clan. Yuer's father, Ji Qingtian, is ranked in the top 10 of the demon world's powerhouse ranking. PFFF. Yuer seemed to be very happy when she said this. However, everyone suddenly spat out a mouthful of water. This seemed to be a little bad. They actually managed to kidnap the little princess of the demon world's second-ranked transcendental force. Wow. Quickly send her away. Don't wait for her grandfather to come and kill us. Causing trouble, brother. Why did you kidnap a little lowly with a terrifying background? You perverted Lullicon. You are the perverted Lullicon. Your entire body is filled with a perverted aura. Do you believe that I will beat you to death? Yin Nuashing roared. Everyone smiled bitterly. Before they could decide what to do, they saw Yuer quickly hugging Yin Nuashing's arm tightly. She carefully looked at Empress Jean and the others and muttered, Sister, don't send me away. I am very obedient. I don't make a fuss, jump, or be naughty. I just miss the smell on Brother Yun's body. Grandpa doesn't know that I ran out, okay? Yun Nuashing's face darkened. You're making a fuss, jumping, and being naughty. You have already turned the family upside down, and you still say that you are obedient? You are a living little ancestor who is very difficult to please. Seeing her pitiful appearance, everyone was a little at a loss. Therefore, they all threw the responsibility to Yun Nuashing and transmitted their voices. Stinky brat, you created the hole yourself. Fix it yourself. I know. I'm just thinking about it. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Pain. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing frowned and let out a soft groan, causing everyone to be stunned. They hurriedly turned their gazes and saw that Yu was holding the former's palm with both her hands. Her small mouth was gently biting his index finger, and a stream of mixed golden-red blood slowly flowed out from Yu's small mouth. She was even hurriedly sucking on it, and her delicate small tongue licked the tip of his finger. That soft touch caused Yun Nuashing's heart to tremble slightly, and a crimson blush involuntarily surfaced on his handsome face. You seem to be enjoying it. Should we leave for a while? Seeing that Yun Nuashing was actually blushing, Empress Jean and the others had strange expressions on their faces as they said with a smile that was not a smile. Ziyin and the others also had strange smiles on their faces as they gently turned around and did not forget to say, Little Xing is in pain and happy at the same time. As for Little Moon, she was already infuriated to the point she was on the verge of exploding. Her jet black hair fluttered with rage, and her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at you, while her silver teeth creaked from the friction between them, causing everyone to be unable to help but break out in cold sweat. This little girl wishes for nothing more than to directly eat you alive. No, let me explain. Yun Nuashing was on the verge of tears. Go explain it to a ghost. Everyone roared. Chapter 582. It was a grand event. Countless experts had come with high hopes, but they returned with heavy hearts. The first thing many people from powerful forces did after returning was to relocate their businesses in the northern wilderness. Although they hadn't decided where to put them, it was better to do so first. There were many forces that were different from those that had moved out of the Divine Sky City. After the Taiyuan Grand Event, they even sent many experts to guard the Divine Sky City and set up many arrays to strengthen the defense of the Divine Sky City. After the Taiyuan Grand Event, the Golden Queen and the others also planned to return to the 9 deity temples. This time, they took some of the core forces of the 9 deity temples with them. However, they had all promised to bring Yun Nuashing to the northern part of the Taiyuan domain to search for the Void Fire. They would also bring him to the Snow Goddess sect to take a look. Therefore, it didn't return. They only sent the message to the various temple masters. In the end, they received a lot of complaints. Everyone was speechless. You 9 temple masters just look at the rising sun, the blazing sun, and the setting sun every day. You cultivate every day. It's rare for you to take care of something. Can't you be more proactive? Why don't you all come back? We'll bring the little deity for a walk. Yes. I haven't taken care of anything in the temple for hundreds of millions of years. You're asking me to take care of something. You're asking too much. I don't even know many people. Asking too much. Asking too much. Usually, these things are done by the Great Elder. I won't do it. Let's change positions. We'll also go out and take a breather. We'll bring Little Star to subdue the divine flame and the Snow Goddess sect. What's our slogan? Make trouble. Make trouble. Make trouble. What's the hardest decision in the world? What's for breakfast? What's for lunch? What's for dinner? The 9 palace masters were chattering away like old urchins, making the Golden Queen and the others speechless. How old were they? They had lived for more than 2 eras, and yet they were still children. Could he be more mature? Yun Nuashing and the others couldn't help but admire them. These 9 temple masters had achieved great merit and had regained their youthful appearance. They looked like youths, but they couldn't be any younger. They were more than 2 eras old, but they still looked like young people. Moreover, this process of regaining their youthful appearance was too thorough. Even their temperaments had returned. Seeing that Empress Jean was about to go berserk, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly carried her down. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly in her heart. Other powers would probably have the Hall Elder in charge, but this nine-deity temple was different. The Great Elder was in charge of the Hall Master. This group of big kids, this old man, is also at my wit's end. Little divine child, go and persuade them. When the Great Elder of the Fire God Shrine saw the appearance of the Hall Master and the others, he also lost his temper. Their Hall Master was usually a little better, but once the 9 of them gathered together, the result would be eating, drinking, and watching the sun, each more lively than the other. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Even Big Sister Jean couldn't deal with these 9 old urchins, so how could he? Looking at the 9 images, Yin Nuoxing was a little doubtful of life. However, after hesitating for a while, he still rubbed his head and stood in front of the few images. He called out awkwardly, "Senior, I." Suddenly, the 9 of them responded in unison and instantly quieted down. This gave Yin Nuoxing a fright, but she still forcefully encouraged herself. She clasped her hands together as if she was praying. She smiled sweetly and said, "Big sisters, big brothers, please take care of the 9-deity temple." All right. To everyone's surprise, the 9 Hall Masters all agreed at once. This made Yin Nuoxing's jaw drop. Everyone was also a little speechless. Little divine child, come back early. Big sister will bring you to eat the god's feast. Big brother will refine equipment for you. I will bring you around the southern ice world to see the sky curtain peak. After agreeing, the 9 Hall Masters took turns to repeat the same thing, making Yin Nuoxing smile bitterly and quickly agree. Then, the 9 of them turned around and left in satisfaction. Everyone, I can see it now. Only little Star can deal with these 9 clowns. Princess Jean sat on the sofa with a face full of anger. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest, and her soft legs were crossed. That posture was as seductive as it could be, but this goddess temper didn't seem to be very good. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly as he shook his head. He also knew that this was not only because he was the descendant of the mysterious Chief Hall Master, but also because the Hall Masters liked his talent. It could even be said that they liked him as a person. That was why they pampered him so much. Just like Empress Jean and the others, when he occasionally made a request that was a little excessive, they would fulfill it. Even when he was captured, dozens of Emperor God experts jumped out and ran over to save him while shouting that the heavens were overturned. After chatting and sitting down on the sofa, Yin Nuoxing suddenly realized that the Fire God Shrine's Great Elder and Soulblade were looking at him with shining eyes, making him shiver. He asked weakly, "What's wrong?" The 2 of them looked at each other and sat on the sofa with their elbows on their legs and their hands crossed. They looked at Yin Nuoxing with a serious expression and said, "Little brother, we want to invite you to release some of your blood." Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Almost reflexively, he hid his hands in his sleeves. His face was slightly pale, and his body moved all the way back to Princess Jin's side. He even bumped into her and said with a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" "Refine medicine." The 2 of them said seriously. Yor had just bitten Yin Nuoxing's finger and released the red and gold blood. It contained a very strong power and life force. Everyone present felt it. "You have a God Spirit blood pulse," Princess Jean softly said. "It contains the memory fragments of an ancient God Spirit. That is why you can write in God's language. I think your family's God Spirit blood pulse is passed down from an ancient God Spirit. This blood has been passed down for dozens or hundreds of generations. In the end, it was passed down to you and did not lose its power. This ancient God Spirit's power must have reached a very scary level." "How are the levels of the post-God tiers divided?" Yin Nuoxing frowned. God Spirit was a general term for all the post-God elites. He was not clear about some of the divisions. It was said that one could be called a sky god after crossing 4 levels. About that, we will tell you when you come into contact with them. It is pointless to tell you now. Princess Jean waved her hand. She did not explain the post-God tiers to him. Yin Nuoxing was helpless. Seeing the green light in Soulblade's eyes, he shuddered slightly and clenched his fists. After a long while, He sighed and nodded with a bitter smile. His finger suddenly slid across his wrist. A golden red blood mark quickly appeared and turned into a small stream. It flowed down his palm and dripped in the air. Drops of blood condensed together. The red and gold blood condensed in the air. A very strong life force and a strange energy wave slowly spread out. That power made everyone's faces freeze. There was a feeling of desire in their souls. Who had just had her fill, could not help but drool. Mei Mao stared at the ball of red and gold blood that was growing bigger. She wanted to pass by Mei Mao. Okay. That's enough. Princess Jean saw his pale face. Mei Mao's heart ached. She held his wrist and pressed on the wound. The blood stopped flowing. The last drop of blood flowed down his finger and fell into the ball of blood. It condensed into a ball of blood the size of a fist. It was rich with life force and even had a sweet smell. Yin Nuoxing's eyelids drooped. His right hand gently rubbed his left hand, which was a little cold from excessive bleeding. He lifted his pale face and smiled at everyone. Soul Knife quickly used a high-quality jade bottle to keep the ball of blood. Then, they looked at Yin Nuoxing and nodded. Don't worry, we will not treat your contribution unfairly. Yin Nuoxing shrugged and stretched. He let out a long yawn. His eyelids trembled as if he was about to fall asleep. Xian and the other three saw this and quickly walked over. But before they could sit down, Yin Nuoxing suddenly opened his eyes wide. He said in shock, I still have to go somewhere. Where? Everyone was stunned. Zhu Yuan Pavilion. Yin Nuoxing replied softly. He thought of the woman who was glowing with white light. She was as pure as the fairy of the 9 heavens, but she had the aura of a great demon. The two of them had been playing chess the last time they met. If you have time in the future, play chess with me. That indifferent voice seemed to linger in Yin Nuoxing's heart. Every time he thought of it, his heart would skip a beat. Who exactly was that woman who was like a demon and a saint? Even when he thought of it now, he still felt shocked. The pressure that the figure gave him seemed to have penetrated 10 years of time and affected him now. She said that she would play chess with him when she had time. This was only the second time he had seen Zhu Yuan Mountain Villa. There should be a Zhu Yuan Pavilion here as well. Yin Nuoxing said and moved, walking directly out of the hall. Everyone hurriedly followed at the side. This guy had just finished bleeding, but he didn't even rest quietly. The Zhu Yuan Pavilion in Starfall City was no different from Yin Nuoxing's impression. It was just that there were no 8 long corridors outside the small island in the middle of the lake. There was only a long wooden bridge that extended to the small island. But there was still a faint woody fragrance here. It was very pleasant. Yin Nuoxing looked at the lake with some extravagant hope. Now that the event had ended, most of the experts had left. Less than 20% of the people were still here to enjoy the immortal banquet. However, there was no one at the Zhu Yuan Lake. It was as if no one was paying attention to this place. We won't go up. You can go by yourself. Be careful. Empress Jean patted his back and said softly. She had heard about the Zhu Yuan Pavilion from Jin Jinwang. Yin Nuoxing seemed to be the only person who could go up to the Zhu Yuan Pavilion this time. Yin Nuoxing nodded and walked towards a small island in the Zhu Yuan Lake. His footsteps made creaking sounds on the wooden bridge. This time, when he stepped on the wooden bridge in the small mountain, he didn't have the same reaction as when he stepped on the small island in the middle of the lake. There was no power peeking into his memory. This made him feel slightly relieved. The small mountain was very quiet. There was no sound at all. Strange flowers and shrubs were planted along the winding path of the small mountain. Accompanied by the strange woody fragrance, Yin Nuoxing walked very slowly. However, the small mountain wasn't very high. After a while, he stood halfway up the mountain. He looked at the small pavilion at the top of the mountain and felt inexplicably nervous. He turned around and saw Xian and the others looking forward to him. They seemed to be waving their hands to cheer him on. This made him chuckle. He turned around and strode towards the Zhu Yuan Pavilion. The appearance of the Zhu Yuan Pavilion was exactly the same as in his memory. It was as if it was printed from the same mold, except that there was no 9-step staircase. The winding mountain path led straight to the Zhu Yuan Pavilion. After turning a corner, his gaze was fixed on the Zhu Yuan Pavilion. He crossed a fence and landed on the stone bench. However, he did not see that godlike figure. Yinuashing could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He was so nervous in his heart, as if he was afraid to see that figure. Standing in front of the Ju Yuan pavilion, looking at the two stone benches and the stone table with a chessboard on it, those memories came to his mind. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Speaking of that chess game, it was really unbearable. It was a moonless and windy night. He was pressed against the chessboard by a goddess and rubbed against it hundreds of times. How tragic. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. Looking at the Ju Yuan pavilion in front of him, he took a deep breath and stepped into the pavilion. "You're here." A pleasant voice suddenly sounded behind him. It was gentle but emotionless. There was a hint of mechanical coldness, but there was also a special charm. However, when he heard this voice, Yin Nuashing's body suddenly stiffened. His handsome face turned slightly pale. Chapter 583. The faint fog appeared abruptly and without any warning, as though it had seeped out from a void. It quickly enveloped the small island in the heart-gathering lake. The dense fog gave people the illusion that it was far away but right in front of their eyes, as though it was a fairy island. The Golden Empress and the others who were watching from the lakeside were slightly taken aback. However, they seemed to have experience in this area and weren't too surprised. In terms of surprise, Yin Nuashing, who had disappeared into the fog, was even more astonished. His astonishment stemmed from the beautiful figure emitting a faint white light behind him. Gulp! Yin Nuashing couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He slowly and stiffly turned his head. After turning 360 degrees for half a minute, he saw the beautiful figure staring straight at him with a pair of beautiful and calm eyes. Now that his cultivation had reached the demon rank, he could feel the strange aura of this beautiful figure. She was both a saint and a demon. She looked as perfect and inviolable as a fairy, but she emitted an extremely terrifying demonic aura, as though she was a great demon. "Let's play chess." The girl's red lips parted slightly as she said the two words that made Yin Nuashing collapse. Her jade-like hand even tapped on the stone table in front of her. Yin Nuashing scratched his head in distress. He still vaguely remembered that time when he lost 26 consecutive games of chess to the point that he cried. "It's fine. My attainments in arrays are much higher than before. As the saying goes, playing chess is like setting up arrays. This time I should be able to. I shouldn't lose so badly. Let's set a small goal and win one game first." Yin Nuashing encouraged himself in his heart. "All right." Yin Nuashing nodded and sat down on the stone stool opposite the woman with a strong fighting spirit. His fingers reached into the chess box with a clatter. The girl, Mei Mao, had been staring at him the entire time. When she saw him like this, she remained calm and indifferent. Just like last time, she placed a white chess piece on the chessboard without any explanation. After about 10 minutes, Yin Nuashing's face twitched, and sweat kept rolling down her forehead. She looked speechlessly and helplessly at the chessboard that was 2/3 occupied by white pieces, and a shadow in her heart appeared again. Yin Nuashing raised his head and looked at that flawless face. He saw that she was still quietly looking at him without saying a word. Even when they were playing chess, her bright Mei Mao didn't move away from his face. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Can you let me play for a while?" The girl stared straight at him. Mei Mao was a little hollow. She didn't say anything and didn't even seem to be breathing. She was like a jade sculpture, frozen in place. Yin Nuashing was also in a daze. He stared straight into the eyes of the Mei Mao. At this moment, his body and mind became extremely calm and ethereal. Unknowingly, he let go of the messy thoughts in his mind. "Time!" The crisp sound rang out again. The chessboard that was full of chess pieces was unknowingly cleared. The girl held a white chess piece in her hand and placed it on the chessboard. Yin Nuashing also fished out a black chess piece from the chess box. However, his colorful eyes were tightly glued to the beautiful Mei Mao. He didn't look away. He didn't even look at the chessboard. He just casually placed the black chess piece beside the white chess piece. In the pavilion, the crisp ticking sound rang out again. One chess piece after another was casually placed on the chessboard. However, this time, the two of them looked straight at each other and didn't look at the chessboard after a long time. Yin Nuoxing looked away with a pitiful smile. He looked at the chessboard that was mostly occupied by white chess pieces. Although it was slightly better than the previous game, it was still a crushing defeat. Again, later I want to make the first move in this game. Ugh. Damn it, I made the wrong move. No, no, no. Stop. You can't make the move there. The calmness Yin Nuoxing had when he played chess was equal to the dejection he felt after the game. The girl's every move was ruthless. He didn't have the strength to fight back at all. He could only retreat again and again. His face kept turning pale until it was almost transparent. After feeling that a long time had passed, Yin Nuoxing twisted his stiff neck and looked at the mountain range outside the pavilion. The sky was still blue and white. A few clouds were drifting peacefully. Looking at the oddly shaped clouds, Yin Nuoxing felt that they were mocking him. When he came back to his senses, he lowered his head to look at the chessboard. He suddenly realized that he had made a wrong move. He was shocked. Coincidentally, the girl also aimed at that point. She picked up a white chess piece and was about to place it on that fatal move. Wait! Yin Nuoxing was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed the girl's wrist. He looked nervously at the bright Mei Mao. A drop of sweat flowed from his forehead to his chin. The girl looked at him calmly. There was an unquestionable expression on her face. Her hand moved slightly. Yin Nuoxing used all his strength, but he couldn't even control her hand. No, Sister Goddess. Sister Fairy. Sister Fairy. Please don't. Stop, stop. Yin Nuoxing was scared out of his wits by the white chess pieces that kept getting closer to the chessboard. He immediately started babbling nonsense. He had lost 48 F*** games in a row. This time, there was finally a sign that he was going to win. Could she let him in one game? It seemed that his strange words had an effect. The girl's hand trembled slightly, and she actually stopped. Mei Mao had a strange expression on her face for the first time. Seeing that she had stopped, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. The white chess piece was less than an inch away from the chessboard. Mei Mao stared straight at Yin Nuoxing. Her willowy eyebrows curved slightly, as if she was hesitating. After a long while, she actually moved the white chess piece. Just as she was about to place it in an insignificant corner, Yin Nuoxing pressed her hand again, causing her willowy eyebrows to tremble slightly again. Yin Nuoxing laughed bitterly. He moved her hand back and placed it in the position she had originally planned to place it. Then, he pressed the white chess piece down. He smiled bitterly and said, thinking about it, "It doesn't seem very interesting if we win like this. Forget it." Mei Mao blinked slightly. There seemed to be a flash of emotion in her eyes. However, Yin Nuoxing couldn't see it clearly. He only felt that Mei Mao's eyes flickered for a moment. Let's set a small goal first. Don't cry. Yin Nuoxing placed his hand on his chest and laughed bitterly in his heart. It was already the 48th game. If he continued to lose, he would definitely cry. The girl waved her hand gently, and the chessboard changed. Mei Mao stared straight at Yin Nuoxing. Then, she made a move first. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He could only nod and continue to follow. The sky gradually darkened. In this place where the sun couldn't be seen, a faint yellow color gradually appeared on the horizon. A brilliant fireball was burning and sinking, driving away the dense fog here. In the sky, two round moons quietly appeared. The cold moonlight and the scorching sunlight faced each other, turning the entire world into two scenes. The two types of radiance poured out a strange light screen that spread across the sky. It was incomparably brilliant. In the small pavilion, Yin Nuoxing turned his stiff neck and looked at the slowly sinking fireball. His eyes were misty, and there was a wisp of mist covering his eyes. The mist kept condensing, and he actually really cried. "I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. You're bullying me. You're bullying me again." Yin Nuoxing burst into tears. He pushed the chessboard away with both hands and lay on the stone table, crying silently. This was too much of a bully. There were a total of 100 games and 3 different types of chess, but he didn't win a single game. It could be said that the more heroic he was at the beginning, the more devastated he was at the end. He lost so much that his nose was sore. In the end, he couldn't hold back his tears. Seeing that he was still acting like a child like last time, May Mao still indifferently stuck to him. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and her lily-white hands put away the chessboard on the stone table. Then, she placed a pot of tea on the table. The fragrance of the tea was dense. She then took out 2 cups and filled them. She gently pushed 1 cup in front of Yin Nuoxing and took the other cup for herself. She took a sip and said, "Idiot." Bam! Yin Nuoxing suddenly slammed the table and jumped up. His eyes were red as he stared at the girl. He grabbed the cup on the table and didn't care that the tea was still hot. He raised his head and drank it in 1 gulp. Then, he shouted softly, "Yes, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Why are you bullying an idiot like me?" After shouting, Yin Nuoxing froze. He quickly lowered his head and said softly, "I'm sorry. I lost my composure." After saying that, he laughed bitterly in his heart. All his years of self-restraint had been completely wasted today. Just a game of chess could make his state of mind collapse. It seemed like he was still too childish. "You're not playing anymore?" The girl took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "You're still playing after losing all 100 games? Are you trying to force me to jump down from here?" Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched wildly. He looked at her with a face full of fear. He sighed softly and shook his head, saying, "I'm not playing anymore. I'm tired." After saying that, he stretched his body. His entire body crackled as if a switch had been turned on. He couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the sky that was gradually being eroded by the darkness of the night. Unknowingly, he had played for an entire day. His entire body was stiff. He didn't know if Princess Jean and the rest were worried about him. The girl nodded her chin and slowly stood up. Her long black hair and dress that dragged on the floor like a cloud also slowly stretched out. However, even when the girl stood up completely, a large part of her long hair and dress still dragged on the floor. Her white, jade-like hands fell into the wide, long sleeves of her robe. Her entire body was wrapped up in a pink dress, leaving only her flawless, beautiful face exposed. The girl's pitch black, May Mao glanced at Yin Nuoxing. She walked past him with light steps and even tugged at his sleeve. Then, she walked out of the gazebo. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He watched as she walked towards a mountain path outside the gazebo. He turned back to look at the stone table. The chessboard had already disappeared. He turned back again. The girl was standing in the distance and looking back at him. Her May Mao was glowing slightly, as if she wanted to say something. Seeing her like this, Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and sighed slightly. He also gently lifted his feet and walked towards her. The girl only turned back when he reached her side. She stared blankly at the flat mountain path under her feet. After a long while, she lifted her feet and took a step. She looked like a puppet that lacked intelligence. Her movements were a little stiff. Yin Nuoxing frowned slightly. However, he quickly relaxed. He turned his head to look at her and asked softly, "What's your name?" However, the girl didn't answer him. She was like a fine sculpture, a perfect piece of art that lacked vitality. Yin Nuoxing was unwilling to give up and asked a few more times. However, she didn't answer him. He could only sigh helplessly. Finally, he asked casually, "Where are we going?" "To look at the moon." To his surprise, the girl finally spoke. She seemed to be a woman of few words. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He turned his head strangely. "To look at the moon?" All right, the moon was almost at the top of the sky. The galaxy had appeared and the sun had completely set. It was a good time to look at the moon. Yin Nuoxing casually looked around. He remembered that she said this place was Mount Wanlong. As for the mountain peak they were on, no, it was the mountain peak where the gazebo was located. It was called Dragon Head Peak. They didn't know when they walked out of that mountain peak, and were now walking on a very flat mountain ridge. Yin Nuoxing turned his head and could see a mountain peak not far away. A gazebo stood alone on the mountain peak. This mountain ridge stretched across the front of the mountain peak. Not far in front of them, there was a man-made high platform. There was also a huge star stone erected there that sparkled with starlight. Chapter 584. The high platform was made from a huge star stone. Standing on it and looking down, it was as if he was standing in the star field. The surrounding starlight was twinkling, and the aura of the stars was constantly spreading out. It was as if he was really standing in the star field. Looking up, facing the purple moonlight, the thousands of galaxies that illuminated the sky poured countless starlight from afar towards the god's world, illuminating the sky thousands of light years away. The brilliant star field was eternally far away, and the black land that was dotted with starlight was so attractive. Yin Nuoxing slowly lay on the high platform of the star stone, quietly gazing at the galaxy. The endless starlight shone on his body, and his colorful pupils were like mirrors reflecting the stars, brilliant and gorgeous. The black sky, the sky full of stars, the purple moonlight, and the endless starlight intertwined to form a brilliant curtain of light, constantly changing in the sky. It was quiet all around. Yin Nuoxing gazed at the stars in the sky. It was so quiet that he could hear his own breathing, and he could also hear the breathing of the girl beside him. She was sitting on the ground with her legs bent, hugging her knees with both hands, while Mei Mao was looking at the moon in a daze. The things that the two of them were paying attention to were not the same. One was looking at the countless stars, while the other was looking at the moon that was close at hand. One had a peaceful smile on his face, while the other was expressionless, like a jade carving. But at the same time, the two of them were very lost in thought. Their minds were no longer in the same place, and they didn't know where they had flown to. The starlight in the star field was twinkling, and thousands of stars were squeezed into his line of sight, making Yin Nuoxing fascinated. He muttered to himself in his heart, "I wonder where the other stars with life are?" Traveling the star field was very dangerous. It was difficult to travel long distances in the star field unless one was at the god underworld level. Even gods could get lost in the star field if they weren't careful and never return. It's said that the god's world is very big, but compared to the entire starry sky, the god's world is probably just a drop in the ocean. Yin Nuoxing sighed in his heart. His mood was a little strange. In his broken memories, he saw the existence of other worlds. Those worlds seemed to be other worlds that he had been to before, other planets with life. He didn't know where those places were. Did the starry sky hint from the heaven-defying ultimate god ask him to leave the divine realm and head somewhere? Until now, he still did not understand what the note was trying to tell him. Perhaps he would only know when he returned to the divine prefecture. The starry sky is unchanging. The life of a star can be as long as 1,000,000 years or as long as several epochs. The human world has been replaced countless times. "Oh, Xingqin," Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He really did yearn for the starry sky. Yin Nuoxing watched the two moons shift bit by bit until they sank to the other side of the sky. The night would end in another 4 hours. Only then did he stand up and stare at the stars for the entire night. He felt that his state of mind seemed to have changed a little and became more peaceful. Moreover, this was a familiar galaxy. In other words, they were in the god's world. This made him even more convinced that this so-called myriad dragon mountain might be in some corner of the god's world. The girl also slowly stood up. Mei Mao, who was frozen on the two moons, slowly turned around and looked at Yin Nuoxing again. Her gaze was dull and empty. At this moment, her gaze made him tremble slightly. He seemed to see some strange scenes through those Mei Mao. Within those Mei Mao, there was only him. Everything around him was darkness, or rather, nothingness. Yin Nuoxing was a little absent-minded and sighed. This girl, Mei Mao, was very vicissitudes of life. It was as if she had seen through the changes in the world. She had sunk into the long river of time and drifted for an unknown number of years. The thick aura of time seemed to be able to affect the flow of time. This also made him not dare to treat her as an ordinary girl. She was also a peerless expert who was terrifyingly strong. Yin Nuoxing didn't know her strength yet, but he guessed that she was at the peak of the God Emperor realm, or even someone at that level. Mei Mao sized up Yin Nuoxing from head to toe. She looked at him until his hair stood on end and goosebumps appeared all over his body. After that, he saw her stretch out her jade-like hand and place it on his stomach. Then, she suddenly pressed down. That slender, jade-like hand seemed to be powerless, but it caused Yin Nuoxing to frown in pain. He gave a light groan, his heart also shocked by her action. Although he instinctively wanted to run away, after measuring the strength of the two of them, he obediently restrained that unrealistic thought in case he didn't have to suffer before he could escape. "What are you doing?" Yun Nuashing frowned. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw a glowing hole in his stomach. His jaw dropped in shock. However, what shocked him even more was that the girl's jade-like hand directly reached into the glowing hole, as if it was connected to a second space. Crack! A strange sound came from within his body, startling him. He quickly raised his head and saw the girl's calm face. He panicked slightly and wanted to ask her to stop, but he only saw her stretch out her hand in front of him, as if not allowing him to speak. That jade-like hand grabbed his shoulder, then the right hand that reached into his body suddenly pulled. A purplish-black light flashed, and a giant sword was pulled out of his body. It carried a vast and terrifying power, but it didn't release its destructive power. However, when he saw the Netherworld Ruin sword being pulled out of his body, Yun Nuashing was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His jaw hit the floor, and his cheeks twitched as if they were cramping. Netherworld Ruin. This. Yun Nuashing was shocked and couldn't help but transmit his voice to the Netherworld Ruin sword. The Netherworld Ruin sword in the girl's hand was also stunned for a moment. It looked at her meaningfully for a while, then sighed faintly in Yun Nuashing's soul. This person knows the divine body very well. This method of borrowing the divine body's spiritual item isn't something that an ordinary person can do. She's very dangerous. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. He was so shocked that he took a step back. Just as he was about to say something, the girl held the Netherworld Ruin sword in a reverse grip and stabbed it into the ground. Then, with light steps, she walked in front of him and placed one hand on his shoulder. Her other hand rushed into the glowing hole in his stomach again. Rip! Her lily-white hand suddenly pulled back, and a 2-meter-long silver-blue needle was pulled out of Yun Nuashing's body. Yun Nuashing let out a soft groan. It felt as if someone had pulled something out of his body. It didn't hurt or itch, but felt very strange. Yun Nuashing's heart was filled with panic as he looked at that flawless face. His expression was slightly fearful. He felt that something was wrong from the moment he saw that she was both a saint and a demon. Was she bringing out her demonic nature now? "Don't move." Just as a fierce look appeared in his eyes, Yun Nuashing was about to resist with all his might. But in the end, with just a few words from the girl, a great deterrence directly rushed into his mind and heart, causing him to tremble, and all the strength in his body dissipated while he was trembling. The girl's lily-white hand reached into his stomach as fast as lightning. She took out the lunar altar, ice spear, spell book, sky halberd, and a flaming scythe. Except for the lunar altar and ice spear, which were taken from the Tana's water god temple. The rest were eternal weapons collected from the divine spirit palace. Yun Nuashing hadn't used the ice spear since it was given to him by a part of his soul. At this moment, it was also taken out. If you wanted to take them out, you should have told me. Why'd you do this? After the girl took them out, she wiped her lily-white hand lightly, and the glowing hole in his stomach slowly disappeared. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. The feeling of something being forcibly pulled out of his body was really uncomfortable. "You have to see for yourself," the girl said indifferently. She turned around and took the 2 divine weapons and the 5 eternal weapons. With a wave of her lily-white hand, she inserted them all into the huge star stone on the high platform, forming a circle in front of her. Yun Nuashing thought that the girl had finished. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just as he was about to exhale, he was stunned to see the girl's lily-white hand suddenly reach out in front of him. She pulled open his collar and pulled out the purple-red pendant. Yun Nuashing was so frightened that he wanted to scream. However, when he saw the girl pull out the pendant, he was stunned. Before he could say anything, the girl's lily-white hand pulled out the pendant. A few rays of light flashed and appeared in front of her. One of them was the incomplete weapon, the Sun Cross, made from the Sun Blood Crystal. The moment this huge cross appeared, the lunar platform emitted a cold light, as if it was confronting it. And the other thing that she took out, made Yin Nuashing a little astonished. It was the Encyclopedia of Plants in the God Realm that Qin Hui gave him. Although he already knew that this book was not normal 10 years ago, he did not study it and made any name for it. Other than occasionally seeing pages in the book turn into formations, talismans, or even other profound skills, he did not touch it himself. Myriad Realm Book. After the girl took the book in her hand, she said these 4 words indifferently. This made Yin Nuashing very puzzled. What was the Myriad Realm Book? It sounded very impressive. That's right. Uncle Qin's ancestral home is the Qin family. Then, when they migrated, it's not surprising that they took something from the Qin family. When he thought of this, Yin Nuashing nodded. He stared blankly at her, wanted to hear her explanation. Seeing his curious and expectant gaze, the girl only glanced at him indifferently. She lowered her head and flipped through the book in her hand, causing a certain good student to feel dejected. Death Valley. Do you still remember? It's the world that this book leads to. You've been there once. The girl quietly flipped through the book. She did not even raise her head as she calmly said these words. This caused Yin Nuashing to tremble all over. He still remembered Death Valley. He vaguely remembered it. He had been there once when he was in Yuyin City. However, it might not be appropriate to say that he had been there, because he had not been there. Now that he thought about it, if what this girl said was true and this book led to that world, then he might have gone to Death Valley with only his spiritual body or soul body. It was no different from his physical body. Myriad Realm Book. So that's what it is. I've long felt that there was something wrong with this book of yours. I didn't expect it to be the Myriad Realm Book. In his soul, Zai choked on his tea when he heard these words. He coughed and said after a long while, in the Myriad Realm Book, the method to open it determines the state it's in when it's opened. This is why you sometimes see arrays or talismans written all over it. However, this is only the most superficial way to use it. The Myriad Realm Book contains 10,000 worlds. Zai smiled mysteriously. He felt that Yin Nuashing's mind was fluctuating greatly. He then continued, of course, it doesn't mean that there are 10,000 worlds in this book. It only says that this book can lead to 10,000 worlds. However, 10,000 is only a superficial number. I don't know how many worlds there are. In the primordial era, the Myriad Realm Book was a mystical tool that could rank in the top 100. Your array book is not complicated at all compared to this Myriad Realm Book. Hearing these indifferent words, Yin Nuashing's face twitched. He had personally seen how complicated the array book was. However, Zai said that it was not as complicated as the Myriad Realm Book. However, he tacitly agreed with this statement. A book that led to countless worlds and recorded countless pieces of knowledge. This book was truly worthy of being called an encyclopedia. A sudden soft sound pulled Yin Nuashing out of his deep thoughts. He hurriedly raised his head to take a look, only to see the girl looking up at him indifferently. The plant encyclopedia of the divine realm. In her hands had already been closed, and her 2 slender hands were holding it. Seeing him look over, the girl took a light breath and said indifferently, I need you to enter the Myriad Realm Book and take something out. Chapter 585. Rubbing his head, Yin Nuashing walked back to the Juyuan Pavilion. He turned around and looked at the lonely figure on the star platform. He frowned slightly and kept rubbing his fingers in his sleeves. His heart was in a mess. Leave the blood crystal and take the rest. Go and deal with your matters. I'll wait for you here. Come back soon. Touching the black pearl in front of his forehead, Yin Nuashing's strange expression became more and more profound. In between his eyebrows, besides the imprint of the deity left by Xianyin, there was another imprint. It was a seed imprint that coexisted with the deity imprint. The 2 of them seemed to be equally matched. In other words, that girl was probably at the same level as the deity imprint. Behind these 2 imprints, there was a scarlet ball of light and a colorful ball of light. Yin Nuashing had discovered them a long time ago. However, no matter how he touched them, there was no reaction, so he simply ignored them. Even now, they were still glowing. Until now, he did not know what use they had. Suddenly raising his head, Yin Nuashing seemed to have thought of something. At that time, he had obtained a scroll of the celestial glaze god in Yuyin City. However, He had not been able to open it. Now that he had encountered a deity, perhaps he could ask her for help. But to his disappointment, the space in front of him was filled with mist, and the slender, white figure gradually disappeared in the mist. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Next time, I'll definitely remember it. The fog seemed to appear from the void and completely covered the space outside the pavilion. Standing in the Ju Yuan pavilion, Yin Nuoxing could only see a vast expanse of whiteness. The fog could not touch the pavilion. It seemed to be isolated by something. However, this scene did not last long. The thick fog slowly dissipated. What appeared in front of Yin Nuoxing again was not a beautiful and magnificent mountain. Instead, it was a small lake and a small mountain. Beside the lake, there was a group of people looking at the pavilion on the mountain. They were looking forward to it. "I'm back." Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly. He did not feel the activation of the array, nor did he feel the change in energy. He just went from one place to another. It's out, it's out." Seeing that the mist around the gazebo had dissipated and Yin Nuoxing's figure appeared in their sight, the Golden Empress and the others were also slightly delighted. Xian and the others hurriedly stretched out their hands and waved, their beautiful faces brimming with joy. Seeing everyone like that, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. She missed them a little after not seeing them for a day. We thought of this. He quickly walked down the mountain and crossed the wooden bridge. However, before he reached the group, he saw that everyone was looking at him with a strange expression. That strange expression seemed to contain a few strange emotions, causing him to be stunned. He muttered to himself, "Why do I have an ominous feeling? Little Xingxing, you've finally come out. It's already been 3 days." Seeing him walk over, Ziyin went up to him with a smile. 3 days? But it's only been a day." Yin Nuoxing was stunned. She couldn't help but feel speechless. This time difference was probably that girl's masterpiece. "Are you worried?" Yin Nuoxing smiled and rubbed her head. Ziyin pursed her lips and pulled him back. When they reached the group, she let him go. Then, Mei Mao looked at him with a smile and retreated to the side. He was stunned. Was she going to sentence him? What was going on? The Golden Empress rubbed her forehead. Mei Mao glanced at him, then looked at Qin Yin, who was beside her with a calm expression. She sighed, then took out a red wedding invitation from her earring and handed it to Yin Nuoxing. She smiled bitterly and said, "See for yourself." Yin Nuoxing was stunned when he received the wedding invitation. The ominous premonition in his heart was completely confirmed. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Yin. The latter felt uncomfortable under his gaze. She quietly turned around and walked to the side. Everyone smiled bitterly when they saw this. Seeing Qin Yin's reaction, Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. He swallowed his saliva and opened the wedding invitation with trembling hands. When he saw the names, Yin Nuoxing and Qin Yin, he almost vomited blood. However, when he saw clearly that it was only an engagement invitation, he heaved a sigh of relief. "What's going on?" Yin Nuoxing's forehead was dripping with sweat. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the Golden Empress and the others with wide, colorful eyes. "We want to ask what's going on." Seeing his strange expression, everyone widened their eyes in shock. They were the ones who didn't understand the situation. "We thought that Little Star and Sister Yin were in love with each other." Ziyin blinked at Mei Mao in shock and said strangely, "We were waiting for you to come out and congratulate her." "Girl, are you trying to make me angry?" Yin Nuoxing felt like he was going crazy when he heard her say this. "No, I'm just thinking that if you and Big Sister Yin become friends, then I have to build a good relationship with Big Sister Yin and pay respects to her." Ziyin blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled like a brilliant rose blooming, causing everyone to be absent-minded. Seeing that she really didn't seem to care, Yin Nuoxing was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say. "Little Star, go and see her. You two can chat for a while." Yuanshi patted him on the shoulder and said softly. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly when he heard this. He turned his gaze and looked at Qin Yin, who was standing alone by the lake not far away. Her black dress swayed in the wind like a black lotus. Seeing her like this, Yin Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scratched his head and nodded, then ran over. Seeing the two's strange expressions, everyone looked at each other. Mei Mao also had a strange light in her eyes. She couldn't help but mutter, "That old man Qin Hai didn't even tell us." It's impossible for such a big thing to be decided unilaterally. Could it be that he wants Little Star to marry into the Qin family? Little Star doesn't have any family. A few big forces know about it. We also didn't announce the return of the child of God to the outside world. That's why it's like this, the Fire God Shrine Great Elder said softly. We didn't find a good time. We'll announce it when we have a chance. Now, Jean Sherwang shook her head and looked at the two figures. She sighed and said, "Let's leave it at that for now." Xian and Mei Mao smiled as they watched Yun Nuoxing run to Qin Yan's side. The others looked at her strangely. Everyone knew that she was infatuated with Little Star to the point that she couldn't extricate herself. However, she could still give the person she liked to someone else. This they didn't know what to say. Yun Nuoxing ran to Qin Yan's side. He took a deep breath and looked up. He looked at the quiet and beautiful side profile. His mouth opened for a while, but he sighed and shook his head. Hearing this complex sigh, Qin Yan slowly turned her gaze away from the lake. She looked at the handsome face that was somewhat bewitching, and her beautiful eyes flickered. Although this face looked a lot like a girl's, there was also a hint of masculinity in it. At first glance, it was quite breathtaking. As the goddess of the Qin family, she always attended banquets and events. She boasted that she had seen many people. Whether it was noble young masters or talented geniuses, she had seen all kinds of people. However, she had never seen someone so unforgettable. Since the first time she saw him at the Tana's Water God Temple, he had left an afterimage in her mind that she couldn't get rid of. She never thought that one day she would choose to travel with him and travel around the God Realm. After the Taiyuan Grand Gathering ended, Qin Hai asked her what her plans were. She almost blurted out the words, "travel with Yun Nuoxing," which led to the marriage contract. However, the result was that she wanted to go back in time and kill herself. What do you think? What do you think? The two of them spoke almost at the same time, causing both of them to be taken aback for a moment. Their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head awkwardly, while Qin Yan ran her fingers through her hair awkwardly. Whatever you think is best, whatever young Master Yun thinks is best. The two of them spoke at the same time. Both of them lowered their heads and blushed slightly. "You go first." "Ladies first." Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly and chuckled. Qin Yan turned around. Mei Mao stared straight at him. Her red lips parted slightly, but she suddenly closed them again and pressed them tightly together. Mei Mao hesitated. "Speak frankly. There's nothing to be afraid of. No one will force you to do anything. Neither will I." Yun Nuoxing chuckled and waved his hand when he saw that she seemed to have something to say. Qin Yan nodded when she heard that. She clenched her jade-like hands tightly together and took a deep breath. She said hesitantly, "I told father and mother, I don't want to get married so early. I thought that nothing would happen, but in the end, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. In the end, she got engaged." Yun Nuoxing felt a little strange, especially since he was the one who caused this situation. It made him feel even weirder. It felt like he had shot himself in the foot. However, we didn't say when we had to get married, so... Qin Yan smiled awkwardly. Her jade-like hands fidgeted uneasily. "Drag it out as long as you can, but dragging it out like this isn't a solution. The main point is, what do you think? You know, or rather, all of you know what's wrong with me. So, the most important thing is, what do you think?" Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms in his sleeves and sighed softly. Qin Yan panicked when she heard that. Mei Mao's eyes kept flickering, but she couldn't find a focal point. "I don't know either. I don't even know what I'm thinking." After a while, Qin Yan shook her head in distress. Her eyebrows were intertwined with complicated thoughts. "Then I'll ask you directly. If someone else got engaged to you, how would you feel?" Yun Nuoxing put her hands on her hips and asked in a bad mood. How could this girl not even know what she was thinking? "I would probably hate it." Qin Yan panicked. Her heart was beating wildly like a little deer. "Now that I'm engaged to you, how do you feel?" Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and asked again. I don't hate it," Qin Yan blurted out. After she finished speaking, her delicate body trembled. She lowered her head even more, and her pretty face was so red that it was almost burning. Yin Nuoxing was shocked by this answer. This answer seemed to be somewhat out of his expectations. Little star, oh little star, who told you to flirt around everywhere? This time, something really happened. Who told you to flirt around everywhere? Let's see how you're going to clean up this mess. In the spiritual world, Z, who was reading a book, slammed his head on the table when he heard this. Lan Xing, who was sitting opposite him, was shocked. She looked at him with a cup of tea in her hand. Then she smiled and said, Brother Nuoxing is so outstanding. Many people will like him, especially those who have interacted with him before. When Yin Nuoxing heard these words in his mind, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then he let out a long sigh and replied fiercely in his heart, I don't think anyone will like me. There must be something wrong with this world. Looking at Qin Yin, whose pretty face was still flickering with a conflicted expression, Yin Nuoxing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and patted her shoulder. She was so frightened that her delicate body trembled. After a while, she calmed down. Mei Mao looked at him with some panic. He then said helplessly, Live your life however you want. No one can force you to make a choice. You're the main character in your world.